I'm going over to the right one. I'll see you later. Well, welcome. Why do I have static? Hold on a minute. Good morning, everybody. How are you? We are having a hum, and I don't know where it is from. Oh, it was from the court feed. Whew, not me. Oh my gosh, that was freaky. Okay, good to know. I have never had a static issue in my sound system. So that to me was a little disconcerting, y'all. I apologize. Good morning. Good morning. I am Ada K. I am um, trying to do something a little crazy today. I am trying to run 2 lives at the same time. Done it once before. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it again. But right now, let's see. Yes, the hum is from the court feed. Oh, whew. Okay. Thank goodness that wasn't me, y'all. Thank goodness. I was so concerned. I was about ready to say, RA, help, help, RA, help. Let's go ahead and share screen and get them on because it looks like they're getting ready to go. For those of you who do not know, Laurie Shaver is accused of unaliving her husband and burying him in a pit. Go figure. I know, y'all, right? And then we have another trial happening today, but I got to reset it. Oh, I know Google Calendar. I know. So I've got to reset it. And I apologize for the confusion, y'all. I really, really do. My apologies. How are y'all this morning? Is everybody doing well? I hope so. I hope. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, coffee. It didn't go. That's bad when your coffee machine just refuses to brew you a cup of coffee. Y'all, I had a good night's sleep last night. Finally, finally had a good sleep. Oh my gosh, y'all. That was amazing. I am so relieved that I finally got a good night's sleep. Um, I'll share with y'all something kind of vulnerable. I'll share it anyway. I'm supposedly an open book. Um, I am setting up the other live. I'm not ignoring y'all. I am, most of y'all know that I'm going to college. I started this semester again. First time around, was in college. I was 43 and I got an, took 4 years of, and it was like 98 to 100 something hours to get my degree. And it is only associates. That's the highest level that they give in this degree. Um, of God, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, for the what's the word I'm looking for? The associate degree is a deaf support specialist with a focus on interpreting. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. So I did that, and I decided, you know what? I want to go more towards the criminal side and work with disabled people in the criminal system. So I um, decided to go back to school and get a degree in criminal justice. This is my first semester back. Now, mind you, other, all of my other, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Classes and everything else. Um, hold on. Hard to type and talk at the same time. All of my other classes and courses have just been kind of like, in ASL, and a lot of stuff was not written. It was a signature type thing that we did. So for me, I'm not used to writing these like big thesis papers, if you know what I mean. And the biggest thing I wrote was a reports about a person I studied or something like that. Not analytical with arguments and all of that kind of stuff. And one of the classes I'm taking is called research um, analytics stuff. And I'm like, oh boy, y'all, this is interesting. And I have to take it. So I took it, and I got to tell you, scared me to death. Scared me. And I am struggling with the writing assignments because I'm also dyslexic. So what happened? I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. I had to redo my StreamYard for my next live, which is the Donna Adelson. She will be going live shortly in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to have 2 live up for a short time. So anyway, I had been having to write a paper a week, and I I just didn't think it was good. I was stressing, I wasn't sleeping, and I was absolutely gobsmacked when I got a text last night that said, "You need I graded your assignments. You need to go to the grade section and look at the comments. It's important." And I'm like, "Oh crap." Y'all, I'm like, "Oh crap." What do you think was gonna happen for me? I just knew because I've been really stressing over these papers. And so, hey, Miss Kevin, good morning. So I have royally been stressing over all of this. So what do you think the teacher said, Miss Kevin? So I went to IHOP last night. I know it's not the best of decisions usually, but it was what it was. Um, and I was sitting there when I found that message. I was supposed to just go back home, go straight to bed. That didn't happen. What did I do? I literally ran back to the shop. I ran back to the shop and pulled it up, and I just started sobbing. I mean, just like I don't know what it is with me lately. I'm not a crier, but lately I have been. And so with a bunch of fear and trepidation, I opened up the grade book. Yeah, it was scary. Now, the maximum grade they do everything in 20 systems. They don't do like 100. It's like total maximum 20 points for each paper, and each quiz is 20. And so I came in and I clicked on the first paper, and I called my son in here because I was crying. Outstanding start, Ada. Please keep it up until the end of our class. And I start crying. I got a 20 out of 20. Then the second paper, I was like, "Oh god, then this must be the problem paper because why would you say it's important?" He goes, "Well done, Ada. Your analytics and reasoning answer is clear and grounded and integrated with knowledge. Please keep it up." And these are both my teachers are Chinese, go figure, or Oriental. I don't know for sure what they are. And I got another 20 out of 20. I'm like, "What?" I'm sitting in a 92 in the class. So, yes, I was tears of joy. Oh my gosh, tears of joy raining down my cheeks. All right, Miss Kevin, in 10 minutes, Donna Adelson's going to come on. So I'm going to have this one just running in the background. And then I'm going to go over and go live on the Donna Adelson trial hearing, pre-trial hearing. Would you mind during that time keeping an eye out on chat for this hearing? I can take care of the other one. Oh, thanks, Miss Morales. It's scary. I don't know what they expect. I've never written an analytical paper before. I've never done any of that. I'm like, uh, uh. So I slept like a baby. I really did. I slept like a baby last night for the first time in nights. It was great. I really have been stressing over these. Seriously, royally stressing over these. I'm trying not to be boastful or prideful. I am more relieved than anything, and so now it gives me some confidence I didn't have. Let's put it that way. Oh. So I'm up and running. I'm very happy. Thank God I finally got me some sleep. Thank God. Got me some sleep. So all is right with the world with me this morning. Haley Mouse would help me sleep. Um, I've been stressing. I've had two papers, analytical papers I had to write for my uh, criminal justice class. And I've never had to do that before. And my professor, he didn't even grade it in the two until now. And I've been stressing because I have two more to write. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm doing this right. And it sucks to get this 2 weeks in and still not know if I'm on the right path or not. And I'm very dyslexic, and writing is, I can verbally tell you everything, but writing is hard for me. And I was at IHOP last night having dinner at about 10 o'clock at night. And then I got a email from my professor. I graded your assignment. Please go to the grade section and read comments. And I'm like, oh, snap. And I couldn't do that on my phone. So I run back to the office, open it up, thinking I had to rewrite both papers. And he said, congratulations, you're doing a great job. Keep it up till the end of the semester. Then he said something along the lines of good analytical papers and insight and knowledge and that kind of stuff. Good job. And I got 100% on both papers. And the other thing is grammatically, I got them 100%. Thank you. I do them in Word, so I use Word to do all the checking. Uh, Well, Haley, understand that most of these students have been in for 2 years, right, current students who've had English and all of that, and, all of their classes are in writing, no matter what they're doing. My classes when I went to school, other than English, history, science, math, government, or humanities, and those papers were simple write-ups. I mean, here's your topic, whatever. Never had to do analytics, theory, that kind of stuff. Proving your theory, all of that. And all my other classes were in ASL. I mean, sometimes we might have to do some writing, but nothing like this. Everything I've had to do has been in sign language, which is great for a dyslexic person. I just have my key points, my bullet points, and I'd stand up before the class and I'd sign everything. Well, it was hard because you're learning and you don't know all the signs for everything. But I rather stand up in front of 50,000 and sing or sign half naked or naked than it would be for me to sit here and to write a paper like this. I mean, the nerves have been unfreaking real, and I didn't know how much they were affecting me. And so, with that release and knowing that, hey, I'm on the right path, I'm doing good. Whew. But I got a quiz and a test in his class this week, and I have a test in the other class this week. It's going to be a long week. Oh, it's just a total different mindset. So please forgive me if I'm a little panicked. Oh, my nose is itchy. Mm. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing is I need to minimize this window. I need to bring this window over. Over. Oh, Sensei, you good girl. Got an itch? Sensei, lay down. My dog got an itch. Go lay down. Please. Good girl. So I'm going live. Oh, I need to share with you guys that we have the Florida versus Adelson that I'm going live on in a moment. As soon as I see Court hopping in, I'll be live over there for a short while. I'll be live over here for a short while. I have 2 lives running at the same time in a minute. With that, I'm going to let our mods kind of keep an eye, Miss Kevin, on the chat. Um, and then I'm going to hop on over and I'll be on the Adelson modding. I'll be watching both of them. Don't worry. They're side by side up here. I'm being anal here and I'm kind of okay. Got everything up and running. Yes. And how do you like my earrings? Those are shells that are painted. This is to represent, this is the fan, the woman's Native American fan that we use for fancy or, or it's a powwow. It's a big fan. Let me see. See if I can pull up a picture. Yeah, we'll use her. If I can pull her up. Oh, that's a good picture. Stop sharing screen. Present your screen. Native American. This is what this fan is. Look, let me get it where I can show you. This is a jingle dress, but see how her fan is? See? That's the fan. And they're very hard to make. And all this you see here where in the base of the fan, where the handle is the green and the face is all beaded. The barrettes and everything that you see my mouse going on is all beaded. That's all beaded. It's very pretty. It's awesome. Love it. Okay, we have cameras in court. They are finally doing some talkie-talkie. Let me get them up. They have a horrible, horrible static and hum. If you can tolerate it, I'm not sure I can. It's really bad, and it's on their end, and there's nothing I can do to fix that, guys. Nothing. Okay?
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
As it relates to this offer, I know that a lot of my arguments are going to come about why this witness should be excluded or going to deal with the fact that the information.
What happened to your mic, y'all?
Talk about is hearsay.
This is horrible.
Because I'm not going to be objecting in the middle of Mr. Wiggins' questions. I'll just argue about the admissibility of the proper statement.
Oh my gosh, this
Yes,
is
sir.
horrible.
All right, and please state your full legal name and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, KELLY JOHNSON.
Thank you. And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
Is there any way somebody can get a hold of Court TV and say, "Hey guys, your feed has a..." Oh, I might as well do that. I got a comment. Let's see if they know. Is this Court? I want to make sure I want to make sure I'm doing the right law and crime. Okay, law and crime. Okay. I just wanted to let them know, guys. Forgive me, but I just want somebody to bring it to their attention. We are still
Yes, sir.
waiting for the Donna Adelson trial hearing.
Johnson, could you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning.
Okay. And do you remember being judicially appointed on this case involving Ms. Shaver? Okay. If I can approach Judge and show her
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes, which is the order. You look at Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes. Is that the order you're looking at wherein Judge Singletary appointed you to this case?
Yes.
And in the respective order, what was your understanding your obligation was?
I was appointed to represent the child as an attorney that I
Okay. And the child's name?
Isabel Shaver.
Okay.
Ooh, this is
And
good.
having been appointed on behalf of the minor child, did you meet the minor child?
Yes, I have.
Did you discuss with her the facts or knowledge of the case with her?
As with any client, I discussed the facts of the case, the applicable laws, and possible ramifications of taking any position.
So, to discuss with Isabel, did she express to you any form or manner that she had any interest to testify in this cause?
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
I'm sorry, speak up.
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Ms. Johnson, can you pull the microphone towards you a bit? It's adjustable and speak into it to the best of your ability. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I understood your answer, Ms. Johnson. Did she express to you an interest in testifying in this cause?
As I stated, she expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Okay.
I can't discuss
The content.
anything that the child and I discuss, as it's bound by attorney-client privilege.
Right.
Yes,
Did you
it
discuss
is.
when you were meeting with her, if she were to testify, the rights, constitutional rights, that she would be waiving by testifying?
Yes,
Did you express to her any legal penalty which she could face if she were to testify and the state took action against her?
I advise her as I would any client.
Did Did you detect any infirmity with regards to Isabel if she were to testify, that she would have a problem testifying truthfully?
That's not within the scope of my representation of the child.
So did you feel that the child was being honest with you?
Again, that's not for me to determine. The scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem is to advocate for the child's what I feel is her position, if she's able to articulate that, and to advise and provide the any guidance I can in advocating for their position.
Did you detect any infirmities with the child communicating?
She didn't have any problems communicating with me.
Did you detect any issues that would raise concern for you as a guardian?
I'm not a guardian ad litem.
Well, an attorney ad litem in this case, correct?
I'm an attorney ad litem. It's a distinct and different role than a guardian ad litem.
Did you detect any fabrication?
Again, that would.
Without going into any discussions that she had with you, did you detect any fabrication?
Again, I don't believe that I would be able to express an opinion about that. That's outside the scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem.
Based on what your client had expressed to you, did you at any time meet with the office of the state attorney?
I participated in the proceedings consistently with my representation of the child.
Was that at the behest or request of your client?
In advocating for my client's position.
Okay. After that meeting, did the office of the state attorney contact you at any time to converse with you or your client after that conversation?
The
The
hat look
child
okay?
was subpoenaed to be deposed in the case.
No. Before the child was supposed, and yet after that meeting you had with the state, did the state show any interest in meeting with your client or law enforcement to investigate anything that you had revealed to the state?
I don't believe that there was any participation in the proceedings until the child was subpoenaed to provide a deposition.
And did you appear at the deposition with your client?
Yes, I did.
And was the state aware that you were representing her?
I assume that they were
Okay.
aware.
Cass, I'm sorry. Mark this as C. Ms. Johnson, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. It's on the heading. It says Supplemental Discovery Number 31, issued by the State Attorney's Office. Does this document carry your name?
Yes, it does.
Thus, you would agree the state was aware that you were representing Isabel Shaver. We move that into evidence. Judge, we move C into evidence at this time.
For purposes of the hearing, that's fine.
All right, without objection, defendant's Exhibit C will be moved into evidence as defense number 1.
And A as well as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, just for the purposes of this hearing, okay.
Yes, sir. All right, defense Exhibit A, without objection, will be moved into evidence as defense number 2. For the purposes of the proffer. And that's everyone's understanding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson, the other day, the issue arose, the state having been supplied a copy of the order by the court appointing you as the guardian, that you were not on a official witness list of the defense. You've met with the state, correct?
What do you mean by
The
me?
state at a deposition.
Yes,
You traveled to the state, you met with them, correct? To discuss your client's case.
yes,
They were aware you were involved in the case, correct?
I assume that they are aware.
Yes. They directed a pleading with your name, service on it.
They served me with the subpoena, yes.
Pardon me?
They served me with the subpoena.
They put a witness with your name on it, okay, care of you,
Yes,
okay? If called to the stand in this cause,
Thank you.
the defense would intend to limit your involvement just to the facts. Did you meet with your client? Did you advise her of her rights? Did you see any defect or deformity or issue that would preclude her from testifying truthfully? Is there any rule or anything that would prohibit you from asserting those facts before this court?
no,
Judge, we had listed formally, and I've supplied it to the state. What's now marked as Defense Exhibit B, which is Kelly Johnson's name on a formal witness list to alleviate any question of any intent to call. She's expressed what her limited purpose would be. We moved that into evidence at this stage. A copy has been sent by e-portal to the state attorney's office and hand-delivered here in open court. We don't believe that any prejudice would inure to the state if Ms. Johnson were to testify on these limited facts and would be for the purpose of conforming and confirming the competency of her client to testify in this cause.
Has that document been marked as an exhibit?
Yes, sir. And it's been moved in, it's been sent through the e-portal.
Any objection to Exhibit B being entered into evidence for the purposes of the proffer? Okay, without objection, Defense Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defenses number 3. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
morning.
So the majority of things that Mr. Wiggs was asking you about are conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And those conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver would be out-of-court statements.
Correct.
And the purpose of putting those out-of-court statements in about your conversation would be to prove exactly what happened in that conversation.
Well, it would be eliciting statements made by my client and something that I could not testify to based on the privilege and confidentiality of our communications.
So he's asking you about hearsay out-of-court statements.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't talk.
Okay, guys, I'm going to let this run. I'm going live on the Florida versus Addison pretrial hearing. They will be a simultaneous live. If you see me talking and you don't hear me, it's because I'm on the other live at the same time. Okay? I will be bouncing back and forth. Thank you guys for your understanding. And you guys want to follow both, you can pop them both up at the same time. Okay? Be
Talk
back.
about out-of-court hearsay statements. You can't talk about opinions that you've already said, correct?
I mean, I guess I could testify to that unless there was an appropriate objection made and the court ruled that that I could not make those statements. But the other prong of that is my role in representing the child in this case as an advocate and as an attorney. I'm bound by the professional conduct rule.
Absolutely. And after it actually, the Mr. Wiggs actually sought you out and asked you to participate in this case, correct?
There was a conversation about whether I would be willing to accept the appointment.
Then he requested Judge Singletary appoint you.
I believe there was a motion filed, yes.
This was not a scenario where Mr. Wiggs asked the court to appoint an attorney and Judge Singletary just said, you know what, I think Kelly Johnson would be perfect for this, correct?
I don't know that.
Have you seen the motion that Mr. Wiggs filed where he asked for you to be appointed?
I don't recall if I've seen the motion.
After you were appointed, you would agree that there was multiple conversations between yourself and me in the hallways about anytime you want to bring your client to talk to me, I'm available. Do you remember those?
Yes, we did have conversations.
But you, serving as a good defense attorney, would not allow her to speak to me until I provided a subpoena, which then gave her immunity. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So it's not that I never contacted you. You, as a competent defense attorney, wanted to protect your client and wanted to wait for that subpoena to be issued.
That, and I also needed to make sure that my client was well informed on and advised in their participation in this proceeding.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Please support. Ms. Johnson, with regard, you practice criminal law, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state just went through a litany question and stated, in essence, anything you would say would be hearsay of what your client said, correct?
The rules of evidence say, if I testify to an out-of-court statement, that's hearsay unless there's an exception to that.
Correct. As a criminal attorney, you appear in court frequently, correct?
Yes.
And at any sentencing, any and all sentencing, in fact, every sentencing, every attorney has to go through a litany with the court about the rights that they've advised their client on, correct?
Correct.
The right to remain silent, correct?
Correct.
Maximum penalties, correct? Their presumed competence and desire to enter a plea,
Yes.
the waiver of appeal, correct? There's 6 different things that go into that. Waiver of discovery and the ability to proceed at that time. You also make a representation, do you not, that you believe the client, having discussed these facts, is competent to enter the plea, correct?
Yes.
And none of those go into a discussion that you have with the client about what they said, what they did. It's just a statement of their desire to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you were called to the stand in this cause, do you have the ability to represent those rights that you'd advise the client of and the preference of the client to move forward without discussing the exact conversation, like any other criminal case?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and Ms. Johnson, you're excused from further testimony, and Ms. Johnson is to remain on standby, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Assuming you're saying that any of that is actually admissible.
I haven't ruled yet,
Right.
but knowing that I haven't ruled yet, would you like Ms. Johnson to remain on standby?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, please remain on standby. You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you. Okay, proceed with argument.
Yes. Judge, Ms. Johnson was appointed by the court recognizing there's a conflict. I can't represent her. I can't talk to her. Ms. Johnson can verify I haven't talked to her. There's been no influence. The child is aware of these constitutional rights. It's a summary proceeding, not revealing any conversations that Ms. Johnson has had with the client, just that she believes the client's competent to move forward, and that's the desire of the client. It's a perfunctory function. The state has been aware from the moment Ms. Johnson was listed in this cause as to her interest in the matter. The state's not prejudiced in any respect. If we were to call up a Richardson hearing and direct this towards a Richardson hearing, the state could point to zero facts how they've incurred any injury, damage, or prejudice in this cause by calling Ms. Johnson at this stage. So we'd ask that, she's been listed formally. The state's known who she is. They've been she's been to their office. They've spoken to her in the hall. There's no reason to exclude her, just for purposes of clarity and allowing the matter to proceed and finish the matter up in an orderly process.
Tell me exactly what you intend to elicit from Ms. Johnson.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Anybody that testifies, the court has to be satisfied, as in a criminal case, that they understand their rights, they intend to testify, they understand their obligation to testify truthfully, and intend to do so. That's really a pretty simple process. Because Ms. Johnson was appointed as the guardian in the case, we want to elicit that there's been no tampering. We haven't tried to communicate with the child, and she's been the one in charge and directing all conversations. So she would just provide that function of saying, spoken with the child. She understands her rights. She understands her responsibilities. It's her desire to move forward, understanding the potential charges that can be levied against her, and that she believes.
Dude, get on the freaking mic.
That's it. It's pretty perfunctory, to tell you the truth. If you don't have Ms. Johnson, the child can still testify. It just draws the court to have to make every little decision in that case. The state is taking the position, well, she's older now, you don't need Ms. Johnson. That's what they were advising us the other day. I think it's advisable to have Ms. Johnson just to clear up any ambiguity or issues regarding any competency with regards to the minor. If the court is not satisfied with that, we'd ask that the court have a Richardson hearing and at least have the state provide proof that they've been in some manner prejudiced by this. So we'd rest on those issues and that argument at this stage. Thank you,
All
Judge.
right, thank you, sir. State?
Your Honor, my motion made it very clear that I'm not asking Ms. Johnson to be excluded because of a clear discovery violation by Mr. Wiggs. I put that information into my motion because Mr. Wiggs made an affirmative representation to this court that he had in fact listed Kelly Johnson, and that is just not true. I'm not asking her to be excluded because she was disclosed late. So the need for a Richardson hearing and discussions of any sort of prejudice because of their late disclosure is not necessary. The reason why I am asking her to be excluded is because she can offer no testimony in this case. Everything that has been asked of her has been about out-of-court statements that would be hearsay, and he tried to elicit opinions as to this witness's veracity, which is inappropriate. And the decision as to whether or not any witness is competent is for the court. And the common law rule actually dealt with the fact that children under the age of 14 just are not competent. That has been abrogated by years of case law, and that's where the questions regarding, do you understand the difference between truth and lie? Do you understand the difference between fantasy and reality? Do you understand the concepts of making a promise, and will you be truthful in order to determine whether a witness is competent? This witness is now 16 years of age. I don't even believe that inquiry would be necessary due to her age at this point, and she could just take a standard oath. But if the court, in an abundance of caution, wanted to make those inquiries, that would be fine. She's given a child advocacy center interview, which was recorded, where she has fully established her competence and the fact that she understands the difference between truth and lie. She understands the difference between fantasy and reality. She did it again during the deposition. There's no reason to question competence, and there's no reason to have Ms. Johnson come in to give opinion testimony about her competence. And once you go through those issues, which is what Mr. Wiggs has proffered the testimony to be, we are left with nothing. And so, since we're left with nothing, that's why this witness should be excluded.
Judge, I would disagree with the state. The state's saying this is opinion testimony. at every sentencing conducted in this court or any court, the attorney has to render an opinion to the court. I believe my client's competent to enter this plea. So to say Kelly Johnson has no bearing or issue in this case is a misrepresentation to the court. But the state was advised of her, and it was court appointed. When I advised the court the other day, she had been listed. She was court appointed, of which the state had full knowledge. The reason we sought Ms. Johnson out was to create a barrier in light of the charges that the child could be facing. It's a safeguard for the court, irregardless of age. Okay? And we don't want it to appear that this child has just come in here and somebody's just throwing the child under the bus. That she does have a representative that's gone over certain things with them. But certain opinions, as the state's offered a lot of opinion testimony through the witnesses in this case, it is appropriate. It's appropriate in any sentencing, and opinion is proper at certain times.
And Ms. Johnson was appointed in March 15th, 2022, correct?
Pardon me.
So it's been a 2.5-year process.
Correct.
It wasn't as if Ms. Johnson was appointed a week ago.
No, and like I said, I'm not clear.
Well, it's not about the Richardson hearing. It's about getting to know her client and then knowing her client and being the attorney ad litem for the past 2.5 years. So in terms of Mr. Wigg's request, I'll grant the request. And for the limited purposes requested by Mr. Wiggs, Attorney Johnson's testimony will be permitted.
Your Honor, but the questions regarding his inquiries into the veracity of this witness, which Ms. Johnson refused to answer, I would ask that those questions be excluded and not be asked.
Yes, you make the objection at the appropriate time, not try to get every little ruling and pre-trial like this, Judge.
I believe Attorney Camuccio doesn't want the bell to be rung. Is that correct? Because he can't unring the bell.
And if I'm aware that there is something that would be improper to be presented to the jury, it's my job before it happens to bring it to the court's attention, which is what I am doing.
So please not inquire as to veracity or perceived veracity by Attorney Johnson.
Very well, that's fine.
All right. Is there anything further?
Yes. It has come to my attention that yesterday, after the court proceedings, that there was a time frame out in front of the courthouse where Mr. Wiggs was speaking with the media on camera with Ms. Shaver present. There was a juror that was sitting on the courthouse steps in proximity to that. I'm not saying Mr. Wiggs. I don't even know if he knew that she was there, but the issue that there was a witness present while Mr. Wiggs was obviously discussing the case. Sorry, a juror there while Mr. Wiggs was discussing the case with the media. I believe we need to address the particular juror is Mercy Langley. Langley, juror number 10. She was the juror that Mr. Wiggs had concerns about on the first day about having her head down and potentially not paying attention. She's also the same juror that during one of the bench conferences seemed to be carrying on some sort of conversation. I just believe we need to have the court bring her in, make inquiries about that issue, and then
About the issue with Mr. Wiggs giving the interview or about the conversation?
probably need to just take care of both. At this point, we have at least two red flags with this particular juror, and I think we should explore that potential third one. Just have the court inquire about those two issues, and then let her go back in the jury room. Then we can figure out if we just need to go to one of the alternates, or if Mr. Wiggs, based on the prior concerns of that juror, just wants to have her removed, still sit on this jury through the pendency of the case, but replace her with an alternate. At this point, we can do that as well.
All right. I will inquire of the juror, and we'll call the juror out individually. Are the parties ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then please call out Miss Langley if you would. Thank you. Swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right. And you're not in any sort of trouble. We just have a few questions for you. And were you sitting on the courthouse steps yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I sit out there every day at 5 o'clock because that's when my grandfather comes to pick me up.
Okay. And did you see Attorney Wiggs seated at the table next to his client outside?
Yes, I did, and I tried not to. Well, I didn't look at them. I tried to pretend that I didn't know them.
And that's fine. Did you hear him say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you see Attorney Wiggs giving an interview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any of it?
No.
Okay. And also yesterday in the jury box, there was a conversation. Were you speaking with the other jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And about what?
I don't remember.
Okay. Don't recall. Were you speaking to just one other juror or multiple jurors?
I think it was about one of the photographs because it made me uncomfortable.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Do you recall which photograph?
It was one of the sexual ones that was being shown on TV.
Okay. All right. State, any questions?
Ruh-roh.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs? All right. All right. At this point, Ms. Langley, you'll return with the other jurors and we will call you in shortly. Thank you.
I couldn't hear her. What was she talking to with the other juror?
All right. Based on that, what are the parties' preferences?
I asked the state, they raised it. They've heard the testimony.
Okay. The juror does not need to be excluded. Okay. Mr. Wiggs? Okay. So based on the stipulation of the parties, Ms. Langley will remain on the jury. All right. Thank you.
But when the jury does come in and you go through the normal, media.
Yes, sir.
Can you also give them a reminder, though, that they're not to start deliberations until everything is done, not to talk about any of the particular evidence? I'm not saying that.
And I believe I always have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Not to speak with each other or anyone else. So, all right. Anything further?
No.
All right. Please call in the jurors. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a little situation going on with the Florida versus Adelson. They have lost the feed. So what we are going to do is we're going to stick with Trout TV Live. As soon as that feed comes back up, we will be on again with that. So I'm going to put a little bit of what I call my slow dancing music for you guys. I apologize. There's nothing I can do. They are working very hard behind the scenes to fix the problem. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have a little bit of music. And y'all, when you hear the music stop, if you're not looking at the screen, no court's coming back. And I shall return in a minute. Oh, by the way, I am doing 2 lives at the same time. So if you see me talking over here, but you can't hear me, that's fine. Well, I guess I could leave y'all up until the court comes in. So but we'll leave the music. 10, 30 minutes away. Okay, so Trial TV Live is reporting that the Florida versus Adelson, whatever, trial is going to actually, or pre-trial, I'm tired. The pre-trial for Adelson will start approximately 10 a.m. Instead of us listening to everybody's little cases and rescheduling and the rest of their docket. So I will leave this up until 10 a.m. and we will be back. Thank you guys for joining us. And if y'all are waiting, Squeegee Side of Justice or anybody who else who was here, Miss Kristen, Corina, all of y'all, if you want to hop on over and watch the
All right, please be seated.
Laurie Shaver trial with us and then
I
hop
see
back,
that
that'll
all
be
the
great
members of the
too.
jury have returned.
Otherwise, I'll see you in a minute.
I have some preliminary questions for the jurors. Has anyone spoken uh, to anyone about the case? Any of the jurors, have you spoken to anyone about the case? Have you spoken to each other about the case? And everyone has answered no. And has anyone done any research regarding the case? Has anyone viewed any articles or newscasts on the media, read about it? All right, and everyone has answered no so far. Has anyone seen the attorneys or interacted with them since yesterday? All right, and everyone has answered no. And again, please do not discuss the case with each other or begin any sort of deliberating or deliberations prior to the conclusion of the case. So have you all followed those instructions? Okay. All right, any inquiries from counsel? Okay. All right, then please proceed.
State calls Jeremy Townsend.
Wow, it's been a morning. So, Miss Kevin or anybody on this particular trial, because I was over on the other side, did they permit the did they permit the young lady? Um, Miss Andriel, they have decided not to be showing all of the
Good
docket,
morning, please come up to the witness stand.
and
Please
they
be
will.
seated, make
So the
yourself
coverage will
comfortable.
come
Let
back
me
at
know when
about
you're
10
ready to
o'clock.
proceed.
Miss Andriel.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jeremy Townsend, JEREMETOWNSEND.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
What
Do you
was
solemnly
that?
swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but
Okay,
the
guys.
truth, so help you God?
I got to come back on that. That to me, I didn't get it. I'm gonna mute that just for a second so I can get this guy's name. Oh, thank you.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jeremy
Thank
Townsend,
you.
JEREMETOWNSEND.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Jeremy Townsend.
Townsend, couple of questions up front.
Nice hair, dude.
Currently have an attorney.
Yes.
Andriel, I have 2 lives going
January
right now. I have one
2022.
for Adelson and one for
Prior
Shaver.
to retaining an attorney, had you spoken with law enforcement
Yes.
about the matters of this case?
Yes.
Get on the microphone, dude.
Had you spoken with them multiple times prior to retaining an attorney?
Yes.
And why did you retain an attorney in this matter?
When my name came out as part of this case, my wife and I felt that we would retain an attorney to help us through the process, help us understand the legal side of this.
But you were willing to talk to law enforcement on multiple occasions before ever doing so.
Yes,
And you responded to
Mm.
all requests.
yes,
I'm sorry, it's an old comment. Forgive me, love.
And first of all, what branch?
United States Army.
When did you serve?
Forgive me, love.
Served from 1998 to 2003.
And why did you leave the military?
I was shot 3 times in Afghanistan and was almost killed. Was medical retired out.
And the
Thank you for your service and
picture
praise God
has
you're alive.
photographs that have been shared between yourself and the shaver already. Some of them
Probably toxic.
Where were you shot?
Through both my legs, and one right through my side.
Now, do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
This is triggering him.
I met her at one of the public parks,
And about when did you first meet?
September 2015.
And what were you doing at the park?
I had my son there.
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been?
Not a whole lot out
16
and about with
years.
Diane.
How old was your child at that time?
First real witness in the case. We had another
about
one, but this is
5.
And
the affair guy, I think.
what was the kind of home-work relationship? Like work that you worked at this time frame? What was going on there?
My wife works. I'm retired out of the military.
And when you met Miss Shaver at the park, did she have any of her children there?
She had her son.
And did you all?
Why is he looking that way?
Did you chat with her? Did you start some sort of relationship? What kind of developed from there?
She approached me and asked if it was okay if her son played with my son.
Do you see her at the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's wearing a black shirt with white
Which seat is she sitting
next to Mr. Wiggs.
in? And when you would communicate with her, would she call you Jeremy or would she call you something else?
Jay.
After that first time you met her at the park, did you see her again?
Yes,
And was that also at the park or was that at another location?
it was at the park.
At some point, did you all exchange phone numbers?
Yes,
And when approximately was that?
about the 3rd time I met her.
Did you all exchange text messages and phone calls?
Text messages.
After starting to text back and forth, at some point did a physical relationship begin?
Yes, yes.
About when did that happen?
First week of December 2015.
How often would you see her?
1 to 3 times a week.
And when would these visits occur?
It would occur during her lunch break.
Did
Which
you
was-
work at home?
Yes,
And when you would go during the lunch break, were her kids there?
no,
Where was your son when you would go over to the house?
in school.
Did you ever go over to her residence and spend the night during this time frame?
No,
During any point in your relationship, did you spend the night over at her house?
no,
And we've discussed the fact that you were married at that time. Is it fair to say your wife did not know about these occurrences?
Objection, Judge. It's opinion, testimony, speculating about his wife's understanding and factual state of mind.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
Sorry, did you have knowledge of it? Did you know whether your wife knew or not?
My wife did not know.
You definitely didn't tell her.
No.
All right, overruled. Please move on.
Had you stayed out overnight and spent time away when your wife was around, that would raise suspicions. Is that fair?
Correct.
Sustained.
Were you trying to avoid raising your wife's suspicions?
Yes.
Did she tell you about her marital status?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
That she was going through a divorce.
Did she tell you her husband's name?
Michael Shaver.
Did she tell you where he was?
She said that he had left with a friend in a vehicle.
Okay. And when did that happen in relation to when you started this physical relationship with her?
When she told me that Michael had moved out, that was November 2015.
And so the time frame that you started going to the house was after that.
It was the first week of December.
During the course of the affair, would you exchange text messages, phone calls, and photographs?
Yes.
And during this time frame, what was the status of your marriage?
My wife and I were not in a good place. We were kind of going back and forth if we were going to stay or get a divorce.
Was there ever a time that Laurie Shaver expressed to you that she wanted you to leave your wife to be with her?
Yes.
Good
And
morning, Case
was that
One.
No.
Did there ever come a time in February of 2016 where Laurie Shaver was upset with you about your status with your wife and your refusal to leave the marriage?
Yes.
And during that time frame, were there text messages about that?
Yes.
Yep.
Showing
Case
you
one.
it's previously been marked for identification, showing defense, states QQ.
Case One. He was also shot 3 times in Afghanistan, and he's a war veteran. He's married, on disability. Shot in each leg and once in the side. Poor guy. And he got real triggered when they started talking about that. I could see his whole body language change. I don't think they should be asking him about if they know he's gone through that kind of a horrible experience. I don't think they should have. They should ask him about it. They can just say, "Hey, military, yes, retired, yes, that's it." In my humble opinion, which is worth much. Just saying. It is none of our business what his injuries were. It's like asking a disabled person to clarify what their disability is. Under the law, unless you're certain entities, you don't have a right to ask me what my disabilities are. I'm just saying. My poor pupper's over there snoring. Toxic. Apparently, by the photos I've seen prior, during this time period, she was skinnier, a lot prettier. For those of y'all who are joining us with the Florida versus Adelson pretrial hearing, they have delayed it. They had an open feed in the courtroom. Good morning, Ronnie. And they were going through a bunch of what I call quick docket of other cases, and they decided to stop the feed and only show when Adelson gets into the courtroom. They're estimating that to be about 10 o'clock their time, which is 9 o'clock my time. So we'll be back as soon as they are. I don't think it's fair to show the entire docket if that's not something you currently already do, like in Judge Boyd's courtroom. So they stopped the feed, and I guess to give privacy to those who did not wish to be on an international feed. So they'll be back when they have her in the courtroom. I am currently also on my other live. It's cool. I'm doing 2 lives at once. Um, Florida versus Laurie Shaver. And we have Jeremy Townsend, I guess, had an affair with the defendant, is testifying. So we'll be right back over with Adelson as soon as she's in the courtroom. Okay, guys, let's get going. Then we can kind of skim. Ooh, that's a long break.
17.
This time the states remove states accused. Previously marked as states QQ, which is an excerpt from Facebook records already in evidence from Michael Shaver. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And first of all, how do you recognize those text messages?
Laurie sent those to me.
And does it include communications?
Welcome, Karina.
and
Good
her back
morning.
and forth?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Good morning,
this time the
Ronnie.
states remove states QQ into evidence as states.
45, I believe.
Same objection, Jack.
Same okay, objection is overruled. States QQ will be entered in evidence of states number 45.
Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and refer to the exhibit that you have there. First of all, there's a couple phone numbers on here. On that first page where it says receiver 352-431-01419, whose number was that?
I don't recognize it.
Okay. Well, what about 352-613-4100?
That's mine.
Okay. And these are all text messages. You recognize the
Okay,
messages, but
Swan.
the content as being between you and Ms. Shaver.
Yes.
Okay. And the first message that I want to draw your attention to is on the first page, February 25th, 2016. Was that a message from Laurie Shaver to you?
Yes.
And up top there in the white, this is one at 10:17 p.m. What was the content of her message to you?
Why did you lie to me?
Okay.
That one?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and read the whole thing.
Why did you lie to me about Saturday night?
And then moving on to the next page, 10:03:48 p.m., still February 23rd, 2016. What was the content of the message you received from Ms. Shaver there?
No wonder why you shaved your beard.
Okay. And what about the first message, the 10:03:48 on the bottom?
The neighbors.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, neighbors my
You can go ahead and say it.
neighbors my ass.
And
when she's talking about neighbors my ass and no wonder why you shaved your beard, what is she referring to there?
I had shaved my beard completely off. I had a little smaller beard, kind of like yours, and shaved it all off. And she was saying that her neighbors could vouch for the affair.
Okay. Going on to the next page at 10:08:45 p.m. On the bottom in the gray, what is the message that she sends to you there?
Nice wedding ring. Thought you didn't wear that anymore.
What is she referring to there?
I had my wedding ring I had put back on. Had a picture with my wife. It was posted on Facebook.
And did this cause arguments between you and Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And that was in late February of 2016.
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you learn that your wife found out about the affair?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
My wife contacted me April 12th, 2016. She had received flowers.
And then did that expose the relationship between yourself and Laurie Shaver to her?
Not at first, because she asked me who Mike was.
Okay.
And I did not know who a Mike was. Once she checked her Facebook and seen the messages from Mike, it started to come out.
And that was when?
April 2016.
At any point when you were over at the Shaver residence, was Michael Shaver there?
No.
At any point did you arrive on a scene where Michael Shaver had been shot?
Say what?
At any point did you arrive at the Shaver residence or any other place where Michael Shaver had been shot?
No.
At any point were you involved
Adelson is live again?
with Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point did you shoot or injure Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point were you involved with disposing of the body of Michael Shaver?
No.
And after
Adelson is live again if you
what
want to
happened
hop
with your
over there.
relationship with Laurie?
I cut it off.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the original part of your testimony, Mr. Townsend. You represented, you had tension with the wife and you broke up with
I
her.
didn't break up.
Well, you weren't seeing her, right? You were just sleeping with her,
With who?
your wife.
Booty call.
Say it again?
You were still living in your marital residence, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier y'all were having problems, the two of you, correct?
Yes.
So you guys are having problems and you're cheating on your wife, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time you said, but I don't want to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you stated that you go over to Laurie's about 1 to 3 times a week, correct?
Correct.
And what time would that be?
11 to 12.
Okay. Never any earlier, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you went over there more than 1 or 3 times a week, correct?
No.
In fact, you got Laurie pregnant, did you not?
No.
You stated that you never spent the night there, correct?
Correct.
So If anybody were to testify they saw you spending the night there, you know where that may be coming from? Somebody look like you know?
I would not know who would say I'd stayed the night there because I never
Okay.
stayed the night there.
You ever represent to Laurie, you'd protect her from Michael? That you were a
Ooh,
military guy and had special training?
he went there.
Not in
Oh my
that sense,
God.
no.
That you were in black ops?
No.
Okay.
They're accusing him.
Your
Oh
position,
my God.
we've heard on your direct examination that you met her in September of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever made a statement inconsistent with that?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that you're aware of, okay? I'm going to show you your deposition, page 5, beginning on line 11 through 12. I want you to read that to yourself.
What line?
11 through 12.
Live. Proud TV Live, thank you for the captioning. I greatly appreciate it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Hang on. It just goes on to say how I met her.
Now, I asked you, have you made a statement inconsistent with that September of 2015 date? In fact, on line 11, you state, I met her in the park. I don't know when. I mean, it was a long time ago. Correct? That was your statement earlier in time.
What do you
correct?
mean, Andrew? Because of what I
Correct.
was
Now,
saying.
we're at trial years later, and you've got it pinpointed to a particular month and year, correct?
I don't have to pinpoint it.
You did. On your direct examination, you said September of 2015, correct?
As I went back,
Sir, did you not say on direct examination September 2015?
correct.
Did you not? Earlier, you're telling me I don't remember when. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you went to the house, spent Christmas with the Shavers, did you not?
No.
Oh,
If
yeah.
anybody were to take the stand and say otherwise, do you have any idea why they may be mistaken about that fact?
I was there before Christmas, but I did not go there and spend Christmas with the
Okay.
Shavers.
Well, how long were you before Christmas?
I was there the first 2 weeks. Kids got out of school for Christmas break, and I was home with my family.
Okay. So how long did you spend during that time period around Christmas with the Shavers?
The first 2 weeks of December 2015.
Ever go shopping with the Shavers?
He said
No.
that.
Since Laurie, since you went back to your wife, excuse me,
I didn't leave my wife.
well, you were over there with Miss Shaver having an affair, were you not?
Correct.
I wouldn't say that's gainfully spending time with your wife, is it? Sir?
No.
And when you went back to your wife, is it not a fact you continued to follow Laurie?
No.
Never met her in a store?
No.
Never pulled up to her next to the light?
No.
Never drove by her house?
No.
Okay. So you testified you were in the military, I think, between 2000 or 1999 through 2003, correct?
1998.
98, okay. And 2003, correct?
Correct.
And you suffered this injury,
Mhm.
correct? Have you worked at all since then? Nursery?
I did work.
Okay. And you're receiving government aid and assistance, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell the government about that? You're working?
Objection, Your
I-
Honor.
Relevance? Did
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
you tell the government about that?
I didn't have a retirement at that time when I first got out.
Okay. So when you got retirement later, then you became more ill or something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you working today?
No.
He's struggling with PTSD right now, y'all. I can see it.
I'd asked you earlier if you were in special ops or a sniper, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
When you're a sniper,
Do you ever
who's
represent
Mount
anybody
Wiggs?
that you were?
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Let me show you your deposition. Page 8, line 25.
Lawyer's doing his job. We don't like it, but he is doing his job. Yeah, the one who helped was the new husband, guys, not this guy.
My question again, did you ever make a representation to anybody that you were in special ops? Reading your deposition, does that refresh you?
It states that I didn't
Sir,
present
can I ask you
myself.
that question? Does that refresh your recollection?
Actually, Your Honor, he was trying to answer the question.
No, I asked him if that refreshed his
Please
recollection.
re-ask the question and please answer directly.
You read your answer, correct?
Correct. It
My
says I
question to
don't.
you is just this. Did that refresh your recollection whether or not you ever made that representation?
And I stated it says I didn't.
You represented, no, I said, no, question, no, I said to anybody, that I don't know. That I don't know, correct?
Can I
So
just
were you going around telling
Excuse me,
people,
Your Honor.
uh,
Your Honor, the attorney cannot testify. Why is there not an objection to this? He can hand the document to Jeremy, Townsend, and he can read it back to the court. But the lawyer, I don't think, from what I understand, lawyers are not supposed to read that stuff into evidence themselves. Why is there not an objection?
Mr. Townsend, you've been special ops?
I was not saying I was special ops.
Did you ever tell Laurie again that you'd protect her from Michael?
No.
Mama B, I'm deaf as a board. I've got closed captioning to open up on both windows.
You had discussed with Laurie about getting a divorce, correct?
I said me and my wife were in a bad spot and we had talked about a divorce.
Now, Laurie wouldn't be satisfied with that explanation, would she? She'd want a little more from you than that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had to broach this topic, make some representation that you guys were going to be an item in some fashion, correct?
No.
Okay. Did Laurie was content with you saying, well, I'm going to stay with the wife. I'm just over here having some fun?
The agreement in the beginning was
Sir, is that what the relationship was?
Your Honor, please don't let him answer his question.
No, not the question when I'm asking it.
Can we approach?
Come on up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Y'all, this is interesting on both cases. Wow. I really feel sorry for the gentleman. This is not good for a military vet to be going through. He probably should go seek his contact and counseling, I guess.
Mr. Townsend, you were describing the relationship you had with Laurie. You're having this affair with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about this relationship. What your understanding was with Laurie Shaver.
They're supposed to be friends with benefits, no strings attached.
Friends with benefits. Okay.
Dude, get off of it. We're getting it on. Okay? The end of the discussion. Doesn't mean that I
And yet
ended
you're
the
still
life of.
contemplating a divorce at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was a discussion.
A discussion about what?
Now, your position is you had no knowledge of Michael
Oh,
Shaver being shot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you weren't in the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, you knew the Shaver children, correct?
I didn't know them like on a personal basis. I knew she had children. I only seen them a handful
okay.
of times.
I'm going to show this
Okay.
because there's been
A
some
handful of
interest.
times. You're there 2-3 times a week, okay?
The kids were in school.
Now,
I've had
you're
some
there at
interest,
their
so I'll show
Christmas
it.
break, correct?
The kids were not there. They're in school.
Okay, during their Christmas break.
I wasn't
This
there
is my
during
setup,
Christmas
y'all.
break.
So I have, you see my mouse? This is the Shaver trial video feed. This is the Adelson video feed. Here's the Shaver trial StreamYard. Here's the Adelson StreamYard. Shaver comments, Adelson comments. I will be doing that. Yes. Good idea. But that is my setup. Here's my iPad Pro,
When was Michael shot?
Rodecaster,
I don't know that.
my ATEM,
Did you ever
another
make a
iPad,
statement
cell phone
indicating
over
to the
while I was taking the
contrary?
picture and streamed it. Okay, we'll get back to the
I'm going to
hearing.
show you your deposition again, sir.
I know what I told you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Page 16, I want you to read line 3 through 7 to yourself.
Yeah.
Finished?
Huh?
Okay. Your position was, I have no evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael. So now you're saying, I don't know when he was shot, but I know I wasn't around there during that time frame.
Correct.
What?
So you're saying, I don't know when this man shot, but you can't pin it on me.
But if you read farther, I said that
Is that what you just said?
Your Honor, objection. We're trying to answer the question.
No, you can rehabilitate your own witness.
All right, and Mr. Wiggs is correct. So please answer the question directly. And that's it. Once the question's asked, answer it directly and then move on. Thank you.
Right? So you don't know when he was killed, but you're saying you can't pin it on me. I was nowhere around without knowledge when he was killed. Correct, sir? That's what you stated in your deposition.
no, it's not.
I just read it to you. You just read it yourself,
But like I said, if you read farther,
sir. That's what you said, right?
Your Honor, can we approach with the transcript?
Sidebar, please.
Yes. Sidebar. Y'all. Okay, guys, I'm going to back that up for a second because I missed it. Okay, so they're going to call him.
Did the state advise you of a date that Michael Shaver was shot?
No.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Townsend, did you get a tattoo in 2016?
No, I did not.
Do you have any tattoos at all?
I do.
Okay, would you describe them?
It's an Indian dress chief with a compass and a map,
Anything else?
roses.
You ever roses? Tell me about that one.
The roses are in the tattoo.
Okay, what's the full tattoo?
I just described it.
Pardon me, speak up.
I just described it.
You said it's roses in a tattoo. What's the full tattoo?
Don't be such a rude ass.
It's an Indian chief with a map and a compass.
Okay. Did you see Miss Shaver at the store in 2016? Approach her to show her your new tattoo.
No.
Okay. You never did that, correct? Okay. One moment, please.
You are a jerk. You know that, dude?
Mr. Townsend, your family own any property in Silver Springs area?
No.
Okay. Do you have parents in Ocala?
No.
Okay. You have any parents in the state of Florida?
Yes, I do.
Where do they reside?
Crystal River.
Crystal River.
Kristen,
okay.
would you like to
They
be a
own
mod?
land?
I need more.
That their house is on.
Yeah. How much land?
5 acres.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Getting back to the, whether or not you made a prior inconsistent statement about knowing when Michael Shaver was killed, let me show you your deposition transcript. And can you just go ahead and
Judge, that's improper.
Sustained, please ask the question. If the question isn't asked properly, then you can approach the witness with the deposition. Please inquire.
did you, in that deposition, tell Mr. Wiggs repeatedly that you do not know when Michael Shaver was killed?
Correct.
And that statement that Mr. Wiggs was reading about, I have evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael Shaver, did you say at least 4 times after that you did not know when he was shot?
Correct.
As far as September, your memory about when you first met Ms. Shaver at deposition, you said you didn't remember, and today you said that you first met her in the park in September of 2015. So what happened in between the deposition and today that helped with your memory?
Went back through all the old text messages to refresh my memory because this is 9 going on almost 10 years ago. I don't remember everything I did during that period of time. So to refresh myself, if I was asked that question, I would know how to answer it. So I went back through all the old text messages and figured out when I seen Miss Shaver.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs? Thank you. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for testifying today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir. Please call your next witness.
The state recalls Detective Jared Strickland.
right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set? Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
One moment. Got my monitor off. All right, Detective, can you just reintroduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good morning.
Did y'all
Local
get
Jared
this guy's
Strickland,
name?
Public
I
Sheriff's
didn't.
Office.
All right, now going
You did.
back.
Please type it. Thank you. I'll be right back.
About the Facebook records that you analyzed.
Sure.
And just as a quick reminder, how many different IP addresses were shared with the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account over that 2-year period that you analyzed?
There were 13 IP addresses between the two.
And looking at Laurie Shaver's Facebook records first, shortly after Mike Shaver's disappearance in November of 2015, was there record activity showing Laurie Shaver basically returning on to Facebook or becoming active on Facebook again?
Yes, there was.
And specifically, what indicated that when you
There was a photo of her that was posted, a selfie that she took of herself. And the comments that were on that photo were essentially saying things like, "Welcome back. It's been a while. Happy to see you back."
The state is showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification of states RR. Witness states RR. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
This is a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver.
Is that the one that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And was that taken from the actual Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
This time the state who states RR in evidence in states 46.
Any object on 90.401 and the objections as raised in our motion to exclude digital data.
All right. Objections overruled. States RR will be entered into evidence as states number 46.
Go ahead and publish. What was the date of this selfie post and the comments about the back?
November 11th, 2015.
Now, on November 11th, 2015, did she make another post?
Yes, she did.
And what type of post was that?
It was a status update, so it was just basically words that she typed.
State is showing defense was previously been marked against states exhibit SS for identification. Showing the witness states SS. Is this the status that you referred to?
Yes, it is.
And is that taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
The state would move states 40 SS in evidence in states 47.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. State's SS will be admitted into evidence as state's number 47.
Go ahead. And can you go ahead and read that status?
Of course. Sending a huge thank you for those who've served our country, my dad, grandfathers, and to my brave, loving man. Can't get any braver than those men and women. So much respect.
And as the course of the investigation, was there ever any indication that her husband, Michael Shaver, was in the military?
No.
Was there ever any indication that her boyfriend at this time, Jeremy Townsend, was in the military?
Yes.
And what is the significance of November 11, 2015?
It's Veterans Day.
Over the next couple of months, did she post anything
Thank
on
you,
Facebook
Anne. I
regarding
appreciate it.
her
I have 2
workouts
live
or
feeds in
physical
my
activity?
ears at the
Yes, you
same
did.
time, so it was hard to catch that. Thank you.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states
Good morning, Anne.
UU and VV.
Hey, Kristen.
Showing
Hey, Kristen.
witness states TT for identification. You recognize that post, TT
Yep.
specifically.
Yeah.
What is that post?
It's a photo of Laurie Shaver on it looks like a weight bench.
And it was that from her Facebook records that were previously entered into evidence.
Yes, it was.
And states UU, what is that?
Also a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver in a vehicle wearing workout clothes.
And does it reference in the content of that going to having something to do with workout without reading what it is?
Yes, it does.
And what about states VV?
It's a photo of a workout machine in a barn or a shed.
Now, are all 3 of those from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that we've been talking about and are previously in evidence?
Yes, it was.
At this time, Your Honor, the state removed states TT, evidence is 48, UU into evidence is 49, and VV into evidence is states 50.
Any objection? Objections are overruled. As to the 3 exhibits, states TT will be entered into evidence as states number 48. States UU will be entered into evidence as states number 49. And states VV will be entered into evidence as states number 50.
Very quickly, before we move on to publishing those photos, I do want to go back to the activity from November 11th, 2015. Based on review of the IP logs, was there any other activity other than posting photos or status updates associated with that date?
Yes.
And what was that?
Michael Shaver's activity also, I believe.
Was there anything on Laurie Shaver's IP logs and that is already in evidence that refers to her changing her Facebook profile name?
Yes, her name was changed.
And I'm showing a page from the IP summary. Can you just step down and indicate to the jury where that is and tell them what page number that is on this from the summary?
So again, same as yesterday, month, date, IP address, activity on the Shaver account, activity on the, Mike Shaver account, Laurie Shaver account. On November 11th, 2015, the action on Laurie Shaver's account shows a name change.
And thank you very much. That was from you. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm going ahead and publishing states 47, previously marked as TT. Is this the workout picture that you referenced?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and read the post associated with that?
Slowly getting back into the weights and was happy to see these muscles come back alive today. Smile through the pain.
Go ahead. 49, what was the status posted there?
Mentally preparing myself for leg day with the most awesome personal trainer. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit scared. It's a love-hate relationship. She makes me swear, LOL, and I don't do that often.
What date was that posted?
January 2nd, 2016.
And finally, the cable machine, when was that?
May 14th, 2016.
Also contained in the Laurie Shaver Facebook records was their photographs and other posts associated with her engagement to Travis Philbrook.
Yes.
Was there also photographs associated with the ceremony that occurred on December 31st, 2016 between herself
Oh,
and Mr.
please
Philbrook?
say
Yeah.
Showing
no.
the fence what has been previously been marked as
Hey,
states
Swan.
SSS for identification. What it states SSS, you recognize that post.
Yes, I do.
And is that post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes,
Yes, it
we
is.
love our
At
mods.
this time, the state moves states SSS into evidence. It states number 51.
No objection, Judge.
Right, objections overruled. States SSS will be entered into evidence as states number 51.
Go ahead and publish. And first of all, can you read the date that this was posted?
August 12th, 2016.
And was there any sort of message that was associated with these photographs that were posted?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
God has gifted us with a great blessing, that of bringing us together. We are excited to now publicly announce we are engaged. We have appreciated all the love and excitement from our close friends and family. We are so blessed. I'm going to be a filmer.
And what date was that?
That was August 12th, 2016.
Were there also posts associated with the installation
I'd laugh my ever loving
of the
butt off
fire
if that
pit
was the case.
and ultimate cement slab?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously been marked as states WW, show to the fence. You recognize that post and series of photographs.
Yes, I do.
And were those taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Or at this time, the states moves states WW into evidence, it states 52.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. States WW will be admitted into evidence as states number 52.
Go ahead and publish the photos. First of all, can you say the date that this was posted?
March 24th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
Newest project. Built this fire pit today. Cut a portion of the fence for straight access from back porch, and now just need to pour in concrete, put in a new gate, and figure out seating. Going to be a great summer.
Now, go ahead and look at the final photo in there. Do you recognize the children in that?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Those are Mike and Laurie Shaver's children.
Thank you very much. She referenced pouring a concrete slab or their later posts on her Facebook profile about purchasing some concrete.
Yes, there was.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states XX, show defense. You recognize this post from states XX.
Yes, I do.
Is that related to the purchase of concrete from Laurie Shaver's Facebook profile already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves states XX into evidence at states 53.
Any objection?
Same objection.
All right, sir. Objections overruled. States XX will be admitted into evidence as states number 53.
Go ahead and publish what date is this posted?
April 28th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
It was originally a photo of bags of cement in the back of a truck.
Did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
There are comments, yes.
What did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
Yes.
Or what did she say?
Somebody asked what it was. She said cement. It's going in the area around the fire pit I built, going to make a seating area. Somebody else asked, how on earth would you mix and pour that? Don't you need a huge machine? Good luck. Can't wait to see. Laurie Shaver, filmer, posted, nope, a wheelbarrow will do, and you mix with mussels, LMAO.
In the course of your investigation, did you also find evidence of a subsequent purchase of more concrete?
Yes.
Showing the defense what has been previously marked as states YY. At this time, the state moves states YY into evidence as with the appropriate business record certification and no intent to rely on such as states 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states YY will be admitted into evidence as states number 54.
Direct your attention well, first of all, what is states 54?
These are records that we obtained from Lowe's.
And is there a receipt showing the purchase of concrete by Laurie Shaver within those records?
Yes, there is.
And actually, can you step down and bring that with you if that'll help? First of all, can you indicate here on the receipt where it shows that this is connected with Laurie Shaver?
That's the customer name, Laurie L. Shaver, in the top left.
Okay. And does it have a date that this transaction occurred?
It does.
And what is that?
September 12th, 2016.
Right. And can you indicate on the receipt the conference?
Sure. 42 bags of 80-pound crack-resistant concrete.
Thank you very much. Have a seat. Shortly after, associated with your search for records about purchase of concrete, did you also look into whether or not any cement-related equipment had been rented by either Laurie Shaver or Travis Filmer from any of the other home improvement stores?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any evidence?
I did.
What was that?
There was a concrete mixer that was rented from Home Depot by Travis Filmer.
That is already in evidence. Is there, after that cement mixer rental and this cement purchase, was there photos on Facebook correlating with the cement slab around this time?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been previously been marked for identification as states ZZ. Showing the witness states ZZ. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a post from Laurie Shaver's Facebook that we've been talking about already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states ZZ into evidence as states 55.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State ZZ will be entered into evidence as states number 55.
Publish. All right, first of all, what is the date of the series of photographs for this post?
September 19th, 2016.
And the second photograph here, what is being depicted in the photo itself?
The fire pit is visible behind the young girl.
And that ultimately is the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body.
That's correct.
All right, I want to move on to some discussion of the records from Michael Shaver's Facebook account again. Now this photo showing the installation of the cement slab, again, I just want to be clear, what date was that?
September 19th, 2016.
Did you find activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook after September 19th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense. Sorry. Showing the witness was already in evidence. States Exhibit 11. Publish. What is States Exhibit 11?
It's a photo of Mike Shaver.
And specifically, is this a photo from Michael Shaver's Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
And the what type of photo, what would Facebook categorize this photo as?
This was a profile picture.
What's a profile picture?
So with Facebook, you can post a photo that you want people to see whenever they either search for your name on Facebook or go to your profile. It's the photo that's front and center that people would see whenever they visit your page.
And when was this particular photo posted onto the Mike Shaver Facebook account?
March 8th, 2017.
So about 6 months after that post about the cement slab.
Yes.
Were there other profile pictures posted on Michael Shaver's Facebook profile after the cement slab was poured in September 2016?
Yes, there were.
I'm showing you what was identified as X. Entered into evidence in states 12. Publish. When was that profile picture uploaded onto Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
January 2nd, 2018.
And when you viewed this picture, did it seem unusual to you?
It did.
And why was that?
It does not depict Michael Shaver anywhere in it.
So did you do any research into this photograph?
I did.
And what did you do? What did you utilize in order to research this photograph?
Sure. So I used what's called a reverse image search.
What is that?
So anybody can do it. You can save an image to your computer, in this case, this image, and you go to Google and click on a little icon that looks like either a camera or a photo, and you can put that photo in to Google search, and Google will search all of the internet to see if that photo has ever been posted anywhere else.
And did you find indications of when and where this photo was posted?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
This photo was posted on a Bloody Mary Mix company's Instagram page called, I believe it was Redneck Sportsman's Juice.
Now, the Facebook also have something referred to as a cover photo.
Yes, it does.
What is a cover photo?
Similar to a profile photo, the cover photo is like a large banner that's on top of somebody's Facebook profile page. It gives you more area that you can put stuff. Sometimes it can be words, it can basically be anything that you want it to be, but it's just a larger photo that can be posted on your profile page.
I'm showing the fence which has been previously marked as states BBB for identification. You recognize states BBB.
Yes, I do.
Is that a cover photo taken from the Michael Shaver Facebook profile that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states BBB into evidence as states number
56.
56.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. And that's V as in Victor.
BBB.
Bravo. Okay. All right. Objections overruled. States BBB will be entered into evidence as states number 56.
Publish. What date was this cover photo published? Or published on the video?
November 14th, 2017.
So almost 2 years from his disappearance.
That's correct.
And can you step down? Did you look at the IP log history associated with Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook in and around the time that this was posted?
Sure.
All right, and what activity in and around the date and time of this cover photo posted appeared on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
On November 14th, 2017, the IP addresses are the same. Mike Shaver's account was a login activity that was done at 15:58 for data time. Laurie Shaver's account on the same day at 15:59 universal coordinated time, and it was also a login.
So within 2 minutes of each other.
That's correct.
Yeah, stay there. Prior to Michael Shaver's disappearance, what was the general content of his Facebook posts?
Mike Shaver's Facebook activity was primarily focused on airplanes.
Did he post pictures of himself, his friends, airplanes, things related to that?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you, have you ever had reference to something called a meme?
Yes.
And what is a meme?
A meme is typically an image. It has words that have been transposed on top of an image. It's usually designed to be either witty or funny. It can be any picture that anybody wants to take, and they usually become viral and start floating around the internet.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November 2015, did Michael Shaver's Facebook show a lot of meme posts?
Only one that I can recall.
And after his disappearance in November of 2015, did that change?
It did.
I'm showing that's what has been previously marked as states CCC for identification. Showing the witness states CCC for identification. What is that?
The meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
And that's basically one page from the 3,000 pages that's already in evidence.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves states CCC into evidence at states 57.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State CCC will be entered into evidence as states number 57.
Go ahead and publish. first of all, what was the date of this post?
January 5th, 2016.
And what is the content of the meme itself? What did it say?
Don't take a good woman for granted. Someday, someone will come along and appreciate what you didn't.
Now, did you look at the Facebook activity as far as the IP logs associated with Michael Shaver's Facebook and Laurie Shaver's Facebook for that day?
Yes, I did.
And does that appear on the summary page 9?
Yes, it does.
All right. And what was the activity related to this post on Michael Shaver's Facebook compared to Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
Mike Shaver's account uploaded a photo. Laurie Shaver's account uploaded a photo.
And what were the times of those?
Mike Shaver's was at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. Laurie's was at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
But sharing the same IP address.
Correct.
State is showing defense what has been previously been marked as states DDD. Showing witness states DDD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
Also a meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
Is that from the same Facebook records that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
State moves states DDD into evidence at stage 58.
Any objection? Right, objections overruled. States DDD will be admitted into evidence as states number 58.
Publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 18th, 2016.
And can you go ahead and just read the content of the meme itself?
Some people need to mind their own business. Hashtag get a life.
Now, was there activity on the same IP address from Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook accounts on that day?
Yes, there was.
And can you go ahead and tell the jury, first of all, when the activity was on Michael Shaver's account?
Sure. January 18th, 2016, 3:35 Universal Coordinated Time. The photo was uploaded. January 18th, 2016, 15:21 Universal Coordinated Time. Photo was uploaded to Laurie Shaver's.
Very much. Now, switching back to Laurie Shaver's Facebook. What was the general, what types of things would be posted on Laurie Shaver's account?
She would publish photos and also memes.
Based on the sheer volume of the records, it's fair to say she that that account was posted to much more frequently.
That's correct.
And the large number of pictures of herself, family, kids, things of that nature.
Yes,
But did she also post memes quite often?
she did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states EEE, showing to the defense first. Showing witness states EEE. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that a post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states 58 into evidence at states 59.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, so states E over defense's objection, states EEE will be entered into evidence as states number 59.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 8th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post itself?
The photo says sometimes you just have to turn around, give a little smile, throw the match, and burn that bridge.
Now, going down further on that same page, is there a reference to the next post?
There is.
And what is the reference to the next post that appears on that page?
Awesome day getting dirty.
What date and time was that posted?
January 8th, 2016 at 0018 Universal Coordinated Time.
And on the following page of the Facebook records, is there a photograph that's associated with that post?
Yes, there is.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states FFF for identification. You recognize states FFF for identification.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
A photo of Laurie Shaver with mud on her shirt.
And is that the next page in the Facebook records that we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states FFF into evidence as states 60.
Any objection? Objection is overruled. States FFF will be admitted into evidence as states number 60.
Go ahead and publish. Now, during your review of the Facebook records of Michael Shaver, specifically referring to the photographs that were sent through Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, did you find evidence of photographs contained within there associated with this photo?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states GGG for identification. Showing witness states GGG. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And where were those photographs from?
These were from, I believe these were from Laurie's Facebook. Or were these from Michael's Facebook in the images?
Are those from Michael Shaver's Facebook? The images sent to Vanessa Townsend.
They are the images that were sent from Nelson County.
All right, this time the state move states GGG into evidence at states 61.
Same objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. States GGG will be entered into evidence as states number 61.
I'll go ahead and publish. So the photographs on the left and right are from the photos sent to Vanessa Townsend, and the photo in the middle is the picture from Laurie Shaver's Facebook profile.
That's correct.
Returning to Michael Shaver's Facebook, as you were going through, other than that photo from the bar, were there other photos? Was there another photo that drew some suspicion from?
Yes, there was.
And I'm showing defense what has been previously been marked as states III. Showing witness states III. Is that the photo that you found suspicious from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states III into evidence at states number 62.
Any objection, Mr. Wiggs?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States III will be admitted into evidence as states number 62.
Go ahead and publish. Is that the photo that we were referring to on the left-hand side?
Yes, it is.
And first of all, why was that suspicious to you?
It, like some of the others, also did not depict Michael Shaver.
And when you had your suspicions, what did you do to look into it?
A reverse Google image search.
And using the same process that you talked about from the bar photograph?
That's correct.
And what did you learn when you did that?
This photo is not original. It's been shared on the internet numerous times.
And when was this posted?
This post was July 25th, 2016.
And was there any other related information that you got from Facebook associated with this post?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
This photo was uploaded along with a check-in location.
What is a check-in location?
So Facebook gives users the ability to let people know where they are. Whenever they go to the app, they can check in and basically tell people that they are at a specific location.
Now, do you actually have to physically be at that location in order to do a Facebook check?
You do not.
And was there information on the IP logs associated with this photograph and the summary?
Yes, there was.
And can you indicate, first of all, are referring to pages 53 and 54 of that summary?
July 25th, there's the IP address along with another IP address that was also used in the same time frame. Mike Shaver's account was a login, and then also an action photo upload.
And was there activity on Laurie Shaver's Facebook utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, there was a password change.
And what is the time, first of all, the time of the Michael Shaver Facebook profile associated with this check-in in the middle of Lake Okeechobee?
Sure. Mike Shaver's account was on 7/25/2016 at 13:10 Universal Coordinated Time. The password change on Laurie's account was the same date at 13:04 Universal Coordinated Time.
So within 6 minutes, both of these accounts are utilizing the same IP address.
That's correct.
It's 11:15. I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break at this time. Okay. We're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
All righty then. So we are having, I take it, a comfort break? Oh, y'all, it's interesting listening to 2 trials at one time. So how's everybody doing this morning? Oh, Ann, what do you think about all this mess? Can y'all hear me? Because I can't. Ooh, right now in the Adelson case, they're talking about the AT&T records. So this is quite interesting, y'all, getting to do 2 lives at one time. It's a little bit of a bounce back and forth, but it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. How many boy toys did she have? I've lost count. I really have. How many has she professed to and how many has she not? Second cup of coffee this morning, y'all. Oh my gosh. I can't even do my beading right now. I got too much going on. Too much going on. I think the hat's a little low for y'all to see my there we go. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We've had a wonderful response from the um, interpreting the debate in ASL. I was so blessed by that whole event. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Y'all were awesome. If you know anybody who's deaf or struggles with hearing, we had captioning and we had ASL interpreters. Although captioning was always is a hit and miss. They can be not very accurate. But we have almost 300 views. So for first time, that is awesome. Awesome, awesome. Seems like other women's men, yes. And wasn't she with a man and a woman at one point? Wasn't there a, marital what do they call it when there's 3 of you and you're 2 of them are married? There's a specific term. I'm looking at our live numbers because I am why is that one not monetizable? Interesting. Yesterday's Laurie Shaver can't be monetized. Okay. You never know. So, the plan is that we're gonna finish with this trial. Hopefully, it'll be done before Adelson will take over. Um, yeah, lifetime mistresses. I will be out of pocket. I just wanna say this while I'm thinking about it. Next Thursday, I will not be in live. I will have a live, but I won't be in live. My grandma would have made a comment about a town bike if she heard about yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. That is so funny. The life and times of a mistress. I'm like, "Come on now, woman. You gotta leave some for the rest of us. You can't take them all." Just saying. "You ain't woman enough to take my man." That's a funny one. "You ain't woman enough to take my man." Was that Tammy Wynette that did that one? Or was it Loretta Lynn? I can't remember, y'all. I'm not good at that. I have a girlfriend that can remember every actor in every freaking movie. Um, she could remember the songs I'm not that way. Certain actors I'll remember, but not every Loretta Lynn, I thought so. You got yeah, I met Loretta Lynn's granddaughter that passed away. Oh, that hurt, that was too hot. Last year, last summer, my daughter and I took a 3-week tour of Tennessee, and, we didn't know it, but the day that we were literally and I kid you guys not, this is so true. We were literally about 5 miles away from Tina Turner's museum in Tennessee, and so my daughter looked it up and called them to see if they were open, and nobody answered, and we thought it was strange. About another 20 minutes later, we get down the road and only to find out ooh, that blew the hair. Only to find out she just died. So, we hadn't planned on it. It wasn't on our agenda, but I saw the sign for Loretta Lynn, and I went, "Oh." We gotta go there. Gotta go to it. I met Loretta Lynn when I was a teenager in '85, I think. 85, 86, whatever year that Dollywood opened up. And, my family, we were in Tennessee doing a vacay. And we were at the Grand Ole Opry. Met a lot of good famous people. And, I didn't get my perfume on today. And, it was pretty awesome. But then so we went to Loretta Lynn's home, and oh my god, y'all, it is so gorgeous out there. Her home is stuck in the '70s, late '70s or early '80s, and, maybe even part of it in the '60s, but it was such a country pumpkin home in a good way, glam country, meaning the home wasn't super huge, the kitchen wasn't all in the time of the late '60s and early '70s, she had the best of best. Now it would be antiquated, but it was so awesome. We didn't get to go upstairs because that's still the family still stays there, so that was off limits. But, I was wearing my cowboy hat that was all beaded, and, one of the young ladies that worked in the actual, gift shop is related, so I'm told, and she paid me right then and there. And I said, "You give me the hat," 'cause I didn't wanna have to buy it, I wanna make sure it fit her, "and I'll beat it for 200 plus the cost." And she slapped down that money so fast, and I beaded it, and I sent it to her, and she was real happy. If you don't know, I bead hats, cowboy hats, baseball caps.
Are the parties ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
I almost cut the live off by accidentally hitting a button. I need a pillow, but it's driving me crazy. This is what I do. This is all hand beaded. And the back looks like I did a little something different in the back. And then I bead the feather quill. Y'all, if you've never tried to bead a feather fill in the band, it is difficult. So anyway, I was wearing this hat. Hey, actually, that looks good with my braids. I was wearing my hat like this and had the double braid. But it looks good today. And yeah, she flopped down the money, and I normally would have charged like 500 plus the beads and the cost of the hat and or more. But,
All right, please be seated.
I didn't
I
this
see that
these
all of the
particular
members of the
beads
jury
are
have returned.
highly
Please
expensive.
proceed.
Put that on pause. These are the more expensive beads. They're perfectly cut, so they lay perfectly. They're not the ones that you buy from the thrift stores that are the same in whole size, but outside is not always the same. Okay, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I was talking about my cowboy hat on the other live, that's so I'm just gonna let you know we're gonna get back to yours. I apologize. Just wanna let you know I'm not cray cray. Okay, guys, they're live again.
Through Michael Shaver's Facebook profile and focusing on the messages and screenshots of text messages sent from Michael Shaver's Facebook to Vanessa Townsend. Did you find screen captures of text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver where they appeared to be in some sort of argument?
Yes, I did.
And going to go ahead and publish, go ahead and step down again. What was the time frame of these text messages?
February 23rd, 2016.
And taking that information, did you then look at the messages sent from the Michael Shaver Facebook account? The first message that was sent to Vanessa Townsend, basically indicating that the person with that account wanted to speak with Vanessa.
Yes.
Going ahead and pulling up that portion of the records, when was that attempt to reach out to Vanessa done?
February 25th, 2016.
Going to go ahead and get away from Facebook now. We're going to move to financial records. Did you get, we talked about getting the records for Laurie Shaver's bank accounts and checking accounts. Did you also obtain the information for Michael Shaver's bank accounts?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been previously marked.
I'm sorry, I had somebody at the door. I was just explaining to those lovely people about how I went on the other live, how I went to Loretta Lynn's ranch. She, of course, this last year, so she went
All right,
live.
this time the stamp moves
And
to
one of her family members working in the country
country
store fell in love with my hat, and she popped down the money, and I made it and mailed it to her when I got home. I had to make it. So anyway, I was just we were talking about the hat. Didn't want y'all to think I was leaving you out. Should I leave the hat on? Yes or no?
Authentication, as we say.
All right, the objections are overruled. Stage JJJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 63.
Robin,
Now,
I'd
what
use
time frame
J'adore.
records were obtained?
That is my perfume of choice. J'adore. Yeah, leave the hat. I guess I could leave the hat today. It's a pretty hat.
Summer.
Had a lady in
Until March 2016.
I had a lady in Nashville offer me $1,000, and her husband said nope. They could afford it. He just said she had to give up 3 hats for this one, and he wasn't going to let her do it. She had a hat collection that took a closet.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November of 2015, what kind of activity appeared on his financial records, his bank records?
What I refer to as financial transactions indicative of normal everyday life.
What do you mean by that?
Physical locations in stores, retail establishments, restaurants, consistent paychecks, paying utilities and bills.
And the time frame that we have published here on pages 69 and 71 of the bank records, what time frame are we talking about?
October 28th, 2015 through December 24th, 2015. Correct.
Now, after his
Thank you, Robin.
time frame,
I have worn this for years.
from work in November 10th of 2015, what types of transactions appear on those records?
The transactions the purchases at least are no longer consistent with in-store purchases.
What types of transactions do we have?
Purchases online as well as ATM withdrawals.
And
Look
the
what I had.
ATM withdrawals
Loretta Lynn.
indicate where those were from.
You do
And where were they?
Claremont and Disney,
Okay, so nothing from Georgia?
nothing from Georgia.
And
I didn't even realize I was drinking from the
in
Loretta
other
Lynn cup.
investigations, have you been able to go through and try to get video from ATMs?
I had no idea I
and
was
things
drinking
of
from the
that?
Loretta Lynn cup. I
Do
hadn't
they
noticed.
retain that video forever?
They do not.
So when this case came to our attention, had video from ATMs expired due to the 3 years that it had been before the body was even discovered.
Yes, ATM video is typically only held between 30 and 90 days.
And the online purchases, what were those?
There were 2 online purchases to Wish.com.
What is that?
Wish.com it's a kind of an alternative to Amazon, another online e-commerce retailer.
Are they a little more difficult to deal with than Amazon?
They are.
All right. And what was the other online deal?
The other online purchases were for Walmart.com.
Are there any deposits associated with this?
There is.
And what was that?
On December 14th, there was an ATM check deposit at the Citrus Tower Boulevard, assuming Chase in Claremont, for $2,539.
And that amount, is that consistent with other financial records that were obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was that?
We received a copy of this check from Mariner Finance, payable to Michael Shaver for $2,539.
And is that the same check that is referenced there in states 29?
Yes, it is.
Did you do, after that check was deposited, what were the next transactions? And just go ahead and read the dates and what they were and the amounts.
The check was deposited on December 14th. On posting date December 14th, there was a $100 withdrawal in Disney. On December 14th, there was a $200 cash withdrawal from the Citrus Tower in Claremont. On December 18th, there was another ATM withdrawal for $500, also from Citrus Tower Boulevard in Claremont. On December 21st, there was a withdrawal in Groveland for $400. On December 21st, an ATM withdrawal for $500 from Citrus Tower. And then on December 23rd, another ATM withdrawal from Citrus Tower for $500.
Now, moving on to page 71, is this the page that references the transaction with Walmart.com?
Yes, it is.
And can you go ahead and just point to it and say the date and what that transaction was?
December 23rd, card purchase. The transaction date that's listed in the description of the transaction is the 22nd, Walmart.com, $397.16.
And did you do research into, with Walmart, into the source of, or basically what was purchased and where that was sent?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as states, well, showing defense was previously marked as states LLL for identification. Showing the witness states LLL for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
Or at this time, the state moves states LLL in as a business record.
I missed what they said.
Notes
Sorry,
of
guys.
intent to rely on business record certification along with the valid business record affidavit.
Any objection?
Judge, same objection. Standing.
Objections overruled. States LLL will be admitted into evidence. States number 64.
Now, included with
All right,
that exhibit,
so
do you have is there the printout?
we are
from Walmart
done.
Along with the disc.
Yes, there is.
Y'all, please, you may go and join us at the other trial if you wish. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. Correct, here's the link to the other trial. Just click on it and join us. We'll have fun over there.
Yes, it is.
It'll be a little easier now that I don't have two
Yes, sir.
lives going at once. But it was a success. I've never, second time doing this, so
Go ahead and use the.
I'm happy with it. Y'all be blessed. Have a great afternoon. We will see you guys when she is in trial. And until then, y'all have a blessed day. Hope to see you on my live with the Laurie Shaver trial. Not bad, y'all. Like I said, I'm getting there. Have a great day. Be blessed.
Now, there's two documents on this CD. I'll pull up first one first.
Okay, guys, we have people who are going to come over and join us. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We are in the middle of watching the Florida versus Laurie Shaver trial.
While this is pulling up, you go ahead and go into the bank records, the areas with the Walmart transaction. So as we go on here, what information is contained in this first page of records?
This is the order summary for the Walmart purchase that was made.
And first of all, who is showing from the Walmart records as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
And where does it show that this purchase was delivered? Is that on this page?
Right here, as well as right here.
And up here at the bottom, what is indicated here as far as the actual purchase itself?
These are the purchase amounts, as well as the date and time.
And is the purchase amount located on the bottom here consistent with what was from the Mike Shaver Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
I mean, sorry, not Facebook records, the bank records. And that also indicates the how it was paid,
Yes,
and is that associated with his credit card?
correct.
Going on to the
Thanks for
other
popping
pages,
over. We
include
appreciate
billing
you.
information, other things associated with the Walmart.com transactions.
Yes, it is.
And once again, who is shown as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
This include information about other purchases.
These are the items that were purchased.
And what was the types of items that were purchased?
From looking at them with the close proximity to Christmas, I believe that they were Christmas gifts.
Looking at Michael Shaver's bank records, was there any activity whatsoever past December 15th, 2015?
No, there was not.
Rather state there's no further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Mr. Strickland, or Officer Strickland, all the data that you introduced, all that's been discussed so far, does any of it mention a homicide?
I will repeat what I said yesterday. When
That's a yes or a no. Does it mention a homicide?
the word homicide is not appear in those records.
Correct. Okay. Does any of the records that you've introduced, do they discuss aiding and assisting somebody from being detected?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Do they mention anything about preventing somebody? from
Always a
being
Walmart.
not as you quoted.
detected? Okay. Now, you've spoken about.
Walmart got
financial
paid for every time their
Show
name was mentioned on
photographs of
TV
what
live
you
or in a
would buy.
courtroom live. They'd make a lot more money.
With what?
blood on a shirt or so.
Yes.
Did you go through the financial records, for instance, and link that up for any particular purpose?
Which part?
Well, the mud on the shirt.
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the mud represent?
The mud was the day that her and Jeremy went to Revolution Off-Road on State Road 33 in Groveland.
Did you suggest that to the jury? Direct examination?
There were purchases made.
Did you suggest that on direct examination?
That wasn't asked.
Right, that wasn't asked. Okay. That, in fact, was not any implication that she had dug a grave or buried Michael Shaver, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you talked about or you showed images of Laurie working out. Okay. Any of the Facebook data that you look at indicate her being involved with Beachbody sales?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Any of it indicate, did you look through each and every document indicating why she may be working out?
Seems like she enjoyed it.
Yeah. A lot of people like to work out.
Sure.
Right? Doesn't suggest necessarily they're planning a homicide, does it?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sure. Does it necessarily imply somebody's planning a murder?
no, it does not.
Okay. You talked about this Facebook account being accessed and that Facebook account and it being Laurie and Michael's, correct?
Yes,
Okay. More than one person could have accessed that account, correct?
sure,
More than Laurie Shaver, correct?
sure.
If anybody was in the house, Jeremy Townsend, he testified he would be in the house. He may have been able to access those accounts, correct?
Theoretically,
And there's been no link up testimony between the IP, the physical residence, and any device, correct?
incorrect.
Okay. Didn't you testify yesterday that these IP addresses expire over time? Was that your testimony?
Not that they expire every time. No, my testimony yesterday was that those records were only held by CenturyLink for a rolling 12 months.
And that there's no preservation of the IP address after a period of time,
Not for CenturyLink.
correct? Facebook, do they internally keep the IP addresses
They do.
in perpetuity?
They do.
Okay. Do any of the records that you've spoken about show causation of a homicide?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Or, I'm not asking you to repeat what you said yesterday. Do any of them show and reveal causation of a homicide?
define causation.
The manner of.
Those records did not know.
You mentioned about banking records. Laurie Shaver's not on trial for bank fraud or any such charge like that, is she?
No, she's not.
You mentioned memes that were posted, correct?
I did.
And one was introduced and it said, I think something like, sometimes you have to burn the house down and move on.
The
Correct?
bridge.
Correct. Okay, and move on. Okay. That's an expression, correct?
It is.
Did you find any bridge burnt down or anything like that that was relevant?
An actual literal bridge, sir? No, sir, I did not.
And these memes that you've testified to or have been presented are just standard phraseology, correct? This isn't a personal thing somebody's created necessarily.
Well, they can be.
Do you know who created these?
I do not. I didn't look into that.
Okay, you do these searches where you can look at photos and see if they're posted anywhere else.
Sure.
Do you know if Laurie Shaver created that meme, any single meme?
I do not.
Correct. And going back to all the records that you've spoken about that have been just ushered into evidence at this stage, you're unable to account for any specific number of images to say, this definitely came from Laurie, this came from this person, this came from this person, correct?
I don't believe so.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Redirect.
When you're referencing Facebook maintaining
Thanks,
IP
Robert.
records in
Oh my
perpetuity,
gosh.
is that how you were able to get the information
You.
from Facebook and create where that summary was created from?
That's where those records came from. I have no idea what their retention period is.
And then, so for at least the period of time that you asked for, they were able to give you the IP addresses associated with all of those posts.
Yes, they were.
And now CenturyLink and who would be the one that might know or would know
Aliens did it.
the physical address was attached to those different IP addresses. They have nothing to do with Facebook and vice versa. They're
That's-
separate entities.
That is correct.
Nothing further to it.
Just on this IP issue, just for clarity, Facebook may hold the IP, but that IP is not linkable to a physical address over time.
Objection.
Not with the Facebook.
Pardon me?
Overruled. You may answer.
Not with the Facebook records.
Correct.
Nothing further to it.
All
Okay.
right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes.
He's subject to recall, but he can step down.
Ah,
All right,
dang.
sir. You may step down from the witness stand.
He's like,
If you're subject to
no.
recall, please be available. Thank you, sir. Okay. And your next witness.
All right, at this time, the state of Florida rested its case against Laurie Shaver.
Florida rest.
Deputy, please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Woo-hoo. State rest. I don't know about the state resting right now. I don't know how much they proved. The state has rested. I rest my case. I don't know. I don't know how much they proved. Truly, I don't. I need to do a document thing. Maybe, let me see. Today is what, Thursday? I have a test tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I can do it tonight. Let's see how I feel. I may go live tonight because we've got a lot of documents to go over, y'all. Thanks to Toxic Orchid
We
and
had
As the Gavel
discussed
Drops.
Previously, circumstantial evidence and any criminal case, how it could be used and the boundaries of it. We had cited to the court previously Smith versus Carlisle. That decision is cited at 378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 5th DCA decision quoting extensive language on
Yes, I forgot. Now that we have
history
one
of
live, we can
second
definitely do that.
inferences. What I announced for the court previously is the history of stacking inferences started with Knight. It was further represented in Sims and Law and numerous other cases. And back in earlier era, that when those cases were effective, the law declared that the state could not rely on stacking inferences of guilt to try to reach an ultimate decision on the state's behalf. Later in Carlisle, Smith versus Carlisle,
You're welcome.
that
It did no longer
decision
serve a
did
purpose. I
away
forgot.
with
Thank
that
you.
same principle. And it stated that stacking inferences was permissible at this day and age. But what it did is it cited, it went back to an earlier principle, which is the Volcker decision, and that's cited at 70 Southern 2nd 403. And that is a Supreme Court of Florida decision, 1954. And what Smith stated was, citing from Volcker, which recited the criminal principle at that stage. It states that
This
stacking
is
one
true.
inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning circumstantial evidence. And the court went on to say, well, what the criminal rule is. And it says, only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory, then you may stack inferences upon another. I've repeatedly approached the bench, to the annoyance of probably everybody, observing and within the court, to preserve this issue for an appeal, and declared that there's no basic inference that the state has at any time stated in this courtroom that they're going to try to declare all the other inferences dependent and stackable, so to speak. So I've raised that and preserved it through this trial. At no time has the state announced any primary basic inference not subject to reasonable dispute. Without that basic inference, then stacking inferences becomes impermissible under the law. And the Volcker decision supports that principle. That would be one of the grounds for exclusion. Second, without stacking, with impermissible stacking, the state has never established causation. They have established that there's a dead body. They haven't established that Laurie Shaver is responsible.
Sure,
for
what's the
dead
poll?
body.
Did she
They
do it?
allege
Sorry, I was
that
reading some
we
new
have a
documents
body
that I
and there's
received
been
through
some form of a
as the gavel
cover-up.
drops.
Now, the state again relies on circumstantial evidence and
No,
trying to
Andrea,
stack inferences
not.
without a primary inference to
It's a
rely
hearsay
on
motion.
to declare that the crime was committed and it has to be associated with Laurie Shaver to the exclusion of the rest of the world. We know there's been inconsistent testimony on that point. There's been acknowledgement by the state's own witnesses that devices can be hacked. They can be accessed by other people within a remote vicinity or within the access of the router. And it doesn't exclusively declare that Laurie Shaver thus is reliable for any homicide. The next thing the state attempted to do was to say, here's a body on a ground in a grave, and yet there's no evidence in any form or manner that ties to Laurie Shaver. So the only thing they're doing is trying to use a bunch of unsupportable inferences from the digital data, which isn't linkable. It doesn't make any mention of a death, a homicide, or a cover-up, to say simply you could have a motive and you may have committed the crime.
Poll is started.
That's insufficient evidence under the law. But we know as well, when we look at the physical scene, be it the gravesite, there's no DNA, there's no signature of a crime, there's no prints, there's no forensic data or evidence of any kind. We know there's no connective link between the grave and the home site. There's nothing found within the home site that suggests Laurie Shaver transported the body, committed the homicide, or responsible in any manner whatsoever. So the state has failed to establish circumstantially and forensically that Laurie Shaver is responsible for the crime. We've moved judge for a judgment of acquittal based on those grounds, state that the state is not supported, the state has not supplied a case with competent substantial evidence for the matter to proceed forward to a jury. And on those bases, we'd ask that request.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, Mr. Wiggs
Yeah, we'll see how he decides on this,
misinterpreting
y'all.
the case he's citing as far as Smith v. Carlisle. Once again, this is a civil case. Smith v. Carlisle states specifically, as it refers to the prior Volcker decision that Mr. Wiggs also is relying on, and this whole stacking one inference upon another, which Mr. Wiggs's argument relies. In the Smith case, it specifically says the standard of review in entirely circumstantial criminal cases has now been
Alita,
discarded
will you
by
look
the
and see if
Supreme
that
Court,
poll is
which
okay?
accurately described the rule as confusing and an outlier in federal and state courts. See Bush v. State 295 Southern 3rd. It goes on to say in Bush, the court upheld a death sentence based entirely on circumstantial evidence, and goes on to describe how the Florida Supreme Court is going away from from the previous decisions in Knight and the other cases of which Mr. Wiggs's argument relies on. It says, and the Supreme Court in Bush relied on the United States Supreme Court rationale in Holland v. United States in order to come to that conclusion. This is a quote from the Supreme Court's decision in Holland. Circumstantial evidence is extrinsically no different from testimonial evidence. Admittedly, circumstantial evidence may in some cases point to a wholly incorrect result, yet this is equally true of testimonial evidence. In both instances, a jury is asked to weigh the chances that the evidence correctly points to guilt against the possibility of inaccuracy or ambiguous inference. In both, the jury must use its experience with people and events in weighing the probabilities. If the jury is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, we can require no more. The Smith v. Carlisle case talks about how the court eliminated the special instruction regarding the circumstantial evidence case. And the Smith v. Carlisle case concludes by saying that it would hold also to defy reason to hold that a person can be sentenced to the ultimate penalty under the law of death based solely on circumstantial evidence that does not exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence, but a plaintiff cannot survive a motion for summary judgment in a civil case based on circumstantial evidence alone. It goes on to basically say that this current civil standard makes no sense in light of the Florida Supreme Court's criminal standard in Bush, but says that for it to be ultimately resolved in a civil context, the Florida Supreme Court will have to weigh in on whether or not Volcker still stands in a civil setting. Smith v. Carlisle and Volcker have absolutely nothing to do with this court's analysis whatsoever, and the Smith case says that. What matters is what the Florida Supreme Court said in Bush v. State 295 Southern 3rd 179 in May of 2020, where it said because this special standard, and this is talking about the overcoming all reasonable hypothesis of innocence, because this special standard is unwarranted, confusing, and out of sync with both the jury instructions currently used in this state and the approach to appellate review used by the vast majority of the courts in this country, we discontinue its use. The Bush case, and I do have copies of Bush as well as Smith v. Carlisle, for your honor. Can I approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up. Thank you.
Quotes the same United States Supreme Court decision in Holland, which supports that there needs to be no special review by the judge in circumstantial evidence cases to determine whether or not all reasonable hypotheses of innocence have been overcome. This stacking inferences upon another is not the standard whatsoever. We have presented, despite Mr. Wiggs's assertions, we have absolutely shown evidence of causation. The cause and manner of death was established as gunshot wound, and the fact that the manner of death was homicide. The circumstantial evidence in this case shows that Ms. Shaver was the only person with the means, motive, opportunity to carry this out. She is the fact that the body was buried in her backyard shows that this was, as Detective Tamara Dale stated, not some robbery on I-4. The various evidence presented through bank records, Facebook records, phone records has established that Ms. Shaver has actively prevented the discovery of this body for years. Posed as Michael Shaver, used his bank accounts, used his phone, changed his phone number in order to try to manipulate Vanessa Townsend, changed that phone number again to a phone number associated with her. She's had access to his Facebook, access to his phone, access to his bank, actively covered up his death, lied about it to friends, family members, and law enforcement. She has a firearm that is consistent with all class characteristics and as caliber as the projectile found in the skull. The state has presented more than enough evidence for this to go to the jury.
Okay, anything further? Yes, sir.
No, Judge, opposing counsel has this wrong. He miscites the Bush case. The case I cited, Smith versus Carlisle, is subsequent to Bush. It talks about Bush and what it was, and it talks about that Volker was a civil case, but it had indulged the analysis from a criminal perspective. And that's the very language it says. Stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test. So here's the new test. Because Bush did away with stacking inferences, it goes back to the former test, which is Volker. And it says, only if, referring to the criminal standard, they say, only if the prior or basic inference is established, there's no been basic inference established here at this trial, to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Okay, that's what it says. So counsel can say, well, that's a civil case, but it's quoting a criminal standard all through it. I submit these cases to the court.
All right, please approach.
The state takes a posture that somebody buried in a yard must have been the closest body to it, must have killed the person. Okay, we know Jeremy Townsend was at the residence from his own testimony. There's no such standard by proximity equals knowledge, equals homicide. There's no case that's going to be supportive of the theory that the state would advance here today. Likewise, all the physical evidence, each and every piece of it, does not implicate Laurie Shaver. I submitted to the court a proposed jury instruction. That decision was Bowen. And I submitted to your offer to the state as well. And it says knowledge of a crime, even if you know a crime's committed, doesn't mean you have to report the crime. The state takes a different posture here at this motion hearing and states that due to the fact she didn't report it, due to the fact that she covered it up and may have misrepresented it, she must be the person that committed the crime. Well, that's contrary to the laws I've supplied to this court in the Bowen decision. And the state can't contradict that. The state can't contradict the fact that there's no forensic evidence, no ballistics, nothing to paint the picture that only Laurie Shaver committed this crime to the exclusion of the rest of the world. A reasonable doubt exists in a multitude of different fashions, as has arisen in this case, and it is not sufficient on these facts to submit the matter to the jury. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right, when viewed in a light most favorable to the state, the evidence does establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count and the information. The motion is respectfully denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, we knew
Thank
that
you.
was happening.
All right, and
Yeah, we knew that was going to
Mr.
happen.
Wiggs, does your client intend to testify?
I don't know at this stage, but shortly. Okay.
Okay,
Um,
and how many witnesses do you intend to call?
well, we would have fingerprint.
Yes, sir.
Judge, let me count. He knew this was coming. Why did he not have an answer? This is no surprise, no catch. Yo, you know what? I got to get used to wearing my hat. I don't get to wear it. I'm always too afraid to wear it. I think I'm going to wear it more often. Oh, y'all, I've relaxed down. I've been stressing so much over my homework and stuff, and now I'm kind of relaxed down. And now I just kind of want to go. I need to figure out when. Maybe on our members only live, we'll go through all these documents. I don't know, but I want everyone to be able to do it. So if you want to join our members only live, you need to be a member. Our memberships start at 99 cents, go up to $1.99, $4.99, and $9.99. Our members only live starts at the $4.99 level. So please, if you're interested, join us. We have a good time. Last time I played the Bean Boozled, where I had to eat those beans, and one could be like coconut, the other one was soured milk. That was fun. I took a hit for some of my mods. I know, right, Andrielle? I've only seen one too, and that was the Baldwin trial. Are you counting the Baldwin trial? Yeah, that was interesting. There's still some drama going on in the Baldwin trial. I want to thank Robin Frost for your kind gift. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you so much. We are going to hear a word from
All
our
right, Ms.
sponsor.
Filmer, formerly Ms. Shaver, are you satisfied with the services that your attorney has rendered so far? Okay. Is there anything else that you would like your attorney to do in his representation of you?
Get me out of here.
Just into the microphone, if you could, a little louder so we can, please turn it so it faces you. Thank you.
No, I'm satisfied up to this point, yes.
Okay. Are there any other witnesses that you would like your attorney to call other than what you plan to call this afternoon, other than who you plan to call this afternoon?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Are there any other concerns that you would like to voice at this point?
They may
And
rest
you are
today.
completely
it sounds
satisfied
like.
with the services that Mr. Wiggs has rendered thus far. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And
I don't think I've heard that
we'll call the jurors back in
at this
and
point
let
in
them know
time.
that we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. We'll ask them to return at 1 p.m. All right. Is that agreeable with everyone? Okay. Please call the jurors back in.
Okay, guys, real quick while they're doing that. We want to thank As the Gavel Drops for supporting us and being a sponsor and providing us with a lot of the documentation that we have. We do get it from other sources. We do have research mods. However, the go-to place to find them is always As the Gavel Drops. If you love reading court document and diving into trials, they are currently approximately having about 500 trials. I think they're covering at this time. So if you want a mod, they would love to have you as a mod. So join me in thanking As the Gavel Drops for your sponsorship and go over to their Discord channel and join them. It's free.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And thank you for your time and patience today. It is now 11:45. We're going to break for lunch. So it asks that you all return to the jury assembly room by 1 p.m. Okay, all right. Well, have a good lunch and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, so that puts us at 1 o'clock their time, 12 o'clock our time. Yeah, look it up and let me know. I do need to make a quick call. I shall return.
All right, is there anything further before we break for lunch?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, please return at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank y'all very much. I'm sorry. I have an adult child who was not feeling very well, so I needed to check in on him because right now I'm alone in the shop, so I can't leave. So thank y'all for your patience. He will. We suffer from migraines in this family, and my lips don't look that great. Especially with this time of year, we struggle with the weather changes. It triggers them a lot. Or very, I can't say that. Anyway, climate changes affect us. So that is awesome that they rested. I was really, really stressing. They said they had prosecution in this case said they had like 17 more witnesses. And after yesterday, when they had that witness that stayed on the stand forever, thanks to the extremely long, painful cross that happened at the time, I was concerned they would not get done today, and they did by lunch. Woohoo! So we will be um, going with the defense side of things. So is the daughter going to get on the stand and testify for her mother? I believe that she very well may. It concerns me if she does. Oh, he is. He says his head's getting better, so he'll try and drive in. He just took some medicine and he didn't want to drive on that medicine. Okay. Looks like it's just the color of my hair. Looks like my braid is missing a braid. Like I didn't braid it right here, but it's just the color of the hair. So anyway, so this is going to be an interesting a little interesting defense. I am not sure, y'all. I'm not sure if I'm on the jury, I can get to guilty yet. Let's look at the poll. We have, why can't I see it? 86% said yes, she is guilty. 7 said not guilty. 7 not sure. Barometric. Thank you. That's the dyslexia. It's just sometimes hard. Changes. Yeah, my son has some more seizures. He would. Yep, exactly. So you guys are awesome. Miss Christian, did you wish to be a YouTube mod? Will you say yes or no? So if so, I can add you. We'd love to have you as a mod. We are needing more mods. Um, just for the comments, not to do all the back stuff yet. We just need help with just people being on when I'm on. We had a lot of people out all at the same time in the last 3 weeks, and it's been a little bit lonely up in the house. Um, but we have had other news going on. I'm trying to see if I want. We had another incident happen, but it was not at a school. Thank goodness. I'm looking things up. Patient. Oh my gosh. Who is this character? I gotta show y'all this. Who on God's green earth is this character? I have not seen this character. Someone help me, please. Who in the heck is he? Robert E. Cooper was charged in 21 counts of first, huh, 48 counts of attempted and 48 counts of aggressive battery, firearm open. Oh, this one. He appeared in the wheelchair for charge of a plea hearing before pled guilty for 55, including 7 counts of first-degree murder, 1 per person unalive, 48 counts of aggravated battery with a firearm for each injured and a part of a negotiation guilty. He remained silent, stared at the judge, while his two attorneys leaned to speak to him privately. The judge called a recess, allowing Primo, Primo and his attorneys to confer in private. When the hearing resumed, the judge asked if he wanted to process with the plea arrangement, which he responded to no. Oh my gosh. As a result, tentatively scheduled trial for February 25th of 25. We should follow this one. Charged him from the mass unaliving on Independence Day parade in Highland Park. Yep, a wealthy Chicago suburb just after 10 a.m. Crimo, armed with a high-powered lead shooter similar to the uh, AR-15, uh, expelled over 70 rounds from the rooftop into the crowd, unaliving 7 and injuring dozens. 83 spent shell casings. Oh, what? At the time, he was 21, disguised himself as a woman in woman's clothing, used makeup to cover his tats to hide his identity. Investigators say he fled the rooftop, blending in with the crowd before being apprehended after a brief car chase in nearby Lake Cross. Sorry. Criminal later confessed to carrying out the attack, stating in court that he emptied two 30-round magazines and reloaded the third to continue firing. Oh, Lord. 5 people over the age of 60 had passed away. Here are the ages and the names of the victims. Um, yeah, I think we're going to follow this one. I'm share it with myself so I can uh, dive into it. OMG, y'all. OMG. I am floored. What's y'all thoughts on this one? I'm thinking about following this. I'll have to dive in some more. But this may be one that we follow. Send it to myself. Okay, that's done. Wow, look at this dude, y'all. Is that how he was dressed at the parade? Uh, yeah. Okay. We're gonna they're gonna go live shortly. We'll just use this during our lunchtime. It's just a motion. Um, I'll have to start. Hey, Kristen, can you give me a yes or no to the question? That is scary looking. Would you like to be a mod here? It's okay to say no. It's okay to say yes. You can do both. Yes, you can say yes, or we will respect you if you say no. Okay. Oh, sure. All right. I'm adding you as a mod, as a standard mod right now. There we go. You are now a mod. Congratulations. Welcome to the family, my dear. It'll take a minute to kick in. You are amazing. Welcome, welcome to the family. Thank you for catching the things you've caught. I appreciate it. Like I said, I've only been doing this for 4 months, y'all. We are going into our 4 months. Hello, it's Brit. How is you doing? Um, We have a 15-minute wait for this, so we'll do that. Um, but I need to add this case to Discord. I'll do that later. We have our own Discord. Yay! And y'all are welcome to come join it. What's this over here? No, I don't want this. Let's close that out. Yeah, I need to go have lunch too. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take a 10-minute, grab me some leftovers, and I shall be back. I appreciate y'all's understanding. Let me put that up. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to just pop it up. And we shall return. I do need to take a comfort break. I really like that comfort break. So I'm going to take a comfort break and I shall return. Y'all, let's have a good afternoon. Okay? All right. See you in a minute. Guys, I okay, there's a sweet lady who has a kind of a boutique kind of country boutique place that's in the same little strip center. There's one, two, three, four, five, six businesses in this little strip center. And oh my gosh, y'all. She had a new employee. And last night, I didn't know this. And last night I went home and I mean, I didn't go home. I went to eat dinner at 9 o'clock at night. And I got back. And when I got back, I noticed that she puts a clothing rack out for sales to draw people in. Her employee left it outside, and that clothing rack had over $4,000 retail value on it. Yeah, and the interesting thing was is that the employee had to walk past it to get to her car, and she was told under, "Hey, Jules, love you, beloved. Glad to see you. I miss you, Jules. I miss you, Jules. I really, really do." So anyway, the girl walked right past it, left it outside. I pulled it into our business and hid it. So when she came in, she couldn't see it. And I knew that they were opening at 11. So I went over to the lady's business and I walked in and she goes, "Please tell me you have it." And I said, "Yes, I do." So we were talking about how to handle that situation. Let's see, Kristen. I'm also watching Trial of Superman defendant. Did anyone else see or hear about the case which the defendant jumped over the bench and attacked the female judge? I streamed that one. Yes, we streamed that one. So yeah. Oh, no, no, no. I love the fact that people go back and watch them. That's awesome. Because sometimes we can't always be there, and we still want to know what happened, and it's there to watch. Yeah, he was nuttier than a squirrel of poop. But this one that's coming up that we just saw, oh, he's going to be another nutcase. It's going to be a good trial. It's a bad situation. It's a horrible situation, but it'll be a good trial. Everybody's saying hello, Jules. And also, again, Robin Frost, thank you so much for the. Is that we call these super chats, right? Yeah, super chat. So I have my hamburger patty cooking over there. Uh, so my lunch is cooking. I might consider just ordering for dinner lunch. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let me go to Discord. Oh. Okay, thank you. I will go look at that. I will go and look at that. I drank too much coffee. I'm shaking. Just saying. Is this a one-day trial? Oh, this is Recovery Addicts version. Is this a one-day trial thing? Okay. Recovery Addict does not mind if I share. He's given me consent. Okay, so I can. I have permission to panic.
They must go till like late at night. That's the problem we have with us being on the East Coast and them being on, almost the West Coast. They're, one state away from the ocean. The time zone It was just it's a killer.
Yep. Okay, let's.
Selena, still working on getting it removed.
Not along. Go ahead. Trauma issue.
Whoa.
Yes, this limited issue, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see. I also, just before I forget, one of the jurors had informed my staff that she's
Yes.
having trouble hearing counsel when they're not at a microphone, and has asked that everybody please be at a microphone when they're speaking. Relevant questions in regard to their relationship, you can certainly ask those questions if there is an objection.
Oh, okay. That's pre-trial stuff. In the middle of trial, so we'll hop on that one day when we don't have something. This trial's a few days long. Okay, so when we have a break in trial, that'll be a good one for us to watch. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I'm ordering my lunch. I get to order my lunch. Don't tell anybody. So I'm going to put this back on the lunch thing. I'm going to go get my stuff and I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Me back. I wonder how. Now she's still in wrong case in my head. Okay, I got to get the Adelson case out of my head. Feel like I spilt food on myself. Oy. Oh. So, what did y'all have for lunch? I'm having some beans, and I'm gonna have a hamburger. These are for a little bit later. Mm. Sorry, I have not had Bush's baked beans in a year, at least. Too much sugar usually, but today I wanted to treat myself, so that's what I'm going to do. And the groceries here are a little low in stock, so I do need to get our groceries caught up. Yes, Kristen, I can tell you that. The cause, did anyone tell you what the cause was? Okay, Kristen, if you're still watching, the cause is that this guy has been in trouble and he's always gotten off with deferred adjudication probation. Well, this time the judge says, do you know what? And he got up there and he was singing how good he is and how he's changed and how he's not behaving that way anymore and da 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 da. Well, as soon as she said that obviously this doesn't work, so I'm not going to do this, and was going to reprimand him into jail, he flipped his wig. Now his mother and his sister said that he's on psychological medications. Thus, he had not been taking his meds, which caused him to act in a way that's not normal. They didn't buy it. He's a very violent man, and he's been able to BS his way through the system. And this judge wasn't going to have it, and so he attacked her. So I was like, this woman is stellar in my book. I can't believe he did what he did. And do you know who's even a hero in my book is her legal clerk. The law clerk is the one who pulverized him. Pulverized him. He got 15 hits on that guy. The law clerk was trying to get the defendant off of the well, let's step it back. The first person to reach, since they go lay down, the first person to reach the judge was Assistant District Attorney number 1, who was taking full hits in the kidneys, ribs, and chest area from what I call the Superman jumper. He flipped his wig. And so then the other assistant DA came in, and then the law clerk was able to get in. But when he saw that they were being beaten up, because he was trying to get the guy off of the judge, and that guy had a death grip on the judge. And so finally he was able to start pulverizing the defendant because defendant was attacking the district attorney. I was all like, man, if I'm a judge, I want a law clerk like that. Now, here's a little history. The law clerk has been friends with the judge most of his life. They're family friends most of their life. Yeah, he flipped his wig. Um, I'm sorry, I'm old school country. My grandpa would say flipped his wig, and then when it was really bad, he flipped the wagon. So, yeah, he had the shock shackles on him in that hearing. FYI, people were surprised that he was there, unhandcuffed. But if he so much as made any move that made them uncomfortable, they were going to shock him. So he was well controlled for that hearing. I commend the judge for coming back later, and she did not enhance or do anything with what he was there for, because that would have been inappropriate. He had to have his own trial. I found it interesting. I won't tell you how it ended because I don't know where you are. Yeah. Kind of also explaining for people who haven't seen it, Kristen, but Andriel, no spoilers. No spoilers allowed. That's what my moolah is. So that's where we are with that one. Let me look and see if we have any court hopping or anything we can do while we're waiting. I am going to have to put this on. Oh, it's shading my eyes. My eyes are physically hurting today, and I don't know why. Oh, yeah, we were going to watch this dude. They haven't even started yet. Hey. Hey, baby girl. We love TV trial. Trial TV live. No, actually, they're hurting because I'm having a little bit of an allergy thing going on. It's not the screens, actually. My glasses that I wear have that blue screen and all that special stuff. So they normally don't hurt. The hurt that I'm talking about is that dry, irritated, itchy. And when they get like that, it's like the lights don't help any. What baby? What baby girl? I know. You need to go lay down, okay? Well, you can do whatever you want. Well, I keep telling you to go lay down. Yeah, dry eye. And a lot of people who have rheumatoid arthritis suffer from dry eye as well. It's one of the underlying struggles that we have. So, yeah, dry eye. And I put the drops in, but we also are changing of seasons. We got some new pollens that have hit, and you know how all that goes. I'm talking to Trial TV. Um, I really liked. By the way, if you want to watch trials that maybe I'm not covering, or you want to watch something without any kind of commentating, go to Trial TV Live. They're phenomenal. Okay, this case that we're getting ready to hop into later. Okay, toxic. I struggle finding things because of my dyslexia. It's nothing anybody to do with them. They're fabulous. Oh, RA. Hello, all. Weather Watch is here. There will be no podcast 912 as RA and the family have the longest travel day of the trip. I am preparing a quick weekend golf getaway. Stay tuned for possible. As possible stream check-ins from RA throughout the day. I am not doing well with this. I'm so sorry. Have you ever inhaled and just something itty bitty hits about your throat? Hamburger patties. Bush's baked beans. Okay. So RA will hop in and out throughout the day when possible. Home arrival ETA for them is Saturday. Stay tuned for updates. Have a great finish to the week and the weekend, dog. That was from Mr. R.A. himself. Britta Ayler posted that. Thank you, Britta. Whew. Boy, they dropped a lot of Sarah Boone. Yeah, I know about that one. Oh gosh, y'all, that was not fun. Not fun at all. Oh no, you're good. So where did you place those files? Because I don't see them. So now they're running half an hour behind. Trying to get my throat to go back to the normal. I apologize, y'all. I am trying to stay away from as much carbs as possible. I do have a little bit, but trying to be more healthy. Oh, I found it. Thank you. Karen Reed legal team files an appeal with the SJC to overturn the thing. Let me go ahead and share this.
Ted Daniel, who broke this story just a short time ago. Ted? Hi, Mark. Shortly after 5 o'clock this afternoon, I learned that Karen Reed's legal team has filed an appeal with the state's highest court. They want that court, the SJC, to overturn Judge Beverly Cannoni's most recent ruling. In August, Judge Cannoni denied a request from Reed's lawyers to dismiss 2 of her charges, second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a deadly crash. Reed's lawyers made the request after several jurors came forward to report that they unanimously agreed to find Reed not guilty on both of those charges during her first trial. If you remember, that trial ended with a hung jury after the foreman told Judge Cannoni the panel was hopelessly deadlocked. Reed's lawyers argue that keeping those charges violates Reed's double jeopardy protections, and they are asking the SJC to weigh in on that. This appeal is expected to be heard first by a single justice, and then the appeal could go to the full Supreme Judicial Court. Reed's second trial is scheduled for January. This appeal will likely have to be resolved before that trial can take place. I'm Ted Daniel,
Yeah,
local station, Boston 25 News.
Erica, good evening. Yes, the trial that ended with a hung jury earlier this year has already made national news. Now the Karen Reed story is about to go prime time, and we'll hear from the defendant in her own words.
I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
In the interview with ABC, Karen Reed denies murdering her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, but she admits she was angry with him that night and that she'd been drinking.
So how drunk were you?
I had felt like I had alcohol. I felt that I had a buzz, but I did not feel it was unsafe for me to be operating my vehicle.
The interview was shot last summer. ABC spoke with Reed again 1 week before her first trial began at the hotel where she was staying. She said she no longer felt comfortable at her home in Mansfield, where she'd been arrested by police twice.
Once your sanctuary has been breached, you can't relax there.
I spent hours with Karen Reed on multiple days.
ABC correspondent Matt Gutman says Reed may have projected confidence at the courthouse, but was different when the cameras were off.
We also saw someone who was a bit more vulnerable, David, somebody who confided in us that essentially she's living in hiding.
The 2-hour documentary also features interviews with John O'Keefe's family and friends, who for the most part remained silent during Reed's first trial.
I think that's the saddest part of this whole situation, that he is not remembered as who he is and who he was during the whole thing.
There's also breaking news tonight regarding Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on the Karen Reed case. He was caught sending insulting text messages about Reed. Well, now prosecutors have searched his work phone and say they have found more items. What those items are and what the prosecutors want to do about them coming up tonight at 6. For now, live in Dedham, David Bienick, WCVB News Center 5.
Okay, David, thank you. The 2-hour ABC News 2020 special on Karen Reed begins tonight, again at 9, right here on Channel 5. Stay tuned afterwards for News Center 5 at
I want somebody to go after the judge. I want somebody to be looking into the judge. Her behavior was unacceptable when it came to the count. Oh, when the jury came back and said we're deadlocked, declare a mistrial, and did not ask on the counts where they're deadlocked. Here's the thing: had she sat there and done that, I don't think you're banned. Hold on. I have somebody who tried to do something and they think they're banned. So anyway, as I was saying, because she did it the way she did is why they're saying that they have to do the trial again on all 3 counts, because they're saying that she because it was not spoken in a public court of law, that the jury found her innocent on 1 and 3. It's just crazy. Oh, I'm looking at other things. I'm trying to figure out what this is. I have somebody, maybe y'all can help me. I'm in Discord and I won't say their name. They just sent me a message. I tried to post and send you a super chat this morning, but I could not. I could on other channels. I wonder if I'm banned. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm sorry if I did. It makes others comfortable for me to be banned. Okay, thanks for your channel streams. Take care and enjoy your journey. How do I find out if this person's banned? I need to find out if this person is banned. Because I don't want them to think I banned them, because I didn't. And we don't really technically banned anybody. Yeah. Kristen, you're right. And that's something that royally kind of got me in the craw as soon as it happened. I'm like, wait a minute, wait. That's not how this plays. You know, she should have asked them. I will. Hi, baby girl. I felt something cold. I'm still coughing. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm still coughing. Okay, I'm asking that right now. I'm going to look. We haven't banned a whole lot of people. I mean, we've had a couple. Now I need to go where I find all that in settings, I believe. Community moderators. Okay. Hidden users. Okay. She's not in the list. She's not on that list. Okay, that's good to know. I hate that, you know. I don't know why that's doing that. I don't understand it. If anybody has any idea, let me know. Could be a YouTube glitch. Very well could have been. But I want the super chat too. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I really, really am. I sent her a message. We'll see what happens. I guess because I'm not so upset and nervous, I'm eating today. I have not been eating much lately. Oh gosh, that feels so good. Don't you love it when you get a drink and it's just so cold? Okay. Back to YouTube. Um, yes, Kristen, I just found it. She's not in that list. Never found it before, but I just did. And she's not in that list. So that's good. Yeah, like I said, it takes a whole heck of a lot for us to ban people. I mean, unless you're a troll, then that's an easy bye. Um, try really hard to give people warnings, first chances, second chances, that kind of stuff. I didn't see them stand her up. Okay. Do you think Adelson is going to actually get on the stand and testify? I find it interesting to see if she does. I really, really do. I'd love to see that woman. Get up on the stand. Ooh, maybe we ought to watch this. This I hear this is supposedly really good. Let's watch this. Thank you, Kristen. I just did. Perfect. Thunka, thunka, thunka. Okay, we're going to throw this on and watch it. It should be interesting. It should be an interesting quick watch. It is. Okay, so this is a convicted person aggressively goes off on sister. Let's see what happens here. I don't know anything about this case.
My name is Kylie Frey.
Want to spell that for the record, please?
First and last name.
Both.
Kylie, Kylie, Frey, Frey.
Go ahead.
Tyler, it's so sad how loved you were. And to see how you are now. This isn't what I used to remember at all. And I know it hurts you. And if it doesn't, that's so sad. I'm sorry that you're that far gone. Seriously. How does it feel to lose your whole family due to one thing that you did? Does that feel okay to you? You feel okay still? Because that's not okay. I lost over half of my family. I have one person left. You're messed up. And it's sad that you didn't get the help. It's sad that you still think you're okay, but you're not. You can think you have God, but that's not a real God at all. I don't know what you have going on.
10 Commandments.
Okay. Okay. Look at you.
Killed
This
mother.
is sad.
You and Christy and Katie, conspiracy to commit murder.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Daisy, let her speak. Let her finish.
I hope you enjoy life in prison.
I can live forever. I have God. Where's your God?
That's
Jesus?
a great God.
Let's see Jesus save you.
Mhm. I'm glad you're
Ma'am,
getting
finish
worked
what you
up.
want to say.
I enjoy that. At least you have some type of feeling.
Read the Bible.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, guys. My son showed up. Just chat. Matt,
If you would, ma'am, just start off and say your name, please.
Susan Daisy.
Go ahead and say what you want to say.
There's a lot I want to say, and a lot I may not be able to. Tyler, I'm going to direct this at you. You didn't think you were loved, and you didn't think you were wanted, and you were wrong. Your mother wanted you, and she loved you very, very much. She loved all of her children. Did she make mistakes at the mom? You bet. We all do. But I'm going to ask you to go to jail or prison with this. I forgive you every day of my life. I love you, but I'm mad. You did not deserve to do or get that. I don't know what stopped you or started this, but do know this. I am praying, and I have thousands of others praying for you. You have really shown no remorse about what you did. The day I found out, it was ridiculous because I couldn't understand why you had to do anything to that puppy. And that's sad, because I lost my daughter. There is never going to be a
filed multiple issues. I just want to, just a couple. Laurie Shaver, Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
All right, Ms. Shaver, you remain sworn. Any preliminary matters before we call the jurors back in?
Just a couple matters.
Okay.
We didn't raise a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Yes, sir.
Because that's such a sensitive matter with the district court. I just want to make sure I have all issues on that. We have filed multiple motions with regards to this cause. There had been a motion to exclude any reference to the sale of any firearms. We had cited the authority in there, Agathis and some other authority, to prevent any discussion about that. The court declined to grant that, and there was discussion about that. There was issues about the handwritings, the cards that Ms. Townsend testified to. We filed a motion to exclude those on the basis that there was nobody here to authenticate them as to any writing in the form of handwriting analysis. The court declined to grant that, and those cards were discussed. There was a motion to exclude the digital data that was extensive in this case. There was an extensive setup as to the authority and the proper predicate. No predicate was laid in this case, and the court just authorized the use of a business record. With regard to that motion as well, there was a case of Chanel cited within it, talked about when data is passed from one corporate entity into another, there has to be an analysis to the reliability from one corporation to the next. There was no such analysis. The court permitted the introduction of that.
Can you shut your door?
There was previously a Williams rule notice that was filed in this case. I understand the ruling of that decision. What we had asked, though, was that the minor child be able to talk a little bit more in detail about specific acts of misconduct, and as much that it shaped her reaction and motive as to this cause and why she felt the need to exercise self-defense. Looking at the self-defense jury instructions and the standard instructions, counsel would point out to the court there is a section in there that deal with prior bad acts and the instructions themselves. We've presented to the court a proposed instruction and have outlined the relevant acts in this case that would be subject for consideration. We still ask that those bad acts be considered in a different format, which we anticipate to introduce in this matter through the introduction of the testimony of Isabel Shaver. But I just want to add those to the motion for judgment of acquittal to remain subject.
Yes, sir. Is there anything from the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, the prior judgment on the motion for judgment of acquittal stands. The motion is respectfully denied.
No, Haley, you have not. We just started back.
All right, well, we'll call the jurors in first, but are there any specific issues concerning that witness?
Just the issues, the pretrial.
Sir?
I addressed them.
Yes, sir. Okay, nothing additional then. All right, then we'll call the jurors back in.
I think I ate too much, y'all. I was hungry.
Thank you. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after lunch. Defense, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Police Court.
Yes, sir.
Defense will call Adam Narvaez.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, I'm getting comfortable. I'll let you know when I'm ready to proceed.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Adam Narvaez, ADAMNARVAEZ.
All right, please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Narvaez, I say Narvaez, I think you say
Narvaez.
Narvaez. Okay. And you've spelled your name on the record. Let me ask you, what do you do for a living?
Right now, entrepreneur. I own several businesses.
What are such businesses?
I own a construction company, granite countertop company, a real estate investment company.
Do you know the Shavers?
I do.
Tell us how you know the Shavers.
I met Lourie through Travis, who's an employee of mine, several years ago.
Does Travis work for you?
Yes, sir, he does.
Does Laurie work for you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Do you have any extended relationship with that family?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years now. As you can imagine, specifically with Travis, it's, Monday through Friday, every single day. Yeah.
What does Travis do for you?
Gosh, Travis does a little bit of everything. He's definitely one of my lead guys for Legacy Construction, kind of a project manager.
And does Laurie Shaver work with you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Are you familiar with the other residents of that?
Is it me or is his,
yes, sir, I am.
is his mic low?
Do you remember when, do you have any recollection of when Laurie was arrested on this case?
Vaguely, very, very rough with dates, but vaguely.
Did you have the occasion subsequent to her arrest to speak to Adam, any of the family members?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the occasion to speak with Isabel Shaver?
I did.
Without discussing the contents of that conversation, did it raise any concern in your mind?
They did.
And did the concern
In what way
direct
were you
your
concerned?
attention towards the need for independent counsel?
Absolutely.
In what
Were you
way?
at any time involved in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I was. I was a deputy sheriff.
Deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
Approximately 4 years.
Now, aside from the work relationship, do you have any other relationship or knowledge of this family?
Yeah, we attend some of the same church together. Travis and I go to the same men's meetings together.
When Isabel relayed the information to you that she did,
Yes, sir.
I had filed a motion to retain an independent counsel for her. If you allow me to proceed just a moment.
Please proceed.
There was a financial need in that case for Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody support that need?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I did.
You were willing to take on that financial responsibility?
Absolutely.
And that was Miss Johnson, correct?
Correct.
Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem on behalf of Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Do you know anything from about the reputation in the community about Travis or Laurie Shaver?
Yeah, I mean, and in full transparency, I mean, I realize now that this case has gone on for almost a decade, and I wasn't aware of that when I had first met Travis, or when Travis first came to work with me. I don't think necessarily that he was trying to hide it, but it's
Very well.
Sustained.
Let's direct your attention in this manner. Do you know their reputation in the community for truthfulness and veracity?
Truthfulness, absolutely. Veracity, yes, but truthfulness for sure.
As to Travis?
Absolutely.
As to Laurie?
As far as I've known her, yes, sir. I've never had any reason to doubt anything.
As to Isabel?
Absolutely.
Of course, that's what you're going to hear. He's on her side.
All right, thank you. State? Yes, sir.
All the information you talked about regarding Ms. Johnson being appointed to
Can y'all get on the freaking mic?
Laurie Shaver was arrested in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
All right, any follow-up? Okay. And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
No, he'll be on standby if you don't mind.
All right, sir.
Wait a second. No, that's fine, he's released.
Okay. All right, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for appearing. Your next witness.
That's what next call, Richard Connor.
Y'all, that food went into my windpipe. It's still getting me going. I'm sure he does, Ronnie. Yay. They need to be on the mic, not next to it, not walking around, freaking on the mic.
Proceed. Thank you.
Ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Richard Donald Connor Jr. Connor.
Okay, first name Richard.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Just state your name for the record once again.
Richard Donald Connor Jr.
Mr. Connor, I believe you just retired, correct?
Yes.
Before you retired, you took on this case.
Yes.
That has been going on for a while.
Yes.
Tell
We
the jury
can't.
why you were retained.
I practice digital and computer forensics, and that includes examining data that's stored online, say with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, whatever. And I was retained to examine some data that had been provided in discovery to the defense in this case.
Have you been trained in that area?
Yes.
Have you testified in courts of law as a special skilled witness in that area?
Yes.
Counsel? Judge, if I could, show the witness
Yes, sir.
was marked as Defense Exhibit A for this hearing. You recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you're looking at.
It's a copy of my CV.
And that's your curriculum vitae, correct?
Yes.
Does it express therein your training?
Yes.
Does it express therein the trials that you've testified in?
Yes.
Does it testify the period of time in which you've testified and been experienced in this field?
It lists all the cases that I've testified in and the year in which I testified in them. Yes.
Because we put Defense Exhibit A into identification as Defense 1, I believe, Tess.
Any objection?
They may be able to hear better than we can.
I have no objection. Mr. Connor telling the jury about his credentials, the CD itself.
Oh.
Judge, it provides a narrative for summary for the jury as the state has issued in narratives in this case. In their case in chief, it's an aid and assistance for the jury. Instead of Mr. Connor going through each page, in each case, the matter that he's been involved.
And the hearsay issue, what's your response to that?
Yeah, it's a summary instead of him just reading it to the jury, just like the state has admitted summary testimony through their witnesses.
State.
Wow.
Sidebar, please.
I knew that was coming. I knew it. I knew that was coming. And they have a hum in their feed. It's not in our feed. I do apologize. I can't do anything about their feed. Ooh, y'all. Now I'm ready to go to sleep. I had my food. I'm full. Tummy full.
Viewing that document, can you give a summary of the trial matters that you've been involved in and the issues raised therein?
I've testified in trials, depositions, and hearings about 170, 180 cases. State court, federal court, arbitrations, criminal cases, civil cases. In criminal cases, I've done all kinds of murders, child pornography, theft, fraud, drugs.
I wish you hadn't said that
kidnapping,
word. I'm demonetized.
hacking, endless types of cases. In the civil cases, there are even more variety. I'd have to go through them one by one, but it's all over the board, all different kinds of cases, examining all different types of electronic data, usually in computers, hard drives, phones, online, cell phone location data, things of that nature. So like I said, about 180 different cases that I've testified in since 2006.
Have you been qualified to render an opinion in those cases?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask the court to accept Mr. Connor as a special skilled witness and able to render an opinion in this cause.
Any objection? Without objection, the request is granted.
Okay. Mr. Connor, your experience and computers, were you supplied information in this case to review as it pertains to Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you review all that?
Yes.
You and I had discussions about it, correct?
Yes.
And let's first and foremost clarify, and we have a technological person on this jury, but let's discuss for clarification for everybody else. When we hear the word IP, what is that reference?
Internet protocol. It generally refers to an IP address. Every device that connects to the internet has to have what's called an IP address. And that's what that refers to.
Okay. When somebody goes onto the internet, for instance, do they get a new IP address with each communication, or is there some attachment to the message to identify it?
So the IP address is assigned by your internet provider. So at home or in your office, if you have, say, Comcast, you'll have a modem that allows you and the devices in your home to connect to the internet. And they all go through that modem. And Comcast will assign the IP address to that modem. So anybody within that house, whether it's you, your spouse, your kids, or whatever, they're all going to share the same IP address provided by Comcast. On your cell phone, it's basically the same. And if you have your cell phone and you open your browser and you search for a local restaurant to eat at, I have an AT&T phone. So AT&T is providing me with an IP address to get on the internet and run my search for local restaurants.
And I think this case, you saw CenturyLink, correct?
Yes.
And that was the router or the phone service that provided the IP addresses, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you see anything, any certificate of authentication for those documents that came back on CenturyLink?
I don't recall.
Now, when these IP address registration that are held by the corporations, do they expire at time? Do they disappear?
So most, an ISP is an internet service provider, in this case, CenturyLink, Comcast, AT&T, whatever. And they keep track of who, I'm talking about homes now, not so much cell phones. They keep track of who they assign IP addresses to, but they only keep that information for a limited period of time, normally 1 or 2 years. And then after that, they get rid of it and they don't have it anymore. So they generally have it, but only for a relatively short period of time of 1 or 2 years.
For a crime that is alleged to have occurred back in 2014, 15, back in that era, were there any IP traceable addresses that existed?
In this case? No, the requests have been made more than outside the retention period. So a request was made to CenturyLink saying who were these IP addresses assigned to, and CenturyLink responded, "We don't have those records anymore. It's too much time has passed."
And Facebook, do those IP addresses expire over time?
Not in the same way. Facebook, as long as your account is open, will maintain whatever data is in the account. If you close your account or it becomes inactive, I think after a certain period of time, they'll get rid of what they have. But as long as the account is open, then they will not delete anything.
Now, when you have like a Facebook account, does it have to link or be connected to CenturyLink to be able to trace the data where it came from?
No, what happens is Facebook, part of the data that they maintain is the IP addresses used to access the account. So when the search warrant is issued to Facebook, and one of the things they'll provide is a list of the IP addresses that are contained within their records of that were used to access the account of the subject of the search warrant.
When you looked at the records in this count, or let me rephrase that question. Without an accurate IP address or one that had expired, are you able to trace the IP address to a IP physical residence?
In this case, no. That's where the expired records come in. Normally, if say the case happened last week and we subpoenaed Facebook today and they came back and said, this is the IP address used to access that account, and we can look it up and see it's a CenturyLink IP address owned by CenturyLink. So they would then send a search warrant or subpoena to CenturyLink and say who had that IP address on the date and time identified by Facebook. And then CenturyLink would come back and say it was me or whoever, and the address of 123 Main Street in Tavares. So that's how we would know that the modem at that address is the one that was used to access the Facebook account. In this case, CenturyLink said, it's been too long, we don't have the records, so I cannot tell you what address that IP address was assigned to back in 2015 or whatever.
And if they could trace it without that, they
Thank
could
you, Miss
trace it to the
Kristen.
residence, correct? I think you just testified to.
Correct. So, like,
Miss Kristen, what happened was I played a quartet song, God Bless America, yesterday. And I know the quartet, they've given me verbal use years ago. And I gave them credit, but the copyright claim is for the Gaithers Christian Gospel Group. So, yeah, I'm going to put a thing in to challenge it because the name of the group they say it belongs to is not even the right group. But thank you. I will do that. You are so awesome.
he said the IP addresses are signed by the providers. We know a CenturyLink, we don't know who CenturyLink had assigned that IP address to. So it could have been any of their customers anywhere.
Is it fair to say, without being able to trace it to a physical location,
I will ask
you're
for a
unable to
review.
trace it to the individual?
Yes, ma'am.
At that location?
Correct. We don't have a location, so we don't know who the individual was either.
Is it likewise true and accurate to say if you can't trace it to the location or the individual, you can't trace it to the device?
Correct. There may be other data maintained by Facebook that might identify devices used to access the account, but right, CenturyLink has nothing to identify the device either, I think is what you're asking.
In this case, reviewing the digital data, did you see anything that would trace any digital data to Laurie Shaver in this matter?
No, like I said, CenturyLink did not have records anymore, so that's a dead end in this case.
Lucky her.
A device and somebody is accessing Facebook Are they able to do it in remote locations?
Yes, wherever you have access to the internet, you can access the internet, including Facebook.
Are you
Whether
able
it's
to
a
hack
cell
it in
phone,
another country?
Yes.
iPad,
Able to hack it in another
in the
state?
middle of nowhere,
Yes.
as long as you've got cell
Are
service.
they able to be hacked and gain access?
It's been known to happen.
If you have
Yes,
knowledge of
but
the password of the account, can you gain access?
There's a good chance, yes.
If there's more than one person inside a residence, can the person use the same router and gain access to that account?
Yes, like I said earlier, the IP address is assigned to the modem or the router in the house, and everybody in the house goes through that modem. So if a search warrant's executed at the house and there's 5 people living there, unless there's other facts in the case, there's no way to know which of the 5 people or which device was being used because the central link would only identify the IP address of the modem.
Hence why it's important to have
Law
passwords on
enforcement
your
can't
modem.
account for all the individuals that passed through the house and had access to the router as well, or the browser. Are they able to access accurately who was on the internet at any specific point in time?
No, not in this case because we don't know the address, so we don't know who was at the address because we don't know the address.
The company closed down. We
Individual
don't have access to
capable
those.
of going on to another account, another person's account, and post images of another individual.
Oh, how bad, baby girl?
That's possible, yes.
Are you bleeding? I'm sorry. Yeah, your Nintendo Switch.
Is anybody able to be within the vicinity of a router at a residence and be able to gain access to it?
Yes, I've had cases like that where somebody's short on money and they go to their neighbor in the next house or an apartment upstairs and say, "Hey, can I bum off your internet?" And they say, "Sure," and give them the name and password. And so as long as you're
Never.
within range of the signal, somebody sitting on this in their car in the street, maybe a house next door, or somebody else in the apartment building, if they know how to get into they know your username and password, they can access your internet. Yes.
From a technological perspective, when we hear the word
Guys, here's a lesson. Do not allow your children to give out that information when they have friends over, because we have had students here who were accused of looking at inappropriate materials of minors, and come to find out after that they got kicked out of high school, ROTC, banned all of their activities. They were arrested, blah, 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 blah. That, in fact, that child living in the home did not do it, but they had given a friend of theirs access to the internet one time when they were at the house. And then after they got it that one time, nobody changed the password. So that person would come and sit outside the house and use the internet and do illegal activity, which then it made it look like the people in somebody in the home was doing it, and the son got accused because it was a single mother and a daughter and a son, and he got accused of doing something he didn't do. So it's vitally important that if you especially have teenagers in the home, do not give out a password, or if you do give out the password, change it immediately. Document, and I know it sounds crazy, but document the date and time that that happened. Because if anything should happen in the future, you can go back and say, well, on this date, this time, we had so and so here, and they were using our internet. They are a possible suspect, because had they not tripped up the kid in the pre-sentencing, in the depositions, they caught it in time. They didn't go to full court, but they caught it during the deposition that he had been, and in fact, he had been on that internet server at that time. So please, 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 y'all have no idea what you're opening up by sharing that information. And don't ever share with your neighbors and let them skip off you. Never.
Cache
You're
associated with
responsible.
a computer.
And they
Do you
can't
know the
prove it's
meaning of
not
that word,
you.
or am I
Cache. Cache is temporary data stored on a device. So an example is a web page. When you access a web page normally in your browser, it will cache a copy of that web page so that if later today or tomorrow you go back to that website, it'll actually pull up the
Clear
cache
your
copy
cookies and
that's
cache.
quicker while it checks the actual website for any changes, and then it'll update it. So it's temporary data stored on your device. It essentially is what cache is.
And empty your cache regularly. Because if somebody did get that information and came into your home and they wanted to go back to that website quickly,
moment, please,
they
Judge.
can't.
Yes, sir.
If the cache has been cleared. That's if they're on your device. I'm sorry, guys. Why do I say I'm sorry? I am not one who shares that
All right, thank you.
information with
State.
anybody.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gunner.
Good afternoon.
An internet service provider is the company that provides the internet access to a house or a business, right?
Yes.
In this case, it's CenturyLink.
Yes.
Spectrum, Verizon, who knows?
Correct.
An IP address is an internet protocol address, correct?
Yes.
They're in the form of 4 digits separated by a period.
Yeah, the IP, was it 4 system? We're moving to the 6 system now or whatever. Yes, you're correct.
Especially back in 2015 would be a 4-digit number.
Yes.
Like 711.49.11.12.
Yes.
That's an address that is assigned to a particular address or a particular location by the internet service provider to give that location internet.
Cache.
Yes.
Cache.
Like a street address that's unique to my house.
Yes.
That internet service provider can change the IP address assigned to that particular house for various reasons, right?
Yes, it's called a dynamic IP address. Most residents have a dynamic one, and it can change. Nobody knows when, but yes, it can change.
It could be the same for a month or 2 months or 6 months, and then they could change it for some reason.
Correct.
That's up to the internet service provider, whatever they do and why they do it.
Correct.
So let's assume I get internet service through Spectrum at my house. Normally, the service provider, Spectrum, would assign me a modem, right?
Yes.
And that's the device that allows the internet to come into my house.
Yes.
Normally, they would assign also a router, right?
Yes.
And a router is a device that allows multiple devices inside a house to connect to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
Every single one of those devices in the house that's connecting to the internet is going to have the same IP address assigned to it, correct?
On the internet side of the equation, yes.
That is what allows me to connect with my cell phone, my laptop, my wife to have her cell phone or her laptop on connecting to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
All those devices that are connected to my network are going to have the same exact IP address.
Yes.
So let's assume if you come over to my house for dinner, we're finished recording, you come up and you have dinner with my wife and I. You bring your phone, and after dinner, I log on to my Facebook account and I post a picture. You log on to your Facebook account and you post something, hey, Rich made a great dinner tonight. Because
Only
you are
if
on
it's
my
on your
network,
Wi-Fi
you and
network.
I will have the same IP address assigned to that Facebook post, correct?
Yes. The IP address for both postings will be the same.
As long as you're on the same IP
And if
on
you
the
left my
same
house
site.
and drove down the road such that you couldn't connect to my network anymore, and you went on Facebook, you would be assigned a different IP address
Correct. Correct.
because you're no longer in my close proximity to my network to be able to access it and use my.
That's a false misrepresentation, and he knew it. Let's clarify that. If you are on your own cell service, you are not on his Wi-Fi as a guest. Okay? So like with me, I don't turn on my Wi-Fi on my phone. I use my phone service, especially when I'm at other people's houses. The reason why is I don't want to be accused of doing anything on their site. But the other thing is just a good safety measure. So I do not have my Wi-Fi turned on my phone, and I don't have permission or password to their Wi-Fi, then that answer is no. The answer would be you would be on your own Wi-Fi provided to you by your cell phone provider. Now, if I ask for your password or it's not protected and I have my Wi-Fi turned on my phone, then the answer is yes.
Correct.
Hopefully, I'm not confusing you. This day and age, it's too dangerous.
Now, if somebody remotely from China hacks into my Facebook account and posts a picture on my Facebook account, that's going to log a different IP address than the one assigned to my house, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
Because that person would not have access to my network and wouldn't share the same IP address that I normally use.
Yes, in the scenario you're giving us, correct.
Now, conceivably, we asked for you issue legal service, a search warrant to Facebook. They send the information back to the requester, and that sometimes contains, if requested, all the IP logs associated with the Facebook account.
Correct.
You've seen those records plenty of times, right?
I have.
You reviewed those records and relied on the authenticity of those records in coming to your opinions.
Yes.
Then, assuming we now have the Facebook IP records associated with, say, my account, conceivably, we could then find out through Spectrum, my service provider, where that IP address, the physical IP address, was assigned to, what location.
Yes, if it's within the year, yes.
Assuming not too much time has elapsed.
Correct.
In this case, because the body wasn't found for several years and the request wasn't made, CenturyLink did not have those physical address links to the IP address. Because too much time had passed.
Correct. The records have been destroyed or whatever.
You talked a little bit about if someone was in range of a network, they could kind of pirate that network and sit outside in the driveway and access a person's network and post things, right?
Yes.
That would require that person to, A, be close enough to the network to be able to have a signal.
Correct.
B, know the password of that network to even get into it.
Correct.
Would you agree that in this case, the location, the Shaver residence, was in an incredibly rural area, was it not?
To be honest, I have no idea.
So if someone lives on a 5 or 10 acre plot, the chances of somebody sitting outside the driveway and having access to a network is very slim.
It would be, yes, much less slim than in a normal residence neighborhood.
If I live in an apartment complex.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Facebook. In order to access Facebook, somebody would either need the password associated with the account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or access to a device that was already logged into Facebook such that you could access the Facebook account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So right now, you would not be able to access my Facebook account through your phone because you don't know my password.
Correct.
Conceivably, my Facebook account wouldn't already be up and active on your phone.
It's not.
Turning to this case, you reviewed the Facebook records of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver's accounts, correct?
Correct.
Those records that you reviewed look like all the other Facebook records that you have reviewed in your career.
Yes, yes.
You had no reason to doubt that they came from Facebook or they were authentic.
Yeah, I don't deal with the authenticity part, but yeah, they look like other Facebook records I have seen in other cases.
The Facebook records that you reviewed of Michael Shaver's account had personal information about Michael Shaver, pictures of him, kids, things like that, or is that beyond your scope?
I was not focusing on that content. So yes, there may have been some, but if you asked me what, I could not tell you.
He's just the data analysis. He's not looking at the content.
Facebook provided IP addresses for activity associated with Michael Shaver's account, right?
Correct.
As well as IP addresses for activity associated with Laurie Shaver's account.
Correct.
You have reviewed those IP address histories, correct?
Yes.
You've actually reviewed them with Mr. Camuccio before on certain instances, right?
Yes.
Okay. The jury's been inundated with Facebook IP address information, so I'm just going to ask you a couple very simple pointed questions. Would you agree that over the 2-year period of records, there were multiple times where Laurie Shaver's Facebook IP addresses were the same as Michael Shaver's IP addresses?
Yes. I don't remember that within a short period of time. Yes. I don't know. Was it
within minutes of each other?
I think that's correct.
And those instances happened throughout that 2-year period of time of records, right?
There were multiple such instances.
That would indicate, if they're both sharing the same IP addresses, that the device or devices used to log into those two accounts were located in the same proximity to each other.
They would have been connected to the same router, I would think. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a house router. They would likely both be in the house.
Yes.
Now, conceivably, the same person could have logged into both accounts if that person knew the password or had a device that was already logged in and done the postings on both accounts.
That's possible.
So my wife and I are in my house sharing our same router, sharing the same IP address. She takes my phone and posts. That would share the same IP address as mine.
Yes.
I get the importance of this IP address stuff, but
Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver
they're going on too long about it. They're boring everybody, including, I'm sure, the
IP
jurors.
addresses up until even November of 2017 towards the end of the records.
I don't recall the dates, to be honest.
You know that there were multiple times though.
Yes.
It wasn't an uncommon thing.
There were multiple times.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Why don't y'all
Mr.
provide
Wicks?
the documents in front of him so he can reference them? He doesn't have this crap memorized.
Hypothetical questions about access to accounts, two accounts at or about the same time. Is it plausible somebody could be at a Starbucks, for instance, accessing both accounts?
Yes. Again, connected to the same modem. So whether it's a house, Starbucks, a mall, it's just the same router wherever that router is.
So if you're in the mall and you're working off of their free Wi-Fi internet, you're on their IP
The witness
address.
be released from his subpoena.
That's why you don't
Thank
want to
you for
go into
appearing today and released from
McDonald's
further testimony and
and
have a
work
good
off
day.
of their IP address, because if there's ever an investigation
next
because there was
witness.
criminal activity, you will all be investigated. Just saying.
Kelly Johnson.
Hey, Miss Kevin. Hey, I'm back. Had a meeting with our lawyer and he kept saying, what if anything? And I was trying so hard to keep focused, not laughing. Oh my gosh, I would have laughed my butt off. And I would have said, what if anything have you been watching court TV? I hope everything's okay, Miss Kevin. Was he saying, what if anything should happen to y'all? Oh. Oh. Sensei, go lay down. Oh, I'm messing up my stuff over here. I'm trying to do some beading. My back has not been happy for the last 2 days.
Do you want to take a moment to contact Ms. Johnson? Okay.
Can I step outside?
Oh,
outside.
yeah, it is a nightmare. And I'm glad that you have an attorney fighting for you. That is vitally important for what y'all are going through. I always tried to educate people that tell them that, hey, if you've got a child on Medicare, Medicaid, always have an attorney on standby. Because they will cut, they will sit that you make you fight for every little thing that she has every right to have. So I'm proud of you for advocating. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't know to advocate. That's part of the problem. A lot of people just accept it. I'm proud of you. But you don't need my that a girls are proud. You don't, I mean, y'all are good parents. Y'all are amazing parents, actually. Y'all are amazing. Miss Kevin, I hope you don't mind, but we have a new mod. Kristen is modding for us now on YouTube.
A little early
I've
for a
set her
break,
up.
so we'll wait for Ms. Johnson to arrive.
Forgive me if I stepped on your toes. I'm not in a focused mind to do this. One thing we teach when we talked about it earlier when I do bead work, we're not in the best frame of mind. We don't do it. Kind of not in the frame of mind for it. So I'm just going to set it aside. She's been a good help. Been a very good help.
Just stand up there so I flag her in.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
We have a witness that has not shown up, or they're moving faster than they thought they would. It is. And do you know what's sad, y'all? When you have a child that's disabled, or like, let me give you an example, Down syndrome children. If they're not at a certain level of functioning, when they turn 18, the state can become their guardian. Yeah, the state becomes their guardian.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know.
So
when
you
you're
as the
ready to go.
parent have to fight to maintain guardianship. No, they don't make it easy for anyone.
Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, KELLY JOHNSON.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, would you say your name for the record?
Kelly
She
Johnson.
just did.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
How long have you been an attorney?
I've been a member of the Florida Bar since 2013.
Tell us about your practice, what you do.
I practice criminal defense and family law.
You have other attorneys that work within your office with you?
Yes, I have associate attorneys.
Oh, that's
You're in Tavares?
bull crap.
in Tavares on Main Street.
You entered.
You fight that.
Received an order in this case to represent Isabel Shaver.
I was appointed as an attorney ad litem.
Would you tell the jury why you were appointed in this matter?
Because she didn't have the money.
Well, it was my understanding that the child
It's the
in
child
this case
attorney.
wanted to come forth and give some testimony under oath, and there was a motion filed. I was approached and asked if I would accept an appointment of as a guardian, as an attorney ad litem in this case, and I said that I would.
How long ago was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was March of 2022.
22, a few years ago.
Yes.
Now, when you were appointed, did you, without revealing any conversations between you and your client, did you discuss the matter, her knowledge, and what had happened with her?
When I was appointed, that formed the attorney-client relationship between the child and myself. And I began meeting with the child and discussing the relevant facts of this case and assisting her and guiding her with advice with regard to what her position was.
And during the time that you were representing her, at any time was her deposition taken?
She did have her deposition taken, yes.
Did you attend that deposition with her?
Yes, I did.
At any time when you were representing her, did I meet with you and your client?
Yes, you did.
Did I meet only in your presence?
As far as I know, you met with a child in my office in my presence.
I think twice, correct?
Twice.
The child, did she in any manner express, well, let me back up and strike that question. Did you advise Ms. Shaver, Isabel, correct?
Yes.
Did you advise her if she desired to proceed forward and testify in this cause that she would be waiving certain constitutional rights?
I advised her regarding the applicable law and possible ramifications in taking the position that she was in this litigation.
Was she advised she had a right to remain silent in this matter?
Obviously, I advised her of all of her rights.
Including her constitutional rights, correct?
Correct. This is not litigation in which she is named as a defendant.
Did you meet with the state at all?
Yes, I did.
They were aware you were representing her?
Yes.
Did the state ever contact you to discuss anything with Isabel?
The state and I did have informal conversations about my representation of the child.
You didn't do any kind of psychological analysis, but did you feel that the child was being honest and straightforward with you?
I felt like the child was able to understand the conversations in which we had.
Did she appear to understand her obligation to testify truthfully in the court?
She appeared to understand that, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Ms. Johnson, before you became involved in this case, you were actually approached by Mr. Wiggs and asked to do this.
He did contact me, as I said, and asked if I would accept the appointment as an attorney ad litem.
And then once appointed, and you were representing Ms. Shaver, there were multiple times that I saw you in the courthouse and would tell you, anytime your client wants to talk to us, just bring her on in.
Yes.
Now, if she were to do that, would she have any sort of legal protections to just come and talk without any sort of subpoena?
No.
So in order to protect her rights, the only time the state actually ever talked to her was after issuing a subpoena and doing a formal deposition.
Correct.
But prior to that, from the moment you were appointed, the state said anytime that she wants to talk, we're here.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, just briefly. Did law enforcement approach you?
No, I've never spoken to anyone from law enforcement.
Mr. Camuccio make any private calls to you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Did he call you on the phone, say he wanted to talk to her?
I don't recall.
Very well. I don't have any other questions on that matter.
All right, anything further, Mr. Camuccio?
Miss Johnson, once someone has an attorney, like Miss Shaver, is it fair to say it would be unethical for me to approach someone and talk to them when I knew they had an attorney?
Yes.
And as far as law enforcement, just going to talk with you once I knew that you were represented, if that was going to be directed, I would have to go through you.
Correct.
And once again, there would be no protections for your client if they just came talking. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
And once again, it all came down to the time that she was made available was when she was given the subpoena and then given the protections based on that.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
You can step down and may we approach, please.
Yes, sir. And may Ms. Johnson be excused from her subpoena. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
One of the things that y'all don't know about me is I did, well, let's see. I'm a deaf support specialist and so interpreter disability integration specialist. And I did disability integration work with the American Red Cross and dealt with a lot of stuff with people who lost their homes due to disaster. And let me tell you, a lot of them are really nice people, but a lot of them will screw you out of everything. I mean, I have horror stories, but you know, people will sit there and lie about having wheelchairs and all this and try and get free wheelchairs and stuff out of the
All right,
Red
ladies and
Cross.
gentlemen of the
It's
jury,
horrible.
at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. So, Deputy, please take a deep breath. Thank you.
Let's see. Interesting that she was asked if she thought the child was being truthful. She said the child understood and that she didn't say yes or no. The problem with that is it's subjective. It's one of those things that I'm gonna try and do it this way. It's one of those things that it's hard for her to answer. She can assume she's being truthful. She can think it, but can she prove it? No. So, yeah. I would start as early as 16 if you can. Whenever the age bracket is for your state that you can start, you start. I wouldn't put it off because, you know, I have a friend. I have multiple friends with children with Down syndrome, but one of them didn't know about that. They really didn't rely on any governmental aid or anything like that because they had enough money. I mean, they didn't want their child to grow up on benefits. They said, we can take care of our child. We are going to leave that money for somebody else who needs it. Which I'm like, okay, that's fair. But because of that, they didn't know they had to get guardianship. And then they had like 2 months to try to get it all done. And it was a nightmare. So start it as soon as you possibly can, just in case you get some issues, some little glitches in this process. So that way you can make sure everything's fine. But as far as so I've done a lot of disability work and I'm disabled and had to advocate for myself. But the interesting thing is we had these people that said they had electric wheelchairs and they did. And but we don't provide electric wheelchairs in the Red Cross. We try to get you back to the state you were prior to the flood. We don't get you, I mean, their goal is not to improve so much as to provide what you've lost. Um, and so the long story short of it is the first interview we had with them, I had my supervisor with me. And no offense, but she didn't know shit. And she's a nurse and she volunteered for deployment and she was deaf. Kind of like me, she could talk, but she couldn't hear. And I had gone to college for all this. And she said, just write the answers, don't talk. Listen and learn. It was my first deployment as a DSS. And I get there and she's asking all these questions. And as we're getting ready to leave, which I'm stupid me, pissed her off, I said, do you have, I said, where did you get your wheelchairs from? Because once again, I have a wheelchair, so I know that there are companies, you know where you get your wheelchair from. It wasn't like a Walmart wheelchair. I mean, the guy had spinal bifida and his mother, I don't know what was wrong with her, but she was in an electric wheelchair. Both of them. And he's like 30, so she's in her 50s, 60s. And they said, oh, National Seating and Mobility. And I'm like, oh, that's where I got mine from. Cool. I just took a note of it. Well, they before we even knew it, they started threatening to the city because the city didn't get them off the street first. We worked from one end to the other, and they were mad because they were in the middle of the street and they felt they should have been first, and they sued the city, and they were going to sue the Red Cross because we didn't give them electric wheelchairs immediately in the shelter, that we gave them manual, which we found interesting because I'd show up and scoot in and kind of hide behind the counter, so to speak. And the woman who said she had to have the electric, couldn't use her arms, was sitting there scooting herself around with her feet. You know, they sit in it like in the nursing homes. And I mean, she was whizzing all over that place. Her son had spinal bifida, but he was in a manual. He was fine with it. I got him the shower chair. I got him the transfer board. I got him everything. But they were demanding that because their wheelchairs were destroyed because they sat outside in the yard when the floods came, shorting out their wheelchairs. Why didn't you just wait up on the porch where it was dry? No, they were on it. They went down the ramp and into the water. Long story short, we had a lot of people in the upper management of that DR trying to figure out what to do, and nobody was listening to me. They really need benefits. Get me, they were legitimately disabled, but one of the other things I asked the guy before I left was, do y'all have insurance? And he goes, well, we do, but we can't use insurance. And I went, well, I kind of made a comment to my lead and I told her, you know, kind of what I thought. And she goes, I told you not to talk. And I said, yes, but you're not asking the right questions. She didn't know what all the questions to ask. She just asked the little card that we get with basics. She didn't know how to dig for the answers. And there's ways to ask questions to get answers you need. And that's why and so after that deployment, I rewrote the entire book
All
for
of the members
DI.
have returned after our break, and defense, please proceed.
I'll finish this real quick. So long story short, 2 weeks into this, they were getting ready to file suit against the Red Cross, and the head of the disaster relief, the DR event, just said, we'll just get them chairs. And they're like $25,000 and $38,000 respectively, depending on the need for them. One of them was 25, the other was 38 grand. And I said, hold off. And he goes, who are you? And I said, outside of this place, I'm a disability integration specialist. And I told him my qualifications. And I said, and I don't know why this woman is the lead of our department because she has no idea what she's doing. Not to be mean, but I have 2 questions. I said, will you give me an hour? He said, sure. I called the National Seating Mobility because they sign a release for us when we help them. And they said, oh, They have wheelchairs brand new sitting right here. Their insurance paid for. We just can't deliver them because of the flood. And I said, is there any way you can get me at least one that she can borrow for the next 2 to 3, 4 days till it takes for you to bring her wheelchair? Because she's getting ready to sue us and she's demanding. She goes, yeah, I know, she's one of those. They said, look, we do have a demo we can loan. Before I could get back to that shelter, he had already taken it down there. Here was the kicker. I walked in at the same exact time as the health department, the governor's representative, the mayor, the TV crew. They were all there and they were going to do an inspection. And number one was, where's this wheelchair? And no sooner did I get in there with them, and I knew who they were, so I introduced myself. She's sitting there wheeling around in an electric wheelchair. And they just said, what? And I explained what happened and they left. So I saved American Red Cross over $60,000 by making one phone call. One phone call. That's all it took. So the moral of that story is, if you're getting a roadblock, keep asking questions. You never know what question's going to give you the answer you need. As a parent, let them tell you, don't as a parent, let them tell you you don't need representation. My son is now a ward of the state in Arizona because I did not have an attorney. Kristen, I am so sorry, but you're right. There's nothing that when it comes to the guardianship and the control of your disabled child's life, it's a must. It's a must to have an attorney. Or if not that, at least a disability integration specialist, an ADA law specialist, someone like me who can help mediate this and say, I know this state ADA attorney. It's a phone call for me. Do you want me to make it? Oh, I've done that many times. Okay, we're going to get back to trial.
Proceed.
I have.
Shaver has been called to the stand. Ms. Shaver, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Isabel Shaver, ISABELLESHAVER.
Please raise your
Oh
right
my
hand and I'll
gosh.
swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that
Oh,
any
this is going to break
testimony you
me.
give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, she's already crying.
Please proceed.
Isabel, you just spelled your name, but would you put your name on the record of an open court?
Sorry?
Say your name again.
Isabel Shaver.
How old are you, Isabel?
I'm 15. I turned 16 this Sunday.
It's your desire to testify in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of the arrest of your mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Isabel, there's allegations raised.
Oh, come on, get on the mic.
Brought in here, kind of thrown under the bus. Has anybody pressured you to testify?
Mama was thrown
Absolutely
under the
not.
bus. Get on the mic.
Now, there was, Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem to represent you.
Correct.
Did you meet with Miss Johnson?
Yes,
Did you discuss your case with Miss Johnson?
I did.
Did Miss Johnson go over all the rights that you would waive by testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your desire to testify?
Yes,
Do you understand your obligation to testify truthfully?
I do.
Are you going to testify truthfully?
I'm going to testify truthfully.
Would you explain your relationship to Laurie Shaver?
Laurie Shaver is my mother. Me and her are very close. We've always been very close. We do everything together. I don't know. She's like my best friend and a mom in one.
get on the freaking microphone. Why are we not on the microphone?
All right, defense, do you wish to view the birth certificate? Do you wish to view the document, the birth certificate?
I keep it on the mic. Kristen, I am so sorry. Holy crap. That would have been a lawsuit.
Madam Clerk is identifying the document. And once identified, we'd ask that the matter be accepted to the court, again pursuant to your order.
Is that Exhibit B? E is in Delta? Okay. All right, the birth certificate has been marked as Exhibit D. Is there any objection from the state?
Your Honor, it's improper to admit that as judicial notice, but it is an official record, and because of the fact that it is an official record, it is admissible, so the state has no objection.
All right.
The state has.
Without objection, Exhibit D will be entered into evidence as defense number 1.
Isabel, you met me some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Met me at or about the time of your mother's arrest.
Right. Yes.
I had, did I not, a brief discussion with you?
We did. Yes.
And upon that brief discussion, we had requested that Ms. Johnson be appointed, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I ask you any questions you do not understand, would you please ask me to rephrase the question, repeat the question, or try to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Do you recall your father?
Yes.
His name?
Michael Shaver.
What was your relationship like with Michael Shaver?
We didn't really have much of a relationship. He wasn't very present. He worked at night, and so he slept all day during the day. And anytime he was home, we weren't really allowed outside of our rooms. We didn't have a relationship really. He really wasn't a father to me.
Was the atmosphere calm? How would you describe the household?
It was very combative. It was very tense. There was a lot of tension constantly. It's not calm. It was the complete opposite of calm. Nobody, whenever he was home, it was just, I mean, it was scary. It was like I don't know, we were just stuck in our rooms all day, and then like whenever we weren't, it was just, he was very aggressive, and we didn't have that type of relationship. No, it wasn't a calm household.
You see any without talking about the facts of any events, did you see any altercations between Michael and your mother?
I did, yes.
Were they frequent?
Yeah, they were pretty frequent.
Were they physical?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to mark these exhibits. The court has previously accepted and entered an order to take judicial notice of this.
Your Honor, can I see these?
I'll show you.
All right, the state can please view the documents. Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
I am so sorry, Kristen. Y'all, I'm really struggling. Well, she is almost 16, but I still struggle with this girl testifying. God knows if anything was promised to her by her mother. Um, she's had plenty of time to talk her daughter into it by saying, "Oh, nothing's going to happen to you because you were underage. You were only 7. It will save my life." You know how it goes. You know how many children have testified for their parents and then years later grow up and said they lied under oath out of fear? Kristen, this is a safe place to talk about all this. I don't have a problem with it. You're part of the team. I'm sorry you went through that. I really, really am. And I don't say it flippantly either. There's not enough disability specialists out there that can advocate for the parents. That's another reason why I want to go get my criminal justice and either a law degree or a master's in criminal law so I can help step in and assist families who are facing things because their loved one either A is guilty but disabled or innocent and disabled and something was done to them. Part of the problem with disabled people is depending on what the disabilities is, the courts may or may not fully understand the impact it has on the child's ability um, to reason. Oh, they lie all the time. And if they think they're going to lose everything they have because the dad's gone and the mother goes to jail and the child is going to have nothing. So I get you and I don't agree with it. I think that this is not a good move. In my humble opinion. Gosh, I'm still craving that chocolate cake. Still craving chocolate cake. Oh my gosh. Did that not feel great? Wow, that felt good. My neck popped. Mm. Yeah, they will and they do all the time. It's horrible. Mm. Yeah, and that's the hard thing depending on how young they are and how much the impressions are made, um, can definitely become what they think are memories that are not even there. I went through that with my kids. Mm. Yeah.
Yelling at me?
Well, I was trying to get you I can't get up. My legs are all frozen up.
Hand it to me over your monitor, Connor. Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll have to Hey, from the register. I just had to get back in here. What? Mm. I got my legs propped up on this little stool, and it's like my hips are frozen in place. Uh-huh. I mean, some of the grandparents have done that a lot, especially in divorces or when one person goes to prison and the other one's out and, the families have their own beliefs and stuff, but they don't, they tell it to the children like it's fact when it's only their opinion. And when that happens, it's like, ugh, not a good thing. Not a good thing. Ugh. My head is itchy today. I got a couple of hairs that are kind of being pulled from my braid because I braided so fast I didn't even take the time to properly divide it. You don't see the back anyway. Yeah, Kristen, I am so sorry. And I think that there are better ways to do it than handcuffing. Um, it's not a straitjacket per se, but it is a soft protective jacket that they could put on. It's basically a backwards taco. It wraps around them in the front and keeps their arms down, and then it zips up the back so they can still maneuver, but their arms are inside it, and they it has a strap that goes between the legs so it keeps them from lifting it up. And but most places don't have that finances to pay for those special things. So I am terribly sorry. I know that must have been horrifying, and I'm truly, truly sorry. People don't get or understand the stuff that goes on. And when you've got an adult with the mind of a 3 to 4-year-old, you remember how hard it was to reason and control them at that age, at that size. Can you imagine doing it now as a full-grown person, not knowing their strength? I have been there, and I've had nonverbal people on the spectrum, uh, attack me while I was working with a deaf person, and it's one of those things that, you can't get mad at them, but at the same time, you gotta protect yourself. So I get it, but handcuffs, I'm not thrilled of that. That bothers me a lot.
So speaking about household events,
Mhm.
you had spoken that it was an atmosphere that was tense, I believe.
Yes.
True.
I'm showing you a composite exhibit. It has 6 photographs in it.
I can't hear you.
Had you seen your mom in that same or similar condition on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions how you frequently observed your mom? Without speaking about the events themselves. Did
I need you to be on the mic.
images and mental impressions in your mind cause you to feel the need to take your mother's side at any time?
Yes. I mean, look at her.
Did it cause you, Isabel, to step up and in the past, on more than one occasion, and side with your mother?
Yes.
In the pictures that you looked at, who committed those injuries to your mother?
My father.
Judge, we'd ask that this exhibit, this composite exhibit, without testimony.
Okay, so if this is a true case of DV, call the police. Tell them what happened. Call the police. This is what happened. I had to defend. My child did this. I did this. Whatever it is, call the police. You don't bury him under a pit in the backyard and hold a wedding over him after you've melted marshmallows over him.
As to the events, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
How's the exhibit identified? What letter marking?
It is B.
B as in Bravo? Okay. Any objection from the state? Without objection, Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defense number 2.
I'm really struggling with that. If she had have got the weapon and shot him as a 7-year-old, tell the truth. What you're doing is causing more traumatic injuries to this child over a lifetime. I'm just floored, y'all. I'm not even saying sorry because I'm not sorry. But I am floored. Absolutely floored. That's right. Exactly. And if I can't help you, I will find someone who can. Mm. Part of the problem is that the parents don't a lot of times don't have the funding to find someone and pay them to assist them. One of the reasons why I'd love to have this channel support me fully and get to the point to where I can comfortably pay my bills and live. I'm not I don't ever expect to be another EDB. That would be nice, but I don't have to have that to be happy and comfortable. Not to saying I wouldn't appreciate it, but it would then give me the ability to provide services like this for free. I do provide a lot of services for free, by the way. I've helped people get jobs out of state, and I've helped people get all kinds of systems. And then I go on vacation, and I rent an Airbnb. And in my application for it, I said I have a service dog, professionally trained, and they said it was fine. And when we left it. We actually did the laundry. We actually cleaned when we left. And she found a few dog hairs, and she had a conniption and put on my comments on my Airbnb that if anybody ever was to have me as a client, they need to charge double because the dog hair was incredibly bad. I'm like, we vacuumed and swept and emptied it out and took out the trash and did the laundry, bed, and we did it all. And I was so mad. I got a hold of Airbnb. They were so mad they fired her as a partner because you can't do that. She said she had to pay somebody to clean the place twice. No, you didn't. Technically, you didn't need to hire them once because I done did it. But yeah.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Isabel, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. Would you tell the jurors what you're looking at?
I see my father with a torn shirt and blood.
Speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I see my father, and he has a torn shirt and blood.
Whose blood's that?
I mean, I'm assuming his,
Sis?
maybe.
Now, the photos you looked at and testified to briefly, is this the individual that would do that? And see? We move defense exhibit C into evidence at this time, Judge.
And no objection? Without objection, defense exhibit C will be admitted into evidence as defense number 3.
Isabel, how frequently would those events occur? Without speaking the details of the events.
It would happen pretty often. They'd at least argue and like fight really bad, pretty much on the daily. But it would escalate to those points a few times a month. Like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened often.
And as a matter of those events, and I may have asked this question before, did you feel a need to attempt to protect your mom in any fashion?
I did, yes.
Did you perceive your mother as a victim through those events?
Yes.
That response that transpired in you, did it become a natural and automatic response? You talked about the feeling inside of yourself of a need to protect your mother. Did that become automatic inside?
Yes, it did. Growing up, yeah, I've always stepped in for my mother. I would, do whatever I could do. I remember I had this stuffed animal, and her name was Lammy, and she was my favorite stuffed animal. And he used to, she would go to sleep on the couch, and because he would drug her water, and I would tuck her in, and I would give her my stuffed animal to protect her. And obviously it's a stuffed animal, it's not going to protect her, but it was just the act and the principle of it.
Was there a period of time when your father was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
Was your father removed from the residence on occasion?
Yes.
As a consequence of these events?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And during the period or the absence of your father, did your mother start dating anybody?
After he had been removed for a while, she did start dating Jeremy.
Okay. What was Jeremy's last name?
Townsman? I don't think I know his last name. It's something like that.
Okay. How often would Jeremy come to the residence?
He was over all the time. He came over for holidays. He was there for my brother's birthday. His son went to the same school as me and my brother, so he would meet up at our house every day before we go to school. And he was at the school for all the plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was he there for Christmas?
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with the playgrounds, and we'd go with his son and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
Do you know if Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married?
I don't think so.
Isabel, I'm sorry I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father. Do you know anything about the death of your father?
I do.
Do you know anything about how your father died?
I do.
Could you tell the jury?
So it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he.
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands the events, okay?
Okay. It was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms. We had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these like little plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room, and so they all connected to each other, like through the bathroom. It was almost like a little like pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So I always, when I was little, I would go through there to like sneak around, and I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room, and in front of the dining room there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch. They were out on the porch, and he by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, "We can work things out. Like we'll figure this out. It'll be different." And he was like, "No, there's no next time. There's no figuring it out." And he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face. And she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And I'm sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still holding her to the ground, still kicking her. And I shot him, and nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy.
Let me stop a little bit, Estelle. Okay, you say nothing happened.
You're right. Why not call the
He was
police?
sitting in the chair. Right.
You shot him. You know exactly where you shot him, or
I'm not exactly sure. No.
did you shoot him from the rear region, or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Wait. No blood with a gunshot wound. I can understand there's going to be an entrance, and there can be just a little bit there, but the backside's going to have blood. Don't tell me there was no blood. You don't know where the bullet went? That's bull.
No way.
She was 7.
When you fired that shot,
I wonder if her
that
mother
had to be
manipulated her
done,
into believing she did it.
or he would have killed your mother?
Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
It was necessary?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came and
How long?
it was right after it happened. Like,
I hope this is
I hadn't even
sarcasm.
had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And he came in and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when he fell to the ground.
Whoa. I have
For
to
all
hear
like the
that again.
plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was he there for
I'm
Christmas?
with you, Robin.
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with like the playgrounds, and we'd go with his son and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
Do you know if Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married?
I don't think so.
Isabel, I'm sorry. I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father.
Oh, we went back too far. My bad.
While he was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms where we had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast.
I needed to
and
hear
was
this
watching
again.
TV. We
I'm
had
hard
these,
of
like, little
hearing.
plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, "No, that's not the TV." So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room. And so they all connected to each other, like through the bathroom. It was almost like a little like pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So when I was little, I would go through there to like sneak around. And I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room. And in front of the dining room, there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch. They were out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, "We can work things out. Like we'll figure this out. It'll be different." And he was like, "No, there's no next time. There's no figuring it out." And he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face. And she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still holding her to the ground, still kicking her.
Good question.
And I shot him. And
how did you shoot him?
He didn't fall. No.
I would say I hope the prosecution goes and says, okay, blow by blow, how did you shoot him? What did you do? And then I would compare it with her affidavits.
And then Jeremy.
Let me stop you a little bit as well. Okay, you say nothing happened. Was he standing or sitting?
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
Mom's head.
Right.
You shot him. You know exactly who you shot him or?
I'm not exactly sure. No.
Okay. Did you shoot him from the rear region or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Let me stop you there.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Let me interject here and there if I may.
Okay.
Did you feel when you fired that shot
Him sitting in a chair is not
had to be
defense.
done, or he would have killed your mother?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
That it was necessary?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came and he.
How long?
It was right after it happened. Like, I hadn't even had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And he came in and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when
Okay,
he
so
fell to the
Jeremy
ground.
came in.
And
I gotta pause that. Jeremy came in. What am I snagging my foot on? Oh, okay, yeah, cord. Jeremy came in. Okay. I'm having a problem with them because if Jeremy came in and they shot him again, he may not have been dead. So why is Jeremy not being brought up on charges for that? I mean, you would think.
My mom had crawled away. He fell to the ground. Jeremy shot him.
Sitting in a chair.
He told my mom to take us out of the house, take us to school, and that we needed to leave. We're not to tell anybody. We can't tell nobody. We can't call the cops. We can't say anything, or else he was going to do the same thing to me and my brother. And he was going to, hurt us too. So we.
Okay, how in the hell is this man going to hurt you and your brother if he's no longer living? See, this is where I, as a jury, would not believe her, because that statement right there tells me that he was not shot. Oh my gosh, this girl is just, boom, mic drop. That right there is a sonic drop. You take them to school and you tell them not to tell anybody. Okay, what 7-year-old? Bullshit. I've been on 7 hours almost. I'll say it. Bullshit. Because you're telling me that you told this little girl who's 7 years old, and her brother, I think, is younger than her, to not tell anybody. Okay? Making my pupper's bed. Messed it up. And to take her to school. And then she says, we couldn't tell anybody. What 7-year-old is not going to sit there and go, I don't think my daddy's alive anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe it. And then she turns around and she sits there and says something along the lines of, or 8-year-old, 7 or 8-year-old. Yeah. And then you sit there and go, oh, he said that if we told anybody that my father would do this to us, my brother and I. I'm like, that's bullcrap. I hope the jury caught that.
Okay, so you leave the residence, you go to school. When you get to school, what happens?
We get to
I told my
school.
teacher.
I mean,
you didn't believe me.
Nothing really happened at school. I would say I was most definitely in shock, but at the same time, it was like because those types of events happen often, I was very used to like, like the violence and seeing.
I don't believe that either, because 7-year-olds who are exposed to that kind of violence, the teachers know something's going on. My kids, when they lost their daddy to prison, my son was 9, my daughter was 4.5, almost 5, and when he went away, there's no way you can tell me they didn't know. I call BS on that. They may not know exactly what's going on, but they know something's happening. And there's no way a girl is going to be able to hide that.
Things like that. And so I was still able to like perform normally at school.
No, you were not.
And just kind of, not go about my day, be at school.
I really don't believe
What
her.
time did you get out of school?
I was in elementary school, so I think around like 3.
Okay. When you came home,
She's 7, 8 years old.
was Jay there?
Yes, he was. He was fixing the front door.
She said 3rd grade. She thought
any
that could be 7, that can be 8, depending on when you started school.
Your
Depends on when your birthday falls
No.
in the school year cutoff.
Did Jeremy make any mention about he'd take care of this or anything like that?
Yeah, when he had told my mom to take us out of the house, and he told us not to tell anybody. He said that he would take care of it.
You're right on that, Kristen.
So let's get off that subject. There was a period of time, I understand, where y'all were intending to build a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about the duck pond and what the plan was there.
So we had like a bird farm. We had a bunch of different birds, and we needed like a place for the ducks. So we built like this big like whole pond shaped thing, like kind of like an artificial pond. And I remember me and my brother, we got these like little like red plastic shovels. And we were gonna dig the hole, make the pond, and that was like the intended use for it.
Did you guys finish it or?
No,
Ducks in it or what?
no, we never ended up finishing it. We ended up later on turning it into a fireplace.
Okay. Had there been previous discussions you were going to put a fireplace when you abandoned the duck pond?
Yeah, once we decided we weren't going to do the duck pond, like we were thinking about either doing a fireplace or like a pool.
Okay. After this happened at the house, what happened to Mom and Jeremy?
They broke up. That the last time that they were really like together, I guess, was the day my dad died. They broke up, so obviously they stopped seeing each other. But he would come, I remember one time we were at a light, like at a stoplight, and he like pull up next to our car. This happened on multiple occasions, and he would like scream at us from his car, like tell us to roll our window down. I remember we were going to this Publix, and he would follow us through the store to try and like talk to us, and then we switched Publix to a different Publix. He came to that one too. I remember he came to us in Walmart one time. He was driving by our house trying to talk to us, talk to my mom.
I always want to give children the benefit of the doubt, but I am royally struggling with this
When
one.
was the last time that Jeremy drove by the residence that you can recall?
At our old house, it was quite a while ago, but we've moved since then, and he has driven by the house we're living at now.
When was the last time you think? How many months ago?
It wasn't too long ago, probably less than a year ago.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm struggling so hard. I so wanted. This is so hard to listen to her do this. And the problem is she's still a minor. So even though she's lying under oath, what are they going to do to her?
A blue tarp.
What are they going to do?
And by that I mean
Kitty
type
jail
of
for a
tarp you see
week?
sometimes put over roofs if there's a leak or to cover a boat or an item.
No.
Just saying.
Did you have, sometimes you see on boats or other items, straps to hold it down. Did y'all have any of those on the property?
No.
I think if the jury's paying attention, they caught that slip.
No.
You ever go to a tractor show?
Yes, yeah.
Was there a man, Frank Merritt, present that you recall?
Yeah, we did go. I mean, if that's Frank Merritt, then yes.
Okay. Do you recall leaving the tractor show early or anything like that?
Yes, I was really, really sick that day, and it was really, really hot. I'm really sensitive to the heat, and I have.
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any health issues?
Yeah, I have like autoimmune issues.
Any arthritis or other issues?
I mean, we're still trying to figure. I think it's arthritis. We're still trying to figure out what it is. They just have diagnosed me with hypermobility for now.
Hypermobility may have POTS.
Robert Marcato.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Mr. Marcato coming to the house to remove your father because of an injunction or any reason?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm struggling with that too,
During that
Ronnie.
event, did you see your mom waving a gun at him or anything like that?
No.
Scott Amatuccio. How often would Mr. Amatuccio come to the residence?
He wouldn't come over that often because he did live far.
Wilma Nichols. Do you know a Wilma Nichols?
Our neighbor.
Okay. Did Miss Nichols come by and socialize with y'all at all?
No. We've hung out with her probably once when we first moved there.
Isabel, I'd started this with a discussion about your mom being arrested. Do you feel that it's imperative that you step up and tell this jury what happened?
Oh my
I
gosh,
think
you're
it's
just
important that I say what happened. Yes.
because she knows that they're not going to do anything to her, so she can lie and get away with it.
Is it true and is it accurate?
Yes.
No embellishments?
Yep.
No.
Nobody pressured you?
No.
And you've had your own advice of counsel, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Doesn't mean she.
All right, stay.
Hold on. Okay, I want to take a breather. We need a breather. I need a comfort break, emotional comfort break. The issue for me is that she did have counsel, but is she taking that counsel's advice? The counsel didn't say whether she was what her advice actually was, as far as I can remember, but I was doing 2 lives at the same time there. But I'm like, Houston, we have a problem. Why are you I don't like that last question either. What I really don't like is the fact that she made the comment that they were told if they told anybody at school, then they were going to oh, that's why it's doing that. If they told anybody at school what happened, then he's gonna hurt them as well. That angers me, royally angers me that they threatened those kids not to say anything. If this was a legit thing, they would have called the police. The police would have interviewed her. They would have interviewed everybody. They would have done their thing. But the mother may have been arrested. But if the daughter truly done it, they could have tested her hand for gunshot residue. Think about it. She would have had gunshot residue on her hands. He was sitting in a chair, and then the other guy comes and shoots him. How do we? He may not have been actually dead. And so he comes and finishes him off. Why is he not being brought up on trial? I'm pissed. Okay, let's see what the defense wouldn't it be funny if we actually had a dumb blonde moment here?
Sir, may I please report?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shaver, you need a minute?
No, I'm okay.
You said your birthday's coming up?
Yes.
Okay, and you're about to turn 16?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, but these microphones and the recordings are recording everything. Sometimes it's hard to understand mm-hms and uh-hs and things like that. So as
Okay.
much as possible, try to remember to say yes and no.
Okay.
And if you say it, because we all do, I'll probably correct you. Let's just make sure the record's clear, okay? All right. Now, the events that we are talking about obviously are some much longer ago, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2015, 2016, correct?
Right.
And some of this stuff that you've talked about is even older than that.
Right.
And so when we are talking about time frames in November of 2015, how old would you have been then?
2015. I'm be 16. So I would have been awful at math. Oh my gosh.
6 and 7 years old. Sounds
Yeah.
about right? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
And there's obviously been a long
That was
passage of
10
time
years ago,
since-
almost 9 years
Mhm.
ago.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Getting ready to be
sorry.
Okay.
16.
Now, it's fair to say that you don't want anything bad to happen to your mom, correct?
Correct.
You said you were very close to your mom. She's like your best friend.
Yes.
And that you definitely want your family to stay together.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Yes? Okay. I want to talk to you before we start talking about the event that led to your mother's arrest.
Then she would have been
I wanna talk to you about some of
9.
the other stuff that you had mentioned.
That doesn't make sense.
At one point,
Wait a
you
minute.
said that your dad would drug your mom to put her to sleep. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And during the course of this case, you've actually been talked to by law enforcement, by the Children's Advocate Center, and myself.
Mhm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And that interview
That's
with
9.
law enforcement would have been
She
at the
wasn't
time of your
7.
mother's arrest in 2020.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes.
She's
Okay.
9.
And then you went to the Child Advocacy Center and were asked questions about things that were going on a few months after that, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then the deposition where I asked you questions about this was in this calendar year,
Okay, 7.
2024.
Yes.
And there are
tired.
going to be some times that I'm going to go ahead and refer to those various statements, and I've got the transcripts of them so you can review them if it helps refresh your memory. All right?
All right.
Have you reviewed any of those?
Yes.
And previously, when you talked about the allegations about your dad, quote, drugging your mom, you were 5 years old at that point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you described is you would see him put some sort of powder in a drink and give it to her.
Yes.
But when asked what he put in the drink, you didn't know, correct? All right. And you didn't know what it
That
was.
could have been Propel. That could have been
You don't know where he
Gatorade
would get
powder.
it.
No.
And quite frankly, you have no idea what he was putting in that drink.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. But you don't know where it is or where it came from.
I don't.
All right. Now, the morning that your father was killed, you are saying that he was not living at the house at the time, correct?
Correct.
Saying, and previously you had stated that the last time he had lived
How would she even know
at
to
home
do that?
was before you were in second grade. Do you remember saying that?
How would
Yeah.
she even know to do it?
Is that accurate?
I would say first, second grade-ish.
Okay, so you hadn't lived at home at all since you were in first or second grade.
Yeah.
All right. And you were in third grade during the 2015-2016 calendar year, correct?
I think so.
Do you need to think about it a little bit, or are you good with that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what grade I was in. I did 2 grades over the summer, so it kind of makes it a little.
Okay. Now, if your school records indicated you were in third grade in the school year of 2015-2016, you would be.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm just. Yeah.
So second grade would be the 2014-2015 calendar year.
Okay.
Is that
correct?
All right. So you're saying that he had not lived with you since before August or September of 2014.
Yes.
And the event that we're here to talk about, you don't know what grade you were in when that happened, right?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know who your teacher was when this happened, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what month this happened in, correct?
Okay, so how can you
don't
remember all the
know
other details?
What year this happened in, correct?
Yes.
You can't think of any holidays that this event was near, correct?
Not necessarily holidays, but like birthdays. I know it was. I'm pretty sure it was after my brother's birthday. I would say probably spring, summer-ish.
And previously you had said you thought it was spring or summer because you had recently been to the beach.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's in keeping with your brother's birthday?
Yes, his birthday's April 1st.
And when you say spring or summer, what do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, anywhere between spring or summer. I mean, that was so long ago.
I understand. Let me try to ask a better question. I may think spring starts in March.
Mhm.
You may think spring starts in May. So when you say spring, what months are we talking about here when you're saying spring or summer?
Probably starting in like April, May.
Okay.
I feel like that's when like the school year ends is like May, so like that'd be almost summer.
Okay. And when would summer end to you?
August, September.
So this event that led to you getting a gun, shooting at your father, having him eventually killed in front of you, and then being threatened, having your life threatened. The best you can come up with as far as when this happened is sometime in some year between April and August.
Yes.
The day that this happened, the events that you have described all happened in between the time frame that you woke up and went to school that day, correct?
Correct.
And that would be from 7 o'clock in the morning till about 8 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yeah.
And what you are saying happened is your father showed up unannounced sometime in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
You're saying that he hadn't lived there since 2004, since about August of 2014. When was the last time that you had seen him prior to him showing up and having this conversation with your mother?
Last time I saw him, I don't remember the exact day or anything. I mean, I remember like certain memories because they weren't good days. Like they, had bad events happen on those days. Because, I mean, like I said, this was so long ago, so I don't remember just like, days. I just remember like those bad events that took place. Okay.
But in relation to the time that you saw your father killed in front of you, How long has it been since the last time you had seen your father?
I would probably say a few months.
And you do not remember how he was dressed?
I believe he's wearing a pair of shorts.
Do you remember previously when I asked you that question in a deposition saying something different?
What did I
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your transcript?
Yes.
Showing you your deposition, page 37. And line 9. I'm just going to go ahead and ask you to read to yourself the question on line 7 and 8, and then your response on line.
I said I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. And I also just said that I'm not sure, but I think it was shorts.
I understand. I just want to make sure we understand. When I asked you these questions previously this year, you didn't remember them.
Right.
Okay. And there's obviously pictures of his dead body wearing shorts. Did you review that before your testimony changed?
No.
Okay. Now, so
No,
he shows
would
up.
somebody tell you?
You haven't seen him in a long time.
Oh, sorry.
Really big mirror, like huge.
Okay, this is one thing that bothers me about some of these attorneys is they don't have good follow-through questions. Not did you review? Did anyone talk to you about it? Did you hear anybody speaking about this? Did you read it in a newspaper? Come on. This is the most pivotal witness in this case. Clearly think what you're doing and get more specifics, please.
And
In my
it
humble opinion.
was on the wall. It was like latched onto the wall by like these, so like it could like flip up like this. And so behind it was, I want to say like a hole, but it wasn't really a hole. It was kind of like this really deep like divot in the wall. And there was like a rack, and then he stored his guns there. So you could like the wall, and then the mirror lifted up, and there was like guns on the wall.
Okay. So there
Thank
were
you,
numerous
Toxic
guns
Orchid.
within the residence. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay.
for sure.
The question is, as the juries may wonder, how did you learn to fire a handgun?
My dad, he was obviously very interested in guns.
Really?
So he did hunting a lot. We had 5 acres of land, so we had a lot of space to shoot the guns.
Please.
And so he always taught us like gun safety or whatever, and would take us outside to shoot the guns.
Was that a routine thing?
Yeah, we did it quite often.
Okay. So did you have any trouble?
Let's
or
get the brother up
difficulty
there.
in pulling the hammer or on the gun?
I mean, it was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands.
Pardon me?
It was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands to pull the trigger back.
Okay. On that part, Judge, I'll end. Mr. Cabuccio may have some questions.
All right, thank you.
Dude, you left so much on the table. Okay, let's talk about exactly what did you do? How did you hold it? How did it feel when it fired? What did it sound like? What happened after you shot him? Where did you put the gun? What did you do? There's so much being left. I don't care she's 16. She put herself there.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Now she can write a book about it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all. Okay, 80% she did it on her poll, 11% no, 7 undecided. Here's a new poll. I wish I could put my opinion in the poll, but I can't. People are hopping on that poll quick. One of the things I was warned about when the situation happened with my children, especially my younger one, but both of them, not so much. I had to watch it with him too, but especially the younger one because she doesn't remember living with her father and any of that. Y'all, I was warned, do not talk about things hypothetical. Do not have discussions around her or my children to where they might start believing the conversation and not the memories. At that age, when you talk about something, it becomes a memory as if they saw it. Um, I have known parents to remember, I told you this, and remember, and this, and I mean, it's so easy. You telling I need to change my poll? I just and I had one of the grandparents. We went and did something as myself, the kids, and the grandmother, and something happened. Not necessarily bad, but something happened. And my kids were there, and my kids and I were talking it through. They were sitting in the back seat. Now, of course, we adults know, and I knew exactly what happened. And they heard what grandma was saying, and they took all of that in. And about 3, 4 years later, we were reminiscing over something, and the thing we came up in conversation, and they swore they remember something happening, and it never did. Had nothing to do with what happened. But the conversation after the event, while they were still in shock, was with their grandmother in the front seat as I was driving, and had nothing to do with the children or I. It had to do with somebody she was working with, and they could sworn that that conversation was a part of the memory, and it wasn't. So, yep, it's 100% no at this point. How many people have? Yeah, everybody's no. 100% of the poll is no at this point. Is what it is, y'all. I just
Gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief comfort break at this time. Thank you.
And that's true too. And if she walked up to him while he's sitting in a chair, he probably could have gotten away quicker than she could have fired that weapon. Saying. Just saying. Okay, so they're going to take a comfort break. I think that little girl's testimony, if I was a jury, would say that that hurt more than helped. Ooh. Oh. I'm getting my afternoon snoozies. Somebody said, if you're trying to quit sugar and lose weight, quit drinking all those sodas. This is unsweet tea, guys. I can't help it. It's cooler weather. I'm in a room with no windows. It's like a cave in here. I can't help it. My earrings are catching. I got to take these off. These earrings are handmade. They're hand painted shells. There's 6 shells that were hand painted to make it look like a fan. You can tell it's handmade by looking at the back with the leather. So, yeah. The old lady next door sent over some saltwater taffy. Yeah. I need cake. I want some cake. I haven't had it in a while. My body is saying, we need cake. Oh my God. It's at 3:00. Yeah, that's the 3:00 dump. When I get real sleepy at 3:00. Don't ask me why. I wish I could get I wish I could con my son into going and getting cake, but that ain't gonna happen. It would be nice though. I can't. I agree. I think that this girl's gonna grow up and have a lot of problems, and a lot of prayer is gonna be needed for this child. The girl said she's the one who pulled trigger first. So, he finished it. So why is he not under indictment? Can I ask that question? Why is he not under the indictment? If he did the second shot to ensure it's dead, why didn't they just call an ambulance and do the right thing? Why is it that they're being permitted to allow this to happen? I mean, they need to make more charges here, y'all. Well, and I'm not saying he actually did. I'm saying if he actually did that, then he needs to be prosecuted and treated equally. Truth be told, I mean, I'm being real. Yep. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If she's not convicted, they cannot double jeopardy. It's double jeopardy. My heart aches for them. I mean, for that girl. I mean, even if she had done it, my heart aches for her. Part of the reason is because if it truly was that bad, um, and if she's not lying, then she should be fine. There was no reason to report this. Yep. And that's what frustrates me. So you're expecting us to believe this little girl did it, but not to believe that he took the second shot. You can't do that. You can't have half of it. It's all or nothing here, guys. All or nothing. Yeah. I'll be right back, y'all. See, that's where I have a problem believing this, because if this girl unalived him, would they not have called the police? Why do a funeral under the pond? Where are the reports? Exactly. No 7-year-old girl is going to go to school every day with that kind of abuse, or boy, any child, and act like nothing at all is happening. Teachers are tuned into this kind of thing. There's going to be something that she says or does that's going to go, am I right or wrong? I've not been a teacher. My father was. I'm still struggling with this. Yeah, where are the police reports? What I want to know is, she's been told what's truth, what's a lie. She knows.
Room. And Mr. Wiggs, at this time, does your client wish to testify?
Yes, she does, Judge.
Okay.
She does?
Is there anything further before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony of Ms. Shaver, as it relates to any sort of other acts by her deceased husband, needs to be limited to things that Isabel had knowledge about and was aware of.
No, you can't do that.
The only thing that matters as it relates to these prior acts go to what was reasonable for the person acting in defense.
Yeah, but she is, but you can't ask this, you can't ask that.
Ms. Shaver, the defendant, is unable to come up and just testify about all sorts of other things Mr. Shaver may have done to her over the course of their
Oh, they're wanting to limit her.
due to
Okay.
the fact that if Isabel Shaver did not observe it, and we've heard what her testimony is at this point, it's not relevant to the state of mind of the person acting in defense of others. So the state would move in limine to make sure that any sort of testimony of any acts by Michael Shaver upon Laurie Shaver be confined to the things that have already been testified to about which the person who shot had knowledge of about, which at this point is pretty much limited to the 2014 incident and general discussions of just fighting, and there's been very, very limited discussions of physical abuse. There have been allegations referred to in other documents of being locked in closets and sexual battery and things of that nature. And as there's no testimony from the person who shot as to knowledge about any of those things and why they acted in defense of others, any testimony about that would be irrelevant.
Judge, this child just testified that she saw repeated acts that impacted her mentally. Now, I know the court has directed we not go into details on events, but I think it's appropriate to talk about circumstances of events that may have impacted the child without still going into details. The child testified it was a monthly issue all the time, stress, batteries, events like that. I think that's appropriate to touch on, but not go into specific details. And that, I think, is your order.
I'll allow it to that extent.
Yes,
Okay.
and I would just say, I don't oppose counsel interjecting or even the court interjecting if you feel it's getting a little outside of where you want it to be.
You don't have a choice.
All right, anything
You
further?
can't give them permission to do that.
All right, let's call the jurors.
Please. You cannot sit there and say, oh, it's okay if you don't like what I'm doing. It's okay for you to interrupt me. I give you permission. Oh, come on now. Yeah, it is a big day. I didn't know it was going to move this fast. I thought this would at least push possibly into the Donna Adelson trial. And it's not. I'm surprised. I was worried we are going to have an overlap. Then everybody's got to pick and choose which trial they want to watch, and I'd be doing 2 live streams at once. How did that go today? I know it was a little glitchy. I'll get better at it.
All of the members of the jury have returned after our comfort break. Please proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
The defense would call Laurie Shaver.
Ms. Shaver, please have a seat at the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable.
This ought to be
Let me
good,
know when you're
y'all.
ready to proceed.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I got that song in my head.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Laurie Filmer, LaurieFilmer.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony
Crying
you give
already.
today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Really? Already?
Ms. Filmer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
Big day in your life, isn't it? Big week. Been several years, hasn't it, Miss Filmer?
I can't believe the husband stayed with her. Married her even though she's in this.
Tell me when you're ready, okay?
Oh, you're being
Would
so
you
gentle.
tell the jury who you are and how you met Michael Shaver?
I met Michael. We started dating in 7th grade. We lived in a very small town in Lawrence, New York. Our school was K through 12, 500 kids. Our graduating class was like 14.
Yeah, I'm
18
sure
kids.
she is.
We went to kindergarten together.
I guess I should pull up
I met Michael in
Randy.
tech class when they actually did tech class in 7th grade.
So we reached a period of time where y'all elected to get married, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
May of 2016.
Okay. And at some point in time, y'all ended up migrating to the state of Florida.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when that was?
I graduated in 2001. Went to college. So Mike was a dropout. He got his GED. He wanted to become a pilot. Didn't have much funding for that. My parents paid for it. I went to school for business administration and focus in health service administration. So I was very socially awkward. Wasn't a popular kid in school.
Okay.
My brother, one of my oldest brothers, I'm the youngest of 5. One of my brothers got meningitis at 7 weeks. And he was severely mentally retarded.
Ah, don't use that word.
So
delayed.
Growing up in a small town, that was not like acceptable way back then. And I spent
Way back then?
all my time in the handicap class.
Okay. First of all, don't throw the handicapped, poor, pitiful me down on this boat because this biatch is going to go freaking crazy. You're not back in the 50s, my dear, when people with disabilities were put in institutions. Oh, I am not going to handle this well. Oh, I'm not going to handle this well. I'm not. I can't. Poor pitiful you.
Classroom. And that was like not popular. I was an outcast. He used to get beat up on the bus, and I would stick up for him.
No, it's not.
I met Mike in, well, I had gone to school with him, but in 7th grade in tech class, we became friends. He was an awkward kid as well, because he was kind of like a troublemaker at
Ronnie,
that
are
time.
you ahead of us?
And I didn't have anybody. He didn't have anybody. We kind of clung together at that point.
Okay. So there's some period of time went by, y'all got married, ended up down here, correct?
Yes.
Mike wanted to be a pilot, couldn't do that, or what?
No, he did. Yep.
Okay. Did he?
Eventually did.
Okay. Did he fly commercial or was it a hobby?
Nope. He, my parents helped him get his personal private pilot's license. He wanted to go on and get his professional pilot license. My parents told him that if he was going to date me, he was going to get his GED and then they would help him. He looked to his family to get assistance with that. He was denied. So it took some time. It took a lot of time, but eventually he made his way. He started flying for Pan Am Flight Academy, which is the lower division of U.S. Airways out of New York City.
Okay.
Yep. He was doing good.
So eventually you end up down here and Mike transgresses into another occupation. How did that happen?
Well, we first moved. So I worked for MetLife Disability. I worked for them for 15 years, corporate. I worked for them in office for 4 years. When Mike finally succeeded in everything, we were able to move. We moved to Florida, Fort Pierce, Florida, when I was 7 weeks pregnant with Isabel.
Okay.
We were there for about a year. We moved back to New York. We got hit with our first hurricane ever. It was kind of like a scary thing. We were top tier of an apartment building. A tree came in. We didn't know what to do. We packed up our stuff. We were back in New York 3 days later.
Okay.
Then after that, we were there for about a year. I was still working for MetLife, but at that time, work from home was kind of becoming popular. And I was able to, again, move my work to Florida. And we moved to Orlando, right next to the airport. And I was working from home, had Isabel. And he was commuting from Orlando to New York City on a weekly basis. He was gone for weeks at a time.
Okay. What happened next in y'all's life?
There was a lot. We just had each other. I don't know how else to explain it. We just had each other. I was a single mom in a new place with no family, no friends. He was a pilot. He was gone all the time. There was no support from either.
Now
You knew that when you
we
married
heard
him.
from family in this case of Mike's come in and they said, well, we haven't heard from him for this.
Okay, I'm going to say this right here, right now, not to be mean because I lived it. My husband was on call. My husband was gone. He went through school for 12 years. I met him towards the tail end. We did interns. We did all kinds of stuff. And I was a married single parent. I get it. But I married him knowing that's what was going to happen. And then when the marriage isn't what you idealized it to be, you blame that. It's never your fault. It was the other person's fault. Well, you agreed to it when you married the person, male or female. Doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Put your big girl panties on. You knew he was going to be a pilot. They're gone a lot. You couldn't handle that, then why in the hell did you marry him? See, I am so tired of the opposite spouse blaming the providing spouse for being gone. Working. If you're gone playing all the time, that's another story. But working and you're complaining about it, they earn good money. What were you doing? Oh, yeah. I just get so mad that now you've committed a crime and you're going to use that poor, pitiful me. He's never there for us. Yeah, he was. He was working and providing. He was the provider. I was the homemaker. I took care of everything in that home from plumbing. I did it myself as long as it was something I could do. I mean, to tell you, I knew what I bought into. Yes, Christmases and holidays were sometimes hard when my ex was not around. I admit it. And sometimes I complain. But in reality, I had no right to. And then there were times that he was home and I was gone doing my thing. I don't like it when they use this
period of
crap as a
time or that
defense
period
when
of
you
time.
bought
Was he
into it from
close
day
with his
one.
family at all?
No.
Do you ever visit them?
Stacy, yes.
Did any of them ever visit your residence?
Never. They didn't even come to the wedding.
Okay.
But when we
Why
were
would
growing
they?
up through high school, we would go to Stacy's all the time. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays. I knew Desiree. I knew Danny. And you know that. And every time we would go over there and meet, you and Mike used to always get together and talk about how your dad evaded the whole family.
Okay. What was the next step in y'all's marriage?
So from there, there was a lot of issues. A lot of issues. He was away.
When?
Gone for over a week.
When?
I packed up Isabel. And we had flight privileges. We could fly for free. I packed her up. And when he was gone, took her to New York, where my family was. Thinking I could get away, get support, file for divorce. Everything was good. Rented a house. Everything was good. I was back working at MetLife in the office. My sister works there. She's actually the operations manager now. She's a nurse. She started her way down low. She was actually the one that got me the job, told me that they were doing this mass hiring. And now she's the operations manager of MetLife in Oriskany. So I packed Isabel up. She was just a little over a year old. We went there. And
Where was Mike?
well, he was off on a business trip, but we had back then you used to have flying privileges. You could just you were just on standby. As long as you could just get on the plane, you could fly anywhere you wanted to for free back then. So that's what I did. I got away. My sister was helping me. We got a house. We rented a house. Everything was all right, this is gonna work. I was seeking an attorney in New York, filing for divorce. My mom, I joined a gym and I went to a spinning class one day. I came home that night. My mom was watching Isabel, who was a baby. I went into the shower. When I came out, my mom was not there.
Okay.
I was greeted by a punch in the face.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Okay. Let's limit it
Okay.
without physical
Okay. I
description.
was greeted by Michael.
Okay.
3 weeks later,
All right.
I was out of work for 3 weeks. And we were all back in Florida 3 weeks after that. And I was again working from home without my family, without any support. And we were living in Davenport, Florida at that time, Champions Gate area.
Let's transgress into the family environment. Did it ever develop, Laurie, into an atmosphere where there was tension, so to speak?
Okay, first of all,
there was always tension.
Objection leading. Objection leading. He is leading his witness and nobody's objecting. Frustrating.
Let's talk about,
in my humble
the
opinion.
nature of the tension.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see pictures.
I'm showing you a composite of images. I want you to look through those. All right, that's number 2.
I'm sorry, she to me is acting more like a guilty person. Is it of her when she was a
I have the memories. I don't need to look at pictures.
injury?
Now, without articulating the specific facts of those events, did you suffer any injuries at the hands of Michael Shaver?
Mm-hmm.
Showing you defense 3. Who was that?
Yeah, it was.
Who's in that photo?
Michael.
Whose blood is on that shirt? Michael Shaver.
Michael's.
Was that a consequence of an altercation between you and Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When these incidents occurred, would these occur around the family and the occupants of that family?
Sometimes.
Pardon me?
Sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, he didn't hide it.
Let's talk about your relationship with Isabel. What was your relationship like with Isabel?
Like when? When she was younger or now?
Well, when y'all were younger, did Isabel ever develop a feeling or a need to protect you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Did she demonstrate? Did she demonstrate?
Isabel grew up really fast. She had to take care of Aiden. And when I was not able to.
As a consequence of these events?
Yes. And even to this day, she still, I am not the person to, if you come at me with something, I don't have a comeback. I will shut down and I will just retreat. She's not that person. She will get right in front of me, whether we're at the gas station or grocery shopping. There used to be a time period where I could not even go into a grocery store by myself.
Were
Please.
there events wherein you were not free to leave the residence?
Yes.
Would anybody control your freedom of movement?
Yes. My obviously I've gained weight over the years, but my eating was controlled. I had anorexia and bulimia. I probably the way this now what I did with all four of my kids, but I literally reached for an Oreo one time and was thrown off the couch.
Now, at some point in time, Michael took a job at Disney, correct? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact time when we had moved back from New York to Florida. That's kind of when the whole Disney thing came about because he didn't want to leave me alone. And I mean, from my presumption, it was because he wanted to be around and, make sure that nothing was going to happen.
Okay.
Or I wasn't going to leave.
Was there any attempts to leave Michael?
Probably about 8.
Okay. One moment.
Was it a true attempt, or were you in the position to manipulate and use that as a threat against him?
All right, sidebar, please. Come on up.
Thank you. Oh, okay, guys, what do you think? Out of 14 votes, we have 7% that believed Isabel, and we had 93 who did not percentile. We're going to end this poll. This is moving faster than I thought it would. They're probably going to rest. Another poll going up. They are having but that's not uncommon, Robin. That's very, very, very possible. And here's the thing.
We're not marking it.
Out of every trial we have seen with crying, hers is the most believable to me. But it doesn't mean she's innocent. Does that make sense? I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm not believing she's innocent. But what I am saying is that those are raw emotions. And it could be fear. It could be a lot of things. A lot of things.
Your witness is just viewing. Okay, thank you.
I'm showing you 3 documents. Do those pertain to Laurie Shaver? Now tell her.
It can be, but there's real tears, is what I'm saying, not the fake ones.
Do those documents refer to?
And some people are just good at manipulating tears. That's why they
do
become
these
actresses.
documents pertain to any acts of violence pertaining to Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Do these documents pertain to injunctions for protection filed on your behalf against Michael Shaver?
Yes. And there was an additional one filed by the state.
Were those filed on your behalf as a consequence of violence and a feeling of a need for protection?
Those three?
Yes. Was Michael at points in times directed to reside outside of the residence
Yes, he was.
by the courts?
Yes.
Okay. For the need for your protection?
Yes.
Okay. And were those injunctions issued as a consequence of violence?
Yes.
We've heard a lot of witnesses that have taken the stand in this case, correct? We heard from a Mr. Amatuccio, correct? He represented, if I'm not correct, that he was Mike's best friend.
He was not.
Pardon me?
He was not as an adult.
Sidebar, please.
Yo. I'm. Mm. %, don't believe her. 100%. There we go. I mean, it's what it is. I think.
I believe Mr. Amatuccio took the stand and testified to this jury that he was Michael's best friend. Was Mr. Amatuccio at the house very often?
No,
Pardon me?
no, he was not. Not after we all got married and had kids.
Mr. Merritt took the stand as well, correct?
Correct.
And was it Mr. Merritt that declared he had gone to the truck show with y'all?
Tractor show.
Tractor show? Okay.
I can't either.
Did Mr. Merritt spend time
I can
at
get
the
pissed on
residence with
command,
y'all?
but I can't cry.
Not very often. I've probably seen him twice before that.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about your mood or something out at the tractor show, correct? Were there any issues going on at the tractor show that the jury needs to know?
Not prior. It was happening at the tractor show.
What was happening?
Isabel was not feeling well. She was getting sick to her stomach. She was getting dizzy. She was getting hot. She's not able to her body does not tolerate heat or cold. Like, she becomes very flushed and sick. And I wanted to leave because she was feeling sick. And we were walking a very long time. I mean, hours.
Okay.
And there was no stroller, nothing. I just wanted to leave for her. He did not want to leave. I guess the whole point was for us to go there to maybe get a mutual relationship with Frank and Rita. But
oh, swingers.
She was sick, and I As a mom, I just wanted to leave because she was sick and he didn't want to leave. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay.
Do we need upside
There
down
was
pineapples?
testimony about contacts with you, and you represented that Michael, you believed he had left or gone to a certain location, correct?
At what time period?
There was a witness that testified that you had reported that he had gone to Georgia or New York or somewhere.
I had received a message from Stacy
Who's
stating that
Stacy? Who's Stacy?
his sister.
Okay.
She had contacted me saying that she hadn't heard from Michael. And
I
I
agree,
told her I did
Toxic.
not either. And she said, well, his mom is sick. So if you hear from him, or you can let, I said, if I hear from him, or I will let one of his friends know that his mom is sick so that they can relay the message. Frank Merritt came by. I told him that his mom was sick. So if he's seen him, to let him know. Frank Merritt was not close with us. So I never told him that he went to Georgia. I said he went to go see his mom. Here is the misconception. His mom, Sharon Shaver, the one that was sick, lives in New York. Frank Merritt did not know the family well enough at that time. He automatically assumed, in my mind, that he went to Georgia to see his stepmom, Sharon Shaver.
I see. Okay.
I never made the statement he went to Georgia. I said he possibly could have went to go see his sick mom.
Who probably lived in Georgia.
We also heard other witnesses testify, correct? There was testimony about a sale of guns, correct? Now, my understanding, y'all had a relatively
I'm the same way,
large
babe.
cache of guns around the house. Is that correct?
Cache?
Pardon me? Okay.
A cache.
Was Mike collecting guns? What was his?
Cache.
He had a hobby of building them.
I see. Okay. So Mike would build guns, sell them out on the market somewhere.
For his friends, or no, he built them and would just keep them, collect them.
Okay. And with regards to the guns, we heard Isabel testify that Mike had dealt with the guns and been training the kids how to fire guns.
Yeah. They knew gun safety.
Okay. He
At
practices
7?
with them?
Yes, he did.
Did Isabel know how to
Each
fire
to
a
his
gun?
own.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody did. We had the 5 acres. There was target. We taught we used to go to the gun range as well, but we taught them how to various guns, check to see if they were loaded, unloaded, how to fire.
So wait,
and-
that's a good point. That's a good point. Why was the gun loaded in the house with the children? That's a huge no-no. And the ammo is not supposed to be kept with the lead shooters, excuse me. And that means she would have had to, if they were being responsible parents, would have had to make sure that the lead shooters had a child lock on it, didn't have any ammo in it, yada, yada, yada. So if they can't get her on this, they could potentially get her on the other.
He would have them walk around the house after they checked to see if they were unloaded or whatnot, walk around the house with them pointing down, teaching them not to point at anybody. Even with Nerf guns, they were not allowed to point
I
them
can't
at
believe that
people.
at 7 years of age. There may be some out there who
Okay.
do. Okay, there are some people who live off the grid, and I understand at a very young age they need to learn how to use lead shooters because of the environment. I get that, but this I'm not too sure I'm buying. Even
There
the
came a
best of
period of
people with
time
weapons in the military
because of
wouldn't
these
do that.
injunctions that
Most,
were filed,
if they
that
did, it was not
Michael
the
was out
norm.
of the house, correct?
Yes.
And there came a period of time you started dating Other people.
Correct.
Correct. Was it Mr. Bray? Who was it that?
Bella.
Pardon me? Ballou, wasn't it? Yeah. You dated Mr. Ballou. Was he married or single?
Not married. Yep.
Okay. Did y'all date long?
No.
Okay. Did he have any issues with Michael?
Yes.
Then at some point in time, you met Jeremy Townsend, correct? Tell us how you met Jeremy, where you met Jeremy.
I met Jeremy at the school,
At the school?
not at the park.
Okay.
He had an opal color truck. I had a white truck. There was 2 lanes coming out, and we were both there at the same time. Towards the end of August, and he rolled down the passenger window and handed me a sticky note.
I
And
didn't
grabbed
see it. If I did, I'm reiterating
He
it.
said,
But you're right.
I know what you're going through. I can help you. Call me. And he gave me his number.
Why would he suggest that?
I had marks on my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you call Mr. Townsend?
I did. I went to what is it, the racetrack right there at the end of 33. And I called him.
Okay. Now, Mr. Townsend testified that this was kind of an informal relationship. He characterized it as one of friends with benefits, correct?
He did.
Okay. Did Mr. Townsend lead you to believe that he was single?
Yes.
Okay. There's digital data that's been introduced of text, I believe. Does some of that contradict his statement here in court?
Well, that's why I asked him, why did you lie to me?
Pardon me?
That's why I asked him in those texts that were introduced today, why did you lie to me?
Why is that?
Because he was separated from his wife. And then I found out that he was now back together with her. So I said, why did you lie to me? Why all of a sudden are you wearing your wedding ring again? Yes.
I see. Now, did Jeremy come by the house often?
Every day.
Yep, you're right, Kristen.
Every day.
Every day.
Morning.
In my
night, what
IMHO,
times?
He
in
would
my
come by
humble
in the
opinion,
mornings.
I am a hoe.
Well, initially we would meet at the school. He would drop his son off. I would when our relationship first started, and I would have Isabella and Aiden, and we'd show up early and we'd sit in the school car line, and he'd come back to the truck where I had my kids, and we'd all just converse in the morning while we sat there and waited until school started. Sometimes Vanessa would come out and get
I
Trent
agree
out of his
100%,
truck
Ronnie.
early and take him in because she was a teacher there. And then he would leave, go off to work. He worked,
But it's still very limited,
he did
and they
landscaping.
should be under lock and key until
He
you're
had
ready
a
to work
partnership
with them.
landscaping business,
How did she get it? How did she
and I
reach
worked
it?
from home. So
See, that's the questions I wanted to hear. Okay, daddy and mommy are fighting. Yes. What did you do then? Where did you go? How did you access? She did describe the cabinet. What else was in the cabinet? Where's the bullets or the ammunition? So was it loaded or did you have to load it? Or tell us about the gun. What condition was it in? All of that should have come in because he could have tripped her up on all of that. I would have spent a lot more time with that little girl. I could care less her age because at 15, 16, she opened herself up for it. She's 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe not. But dang it, I sure in the heck would have asked a whole lot more questions. They dropped the ball on that one, I believe.
from there,
I'm sorry, but they have to also balance how things appear to the jury.
Probably in December, because prior to that, I did Beachbody from home. I was doing Beachbody sales from home. Social anxiety. I had never, ever, ever, ever been to a gym before. He was going to Gold's Gym, which I don't remember what Austin said it's called now. But anyways, it was the Gold's Gym where he was a member of. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But I don't know how to use anything. I'm not going to go in and do it because I only worked out from home through like videos. So he goes, no, I know somebody there. It was a female because I wasn't comfortable with males. And he set me up with Rebecca Filmer, a personal trainer. That's how I met Austin and Becca. Becca and I became really close. We would go out dancing on Fridays. Like my social life just kind of expanded from there. I started to see that there was a life outside of my home. I mean, little as it was, but it was still nice.
Now, did you ever confide in Jay about your situation with Mike?
Yes. So that all happened at the beginning. Obviously, he had seen that I had marks on my face. So I called him, and we did meet at the park after that to talk. And we met a few times, and it was just.
But you're right, toxic.
Talking, friendship. And
For
it was
a
nice
little
to have
kid
somebody to
that
talk
age,
to,
that's
but,
a lot.
He told me about his.
I want to know the caliber, and I want to know the pull pounds. How many pounds it takes of pressure does it take to pull the switch? And so for me, I find it very difficult to think that little girl could have gotten a shot that would have ended one's life. It would be a shot of the century. Not to say it couldn't have happened. However, what disturbs me even more than that is then the boyfriend comes in and makes sure and ends his life. That just blows my mind.
History in the military.
And he's not been.
He also
Oh,
told me that he was a bodyguard.
okay. Let me read. I asked a lawyer about this just to make sure I would have been right, and I would have been on the money. As far as the perjury for Isabel, they would have to prove that she's lying, and instead of just not remembering correctly at that age, they would not prosecute her no matter what. So that's why the defense, I think, is doing this because it happened when she was 7, so there's nothing they can do. The other thing is about the boyfriend, the evidence, if there is evidence of a second shot, sure, but from what I understand and this person understand, there was no evidence of a second shot. So that right there, if I don't hear evidence from the ME or anybody else about a second shot, I'm going to assume that this is false testimony, and therefore I have to decide whether or not I'm going to continue to believe and just take that part of the evidence out of my mind, or am I going to just discard all of the evidence that person testified to? And that's part of being a juror. Do you believe part of it or all of it? And what do you believe? And I'm not inclined to believe at this point. Let's keep listening.
For some professional boxer, and I cannot remember the name. He would travel and be his bodyguard whenever he was on tour. He told me that he was in special ops. He served on the Bush administration in Washington, D.C. as security. Tons of stuff. Sniper. Told me everything.
Okay. And we saw those contradictions with his testimony, correct?
Mm.
Did Mr. Townsend make
That
any
was a jab.
representations to you that he would protect you from Michael?
Yes, from the very beginning.
Okay.
He told me if I ever needed anything, that I could contact him.
That doesn't mean he's
And it
going to
was-
end someone's
he
life
was
for you.
Always on top of it.
I've said that to
If
people.
Becca and I
And we
went
weren't
out
in a
dancing
relationship.
in the evening, he would come over. He would see me before we went out. And while we were out, he would call. And we would have to send him a picture to show him that we were there where we were. And when I left, I would have to let him know that I was on my way home. And then also let him know that I had gotten home. He knew everything. He had everything. He kept track of me every step of the way.
Okay. Let's talk about the event that's landed you here. Shift gear over there. Okay. Michael was out of the house at that time.
Yeah.
Is it my understanding he'd been living at the airport?
Yes. So
How do you freaking live at an airport?
the battery had happened in 2014. The state imposed an
She
injunction.
got it in.
DCF was involved. Mike went through counseling, everything like that. Mike was all that I knew. And during that time period, we both dated other people.
Exactly, toxic.
I mean, you all heard that. Once everything was up, I guess you could say, we started talking again. But DCF had been in the house, and they said that as long as he was not in the picture, everything was okay. But if he came back,
They were going to take action.
yeah. So they had offered to move me and the two kids, change our names, change our socials.
Whoa,
But we
whoa, whoa,
had
whoa,
already
whoa, whoa, whoa,
moved
whoa,
so
whoa, whoa,
much.
whoa, 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 whoa. Back that up. I call
As
BS on
long as
some
he
of this.
was not in the picture, everything was okay. But if he came back,
They were going to take action.
yeah. So they had offered to move me and the two kids, change our names, change our socials.
Okay, guys. That right there, maybe change names, but changing socials, it has to be like so bad. And I'm not hearing anything that makes it that bad. They don't do that. Anybody can do a name change. I don't know how to say this without sharing too much information. I'm just going to say from personal knowledge and experience. The only time a social security number would be changed is if you go into the witness protection program. CPS can't do any of that. CPS cannot do that. A judge can order it done. But when you talk about changing social security numbers, that's like heck, even movie stars can't even, all these social media stars and all these people who have people always trying to find them, they can't even do that. That's why the people say don't give out your social security number for everything. But no, I'm not believing this at this point. I think she's pushing a little bit too far. She could say you could always change your name, you can move out of town, you can do whatever, but when you have a legal name change, when you have a name change, that social follows that name. So I'm going to call bull on that.
But we had already moved so much. We finally were in a good
He's
school.
not charged with anything.
The
That's
kids had
right.
good friends.
See, that's the frustration. There is no conviction. And that was the other thing I was going to say. You can get a conviction. There's just so much has to be done for that social to be changed. So what she's saying there, I do not believe it at all.
And there was a point where Isabel had asked, like,
you know, is this where we're going to live now? And I said, yep, we're never moving again. This is where we're staying.
You can't say
I
that
went to
to
a
a child.
great school.
To
Great
say she
friends.
didn't, but she shouldn't.
So when DCF came in and offered that, I'm like, nope, I'm strong now. I'm going to go to counseling. I went to Celebrate Recovery for codependency. I was going to live stream counseling. I thought I had it. So I'm like, nope, I'm going to stand my ground.
Okay.
And
No, I don't believe it.
so I didn't leave. Dated. Obviously, those relationships sucked, failed. And I went back. I left Michael.
Did it work out?
No. We tried. He was back in the house maybe 2. Well, in September 2014, he was back in the house 2 weeks. And then I should have learned my lesson then, but I didn't. And then in 2015, when we had gotten back together, Wilma Nichols, our neighbor, very nosy lady, Mike would go to work. We would pick him up at LJ Yates' house, who has not testified. LJ Yates lived on 33. He also worked at Disney. Mike would drive from Disney to his house, and we would pick him up there and bring him back to the house, and he would duck so nobody
Sure.
would see him.
You can
And
be
then
okay. I
he
don't
would
care.
sleep there all day. He built a privacy wall on our back patio so Wilma couldn't see, and she had to put a gate.
By the way, you have to get a judge's approval. You can't just go file paperwork and do it. You can do assumed name, but you cannot do a full legal change without justification to a judge. And people have been
So
denied.
that she could just come over whenever she wanted. So we put a lock on there so she couldn't do that. And then he worked overnights. So about 7 o'clock, we would take him back to LJ Yates' house, and then he would go from there to work, and we continued that for a long time.
Okay. So this in the house, out of the house, that continued on and off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there did come a point in time when you were later with Jeremy.
You're still floored
correct?
about the concrete
So that's
slab?
later
Was that
in time,
pun
correct, to
intended?
those events.
Yeah. It was a couple
Intended
months
that
later.
pun.
Like I said, school had just started. I had went to school without dropping the kids off, whatever. I had marks on my face. Jeremy noticed. He sent me a message. I started talking to him. Obviously, talking to him reassuring me. He was saying all the right things. I kind of felt for it. I'm not denying that. I did. It was nice, right? Because now I'm back into
Solid ground.
yeah, and it wasn't
No,
working.
Your Honor,
and
objection.
I'm like,
Leading the witness. Your objection. The attorney cannot testify on her behalf. This is not a conversation. This is a testimony. We're not sitting around a freaking coffee table with coffee.
right back into it.
Just saying.
My birthday, Jeremy and I had talked about plans to go out shopping, going to the movies, going to Hurricanes. You know, just hanging out for the day while the kids were in school. Awesome. Mike was still in the house at that time.
So Mike is still in the
And,
house and you're dating somebody else.
I had told him that
This
I had
sounds
just
like a
wanted to
cluster.
go out for the day, go shopping, get my nails done, whatever. And he absolutely refused. So I threw a fit as I was walking away from him. He had given me my birthday presents. As I was walking away, he threw a.
Let's not talk about
Okay,
specific events, okay? to stay on the factual area.
Right.
of those events, okay? But there was an altercation arising out of that
Correct.
confrontation, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And so eventually, I take it, Michael's out of the house at a period of time. Okay.
So I kicked him out. I think it was November 10th.
Okay. We heard testimony from one witness, and that you were waving a gun at Michael, threatening him. Some witness, he said he got in between you.
That was Robert Mercado.
Robert Mercado. Did that ever happen?
No, it did not.
Why was Robert Mercado at the residence?
We were all hanging out, barbecue, whatever. I honestly don't remember. We were all on the back porch. There was drinking involved. Mike became irate. I went into the bedroom. He tried coming over me out the dresser. Robert stood in between. He separated him. Mike left the property. We couldn't get a hold of him. We called 911 in fear of Michael doing something to himself. There was a 911 call for that. They did make contact with him. And that was that. But no, there was no
Don't bring
gun
up the word
involved
cake. I
on
want a
that
piece of
evening.
chocolate cake so bad.
The gun that's been introduced into evidence, was this gun used in the commission of this case?
No, it was not.
What happened to that gun?
I never seen it again. I don't know.
Who would have taken it?
Jeremy was the last one that had it.
So let's transgress into this event that led to these charges. Laurie, okay? You remember the event? You're in the house, correct?
I was in the house initially. Michael did not enter the house.
Okay. Was it morning, noon? Take us through it.
Morning.
Okay. And tell the jurors how this transpired.
I got up got my coffee, and then that's when I noticed he was sitting out on the back patio. We had 2 tables. There was like one long one, and then there was a smaller round table with 2 chairs. I seen him sitting there. So I got the kids. I don't remember if it was Pop-Tarts, breakfast bars, whatever. They're Ovaltine. They always had Ovaltine. They had tables in their bedrooms. I went in and got them their clothes, gave them their breakfast, turned on the TV, and I just said, no, eat your breakfast, get ready for school, which they did. Just like every other morning, I'm going to go out and take care of the animals. We had over 400 birds. We had pigs.
Exactly, Haley
There was
Mouse.
lots of animals on the property. So that was not unnormal for me to go outside while they were inside getting ready.
Excuse
So I
me.
went out there, but I knew he was sitting out there. I could see him through the kitchen window out in the back patio. So I went out there and we started talking, and it escalated. And I went to walk back in because this wasn't going anywhere and he was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, he took my phone and slammed it up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my phone on that sliding glass door.
Whoa! Wait a
He
minute.
grabbed my arm, pulled me down into.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, guys. How many of us believe that bullshit? I know I said it. How many of us believe this? A glass door with an imprint, sorry, on the glass door of a phone. No, you might have the oils from the skin that's on the phone transferred to the glass, leaving an outline. Oh, chocolate cake. God, somebody bring me chocolate cake. You know what I'm saying? But an imprint, that would break the what? How? Was the phone on fire and the glass is actually a plexiglass and it melted in? See, those little exaggerations or embellishments, that's what you gotta look for. She's not doing a good job of this. I'll be honest. She's doing a crappy ass job. This is not
His
good.
lap. And the furthest chair that was, I don't have a picture in front of me, but the sliding glass door, there was like a post and there was we had like a bistro table sitting there in front and on
possibly
this further side, I guess, in front of the sliding glass door, there was a chair. So he had pulled me down in his
But
lap.
right now, all
He
I
was
care
holding on
about
to
is
me.
a big piece of chocolate cake, and I ain't got one.
And
LOL.
at that point, I was just trying to convince him, like, okay. We'll work it out.
What's he saying to you during this?
Exactly. Nope. Hearsay.
He's just
objection. Hearsay. Objection. Hearsay.
I was talking at that point. I was scared. That's what I'm saying. Okay. We can work it out because that's what I did every single time because I was scared. And he told me,
if you're scared and it's happening like this, and I know some. Okay, let me calm down. There are women who put up with a lot of crap because they're scared. We get that. And I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that people feel like they have to. But for what she's describing, I would pick up my child or children and I get the hell out of there. She is really trying to make a strong case for DV, is what she's doing. But the problem is, I'm not buying all of it. Do I think they went around and around? Yeah. Arguing, screaming? Yeah. Maybe a slap? Yeah. But this? No.
I mean, not this time.
Was he
The
upset
phone
about anything in
imprinting
particular
on
that
the
you're
glass
aware of?
door? Absolutely not.
Yes, he found out I had gotten pregnant.
From Jay?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
So is he mentioning
snap.
that in his discussion or what?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, not at that time. We had it was previously before he pulled me into his lap, but I mean, he knew.
Okay.
So now you're
So I
saying
was
he
like,
battered you while
we'll work it
pregnant.
out because at that point I had already had the abortion.
So
what?
Are you facing the house or facing away from the house? Tell us your direction.
I'm facing looking out to the back pasture. I'm on the back porch, but I'm not looking into the house.
Okay. Now, he spins you around and you're in the chair.
No,
I
maybe
take it?
my
I'm in
son
his
will go
lap.
buy
He's
me a
holding me there.
Okay.
And then he pushed me to the
LOL.
ground.
Okay. As he pushes you to the ground, does he do anything?
After he pushed me to the ground, he was kicking me in the stomach.
Okay.
No, this is
Presuming
not
you
a
were
lot.
pregnant or
Why is
something.
Yeah, and I had already.
why is the defense letting her get away with this? He's leading her. Okay, then what happened? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. And can you tell me what happened after that? And what happened after that? What were your emotions? What were you thinking? That's fine. But this guy is leading, and I guess the state's not objecting because she's making a good fool of herself, maybe? I don't know.
Told him I had the abortion, and I was screaming at that point.
Okay. Is he making any threats to do any harm to you, any serious bodily harm?
Yeah, I mean, he said not this time. He said I was not getting away.
Okay.
Not this time. I mean, we had been through so many events, but that's not the first time. I mean, he had pulled a gun out me at Publix in Claremont. This was not the
Okay,
first time.
let's not talk about prior events. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, even a
So
palm
you're on the
print didn't
ground,
make an imprint.
and he's
Left her
kicking
print.
you.
In the stomach.
Okay.
I want to
Is
go
he
back and
kicking
listen
you
to that.
hard?
Yes.
Was it Mr. Merritt? Correct?
Now,
He was going to Gold's Gym, which I don't remember what Austin said it's called now. But anyways, it was the Gold's Gym where he was a member of. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But I don't know how to use anything. I'm not going to go in and do it because I only worked out from home through like videos. All heard that. Once
okay.
dated, obviously those relationships sucked, failed. And I went back. I loved Michael.
Did it work out?
No, we tried. He was back in the house maybe 2. Well, in September 2014, he was back in the house 2 weeks. And then I should have learned my lesson then, but I didn't. And then in 2015, when we had gotten back together, Wilma Nichols, our neighbor, very nosy lady, we my birthday presents as I was walking away from their breakfast, turned on the TV, and I just said, no, eat your breakfast, get ready for school, which they did. Just like every
I
other
count
morning,
4
I'm going to
so
go out
far.
and take care of the animals.
Could
We
be
had over
wrong.
400 birds. We had pigs. I rescued a horse. There was lots of animals on the property. So that was not unnormal for me to go outside while they were inside getting ready. So I went out there, but I knew he was sitting out there. I could see him through the kitchen window out in the back patio. So I went out there and we started talking and it escalated. And I went to walk back in because this wasn't going anywhere and he was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, he took my phone and slammed it up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my phone on that sliding glass door.
We found it. That is so not possible. In my humble opinion. That's not possible, y'all. Okay, we're going to skim you back a little bit more forward, back where we were. Okay.
Is he yelling at you?
Not at that point. Nope. No. We were sitting there and I could not yell anymore.
We heard
He's
from.
just sitting in the chair as he's smashing my face into the porch.
What's the next thing you recall?
The next thing I see is I can't even say that I seen her. I more or less heard it. And then I think I seen her.
When you say her, who are you referring to?
Isabel.
Isabel. What's Isabel do?
She had fired a gunshot.
Okay. Now, when Isabel
Where's the emotion
fires
in
this
that one?
gunshot, do you see where it lodged into Michael or what?
I could not.
Where are you after Isabel fires the gun?
Still on the ground.
Sometimes, even though he's leading, if there's enough damage being done by the testimony, sometimes you just shut up and let them dig their hole. And I think that's what they're doing.
And
Michael. The next thing you recall?
The next thing I recall is seeing Jeremy, and hearing the gunshot at essentially the same time.
Is there much time that goes by between Isabel shooting the gun and Jay taking over Jeremy?
No, it felt like forever. I remember looking at her.
Had you gotten off the ground?
No, I had not. Michael was still sitting in the chair.
After Jay comes, You hear Jay discharge the firearm. And after Jay discharges the firearm, what do you hear next or observe next?
Well, at that point, I started crawling away, but Michael fell forward out of the chair.
Fell forward on the chair.
Out of the chair.
Okay. Was that after Jeremy shot or after Isabel shot?
Jeremy.
After Jeremy makes that shot into Michael, what happens after that?
I got up. We went into the house. We went into Isabel's room. And
But who has the gun at that point?
I don't recall that he had the gun. I don't know.
Okay.
He
Did you
he
see?
was the last one with the gun.
Okay. Did you see Isabel carrying it after that?
No. But it wasn't carried into her room where we were having a conversation.
Now, Jeremy makes that shot. You get up, you go into the house. Are any statements made by Jeremy?
Yes. So he tells me to take the kids, get them out of the house, and he would take care of it. He insinuated that if we said anything, that she would be taken away. And he said that he was not going to take the blame for this.
So what did you do?
I took the kids. I left. That's what I always did. I took the kids and I left.
Where'd you take them?
I took them to school. I wanted to get back home. I did not know what was going to happen after that, but I wanted to get the kids out. And the only place I had to take them was school. It wasn't that far away.
So you take the kids to school, come back to the house. Is Michael there?
No.
Is Jay there?
No. Nope. No. And we had a conversation with Aiden. I remember that. He had obviously heard commotion. And he didn't know what happened. He didn't see it. He was in his room, which was at the further end of the house. And I had just told him, your dad's going away for a long, long time. And insinuated that he was going to jail.
Can anybody tell me what's going on with the chat? It's being disconnected, connected, disconnected, connected. Anybody know what's going on? I don't like the way that looks. Okay, guys, we have 100% of our voters who say, all 12 say they don't believe her. Okay, let's keep going.
Now, did you see any fresh dug holes on the property as you walked about it or moved about it beyond that point?
No.
When Jeremy said, I'll take care of this, did you have any reason to believe that that body was on your property?
No, never. There's no way he could have. I wasn't gone that long where he could have. Finding out the dimension? No. Mm-mm. He came back. It was probably about 2 p.m.
Now, did you know whether or not his family had property elsewhere?
Yes.
Did you make any assumptions that it may have been taken
Yes.
somewhere else?
And I had questioned him about that. They had 30 acres. He said 5. He had told me 30 acres. I don't know what's true or what's not anymore. But I was told they had 30 acres. I asked him that.
After that event, what happened to your relationship with Jeremy?
It ended. I had found out. I became pregnant. We were talking about getting engaged. We went and looked at houses. And then I find out that he's now trying to work it out with his wife. And
That's
then
what
that
you get for
happened,
dating a
and
married man.
I was so overwhelmed at that point. I ended it.
The relationship ends between the two of y'all. You go on with your life. At some point in time, you meet Travis.
Yes,
When did Travis come into your life?
at the end of May.
Pardon me?
I have a
He
better
came by the
idea.
house at the end of May. My sister was there. He came by, Becca, Austin were there. We had a get together, and he was there.
Did you have any discussion with Travis and relay that, Michael was dead, or any discussion about that?
No. I never mentioned it to anybody.
There later came a point in time when this patio was built, correct? The fire pit.
Yeah.
Tell us, we've heard circumstances about that. How did that end up, and why did that end up being placed at that
519 there.
location?
I bet they cross her tomorrow.
It was a
I can't
big
believe the
open
judge would
area in
allow
the
that to happen
backyard.
today.
When Jeremy and I were together, it was an idea that we would lay concrete down. He was supposed to help me with it. That's why the concrete was bought in January of 2016, I think it was. We sat down, we talked about the dimensions of it, and he was explaining to me how to calculate how much concrete you would need and whatnot. I went out and bought it, and then unloaded it into the shed, and it sat there until September later that year.
And then you had broken up with Jeremy, correct? And then later you take up with Travis. Correct. And eventually this fire pit gets dug, correct? Or had been dug, prepped for a duck pond,
We
correct?
didn't dig anymore.
Yeah. It had been dug out, my understanding, for a duck pond, correct?
Yeah, previously. That was even previous to Jeremy.
Yeah. And y'all abandoned that attempt or effort?
Yes.
So you move on.
Deep. I mean, it was just an outline. We didn't even dig deep into it.
So Travis comes along, some time passes, and y'all elect to put the patio there.
Yeah, that was the original plan.
You'd broken up with Travis.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, excuse me, I apologize. You'd broken up with Jeremy. Now, Wilma next door testified that they detected an odor about your property. Was there any odor floating about on your property?
No. I mean, we had rescued one pig. We got another, a wild male and female. They had babies. And Robert Seha and his wife, they had horses. They also had dogs. They were renting the back property to keep some of their horses. And they had dogs. And there was a few occasions where the dogs had come up and with the little pigs. It's not a pretty sight. So I don't know if that's what she was smelling. But, and with the birds, like I said, with 400 birds, we used to slaughter them.
You win some, you
I
lose
used
some.
to cut the chicken meat. Like, we had ducks, guinea fowl, quail. We had tons. I had a license to sell. We sold to a restaurant in Winter Garden. There was an obvious odor. Yes.
So when you
I would love to
prep
see some
this area and you
behavioral
put the patio
analysis
down,
done on her.
did you and Travis put your initials in the concrete?
We did.
Would you have done that if you knew there was a body underneath there? Would you have posted photographs on the internet or on social media
Absolutely not.
if you had knowledge that there's a body underneath
Absolutely
there?
not. If I knew, everything would have changed, everything that occurred. The only reason why we laid the patio when we did was because we were trying to have this huge birthday party for Isabel. Robert Seha and his wife, they had the horses, and we invited essentially everybody from Pine Ridge to the house. And they were going to have the horses going through the backyard, and the kids could do hand printing and stuff on them. So we did that. So we were just trying to level everything out, make it look nice, have a gathering place. That's all that it was. That's why it wasn't placed until right before her birthday in September.
Place for people to stand and sit on.
Yeah, it's just to level the ground out. I mean, it was sitting in the shed, had been sitting there since the beginning of the year. We just decided that was like the right time to do it.
Now, there's been talk about and documents introduced regarding this social media, Facebook, etc. Do you know who posted some of those images, any of those images? There's images from your account, Michael's account, other accounts. Did Jay have access to social media at your house?
Yes. Oh, a lot of people did. We lived in, everybody had access to the Wi-Fi password. It was America One. Scotty Matuccio, Jay, Frank, Wilma, everybody. You could not be at that house without being connected to Wi-Fi if you wanted to have connection to anything. We kept the password straight. It was America One. Everybody knew it. I posted those things on my Facebook.
Why?
I did not post those things to Michael's Facebook.
There's time frames where the state's made issue of this account being open and that account being open. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I mean, I was on Facebook every single day. My job required me to investigate people. So I was always on the internet, social media, investigating people.
We've heard testimony as well that those accounts can be accessed remotely, offsite, and contain the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
That somebody can be in the house, sharing the same router, sharing the same IP address.
Get back on the mic.
Yes.
Get back on the mic. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know what to say. That fan noise is
We've seen, and the state has introduced
like having
into
tinnitus.
evidence at this stage a tarp that was in this pit. Did y'all have ownership of a blue tarp?
Not at that point. We had a tarp when we got a pool. I know Travis bought a tarp to put under the pool.
Later when you were with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one at the time of the demise of Michael Shaver?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have the strap wrenches that were introduced or the straps themselves on your property?
No, not to my knowledge. When I went and got the concrete and stuff, I did not do anything with strap wrenches or anything like that.
The laminate flooring that was testified to, did you have the same or similar laminate flooring on your property?
No. The flooring, the remodeling that was done before we even moved in. When we bought that house, we got it at a really good price. It wasn't in foreclosure. But the inside essentially looks like it was in foreclosure. The floors and the rooms were destroyed from previous dogs. And
I'm OCD and very clean. And we hired somebody to come in and clean it. And Michael went in and changed all the flooring in that house before I would allow us to even move in and bring the kids in there because it was disgusting.
Was Austin Fillmore, or Austin, was he at the house when that pit was poured, the patio?
No,
He testified he was.
he was not. He was not there. Travis and I did that ourselves. And originally, Travis thought he could just do it by himself, and then he went and rented the mixer. We didn't realize that, I mean, it was a big area. He had never done that before. I don't know. I guess he thought it was going to be easy as just mixing up some bags, but that's why he ended up going and renting the mixer.
We saw the photographs of the distance between the residence and the gravesite. Did you back at that period of time, and we see your photos, were you that physical size back in that time period?
Yes.
Did you have the physical capability even of moving that body?
160-pound man? No. When I was at the gym working out, I could probably do 30 pounds. Prior to getting a personal trainer, I was working out from home with just hand weights. Did I have an endurance? Yes. I ran marathons.
Laurie, the jurors are going to ask themselves, why didn't you call the police?
Don't testify for her. Just ask her.
Scared of what Jay had said or Jeremy had said?
No.
I didn't know
Shut
what
up.
to do. I had just been beaten. Like everything just happened so suddenly. I didn't know what to do. That's why all I wanted to do was get the kids out and get back home. And when I came back home, he was not there. Jeremy was not there. And I could not get a hold of him. He came back that afternoon.
There was testimony Isabel gave about after you broke up with Jeremy, about him continuing to follow you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors about those events.
There was times, I think Isabella mentioned, I was already dating Travis. I went to go pick him up from the church, and I'm at the intersection, and Jeremy's there right beside me, yelling and screaming at me to roll down the windows, and then proceeds to follow us to real life. We used to shop at the Publix, Claremont 27, and he would just pop up and then start questioning, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Have you said anything? Make sure you don't say anything. So then we started going to the Publix in Groveland, and all of a sudden he would start showing up there. Target, same thing. Walmart, that's where he showed me his tattoo. It was the summer of 2016, and I was with Travis. And he lifted up, we were in the cereal aisle at Walmart, and he lifted up his shirt and showed me his tattoo in front of my kids and everybody else standing in the aisle of a skull.
It was a skull.
Yes.
So what?
Did Jeremy occasionally drive by the residence?
Yes. So when we moved, got this place, and we put 6 cameras up outside our property because we noticed there was an increase in traffic. And I was really paranoid going anywhere. I look my surroundings before I get out. I was always afraid that he was following. I had was picking the kids up for school before we even had moved, and he had gotten out of his truck and ran down the middle of the road straight at my truck, yelling and screaming in front of the school on multiple occasions, trying to get me to converse with him. I had agreed to meet him on a couple occasions, yes, for like 10 minutes, and we would have conversations of like, nope, haven't said anything. He wanted me to wait for him, wanted everything to settle down with his wife, and I refused. So when we moved, once the body was found, I lost my job. Travis was a youth leader at the time. He started working for a granite company. Finances had gotten really tight. We found a home that we could afford. We got the cameras, and Jeremy was caught on those cameras on a couple occasions going by. If I seen him now, I would not recognize him if he was standing in front of me.
Go back a bit. You spoke about, and you have the images, clear images, as to the events that would happen on a regular basis. Let's reflect back on that, though. Were these acts events that would cause serious bodily harm to you?
Yes.
Were these events that would involve likewise domestic violence, shouting, and threats?
Yes, that and more.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be here today but for the act of Isabel?
Sorry, what?
The event where Michael was shot, Isabel acted, came to your aid. Do you believe you might not be alive but for Isabel and or Jay?
Correct. Yeah.
Laurie, have you testified from your heart the truth of these events? Have I left anything out that you feel that you need to tell the juries to clarify any issues that you've spoken of at this stage?
I mean, there's a lot I would like to get out.
Okay, direct me to the topic. I know we can't go into the detail of these events, though. Okay. Aside from that, is there anything else?
Michael had a lot of anger.
Objection, Your Honor.
I know. Please.
Sustained.
Well, we've spoken about his
Yes.
emotional attitude,
Correct.
but we can't get really
I know. I know.
the events that we've spoken.
Objection, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
but the crap is out of the horse.
All right,
No,
sustained.
I'm just correcting her so we don't go down that
Okay.
path.
Yes, sir. All right. Please ask a question if you wish.
So, aside from the issues that we've spoken about, the temperament and the disposition and the atmosphere and all the matters that we've discussed, is there anything else that you feel that the jury should know?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for narrative. It is not a question.
That's right. You can't
Sustained.
do
Please
that.
ask us
One or the
sustained
other.
if you wish.
Is there a topic that we have not discussed?
No, nothing that I'm going to be able to talk about at this time.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I like how she put that. Not a
right,
topic I
let's
can
have a
talk about
sidebar.
at this time. Sidebar. Now they're going to talk about going home and then coming back tomorrow. They're going to close for today and come back tomorrow. Aren't you want to bet? We have 100% not believing her. 93% did not believe the daughter. I don't think tonight because it's already 5:30. I think they should go ahead and finish and start with closing tomorrow and then get it to the jury tomorrow afternoon. In my humble opinion, which means nothing. Oh, I think when I get done off of this, I got a test to take today. I don't know. They may not do a whole lot of cross. We may not do. Just depends. Yippers. Yep. Okay, that explains something.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Yep, they're going to go on. Woohoo!
Ms. Shaver, in the beginning of your testimony, I believe you may have misspoke. Mr. Wiggs asked you when you were married to Mike Shaver, and you said May of 2016. When did you get married to Michael Shaver?
2006.
Okay. That's okay. Now, the biggest question I have for you, because you didn't mention it once in your entire story, is when did your husband get killed?
The exact date I cannot recall. It was
What?
beginning of May of 2016. It was not November.
Okay. So sometime, you don't know, but sometime in May of 2016 is when this happened. Okay. Now, your phone number prior to this homicide was 352-431-0419, correct? You don't know your phone number?
That's not my phone number now.
Okay. You don't.
I do not recall my.
Okay. But if that's the phone number that is from all those screenshots between you and Jeremy Townsend that you saw, would that refresh your memory that was your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. And you, at some point, changed your number to 352-431-8444, correct?
I don't believe. I can't recall that because at some point I put my parents on my phone line.
You remember seeing the court document that was submitted into evidence where you put your address and phone number on it?
Yes.
And that 8444 number was what you listed?
Yeah. I don't remember the phone numbers from back then. And since then, I have also had my parents on my phone bill.
My question was whether or not that was your phone number. You agree that the 8444 number was your phone number based on that court document?
Yes.
You would have been truthful in a court document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also, one of the statements that you made, I think you said you wouldn't recognize Jeremy.
Today, when he walked in, I would have never recognized him today. That's not what he looks like.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that he had this skull tattoo. You have a skull tattoo too, right? All right. So that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I had mine way before.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you met Jeremy Townsend in August of 2015.
Yes, at the end of August.
And that he passed you some sort of Post-it note.
Mhm.
Yes? All right. And you had talked about because you had marks on your face or something like that. Is that a yes? Yes. All right. Now, according to you, Michael Shaver had left the residence in November of 2015, correct? Your residence.
Yes.
All right.
I had kicked him out.
All right. And well, I thought that you were the type of person that would just shut down and retreat and couldn't confront anybody. That was your words, right?
No, I said that I'm not the type of person where if you come at me and say something like belittling me or anything like that, I shut down and retreat. I'm not confrontational.
All right.
That was in the context of
You kicked him
me and my daughter.
But you were confrontational with Mike Shaver.
Yeah, I told him to get out because he knew that if I called the cops and he would definitely be kicked out and he would be picked up. So yes, it was pretty much easy to get him out.
Let's try to figure out this timeline. In September of 2014, he was arrested for a domestic incident that involved you, correct?
Correct.
And that is when he went to the airport hangar, correct? Where he started living.
Yes.
All right. Did he move back into the house after that?
Yes.
All right. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
It was.
How long had he
It
been
wasn't. He had been gone over a year.
All right. So sometime in 2015.
Mm-hmm. It was, yeah, probably summer 2015.
Okay. So if the arrest was in September of 2014, approximately
Kristen, you are
6 to 8
perfectly
months
fine, my dear.
that he was gone.
No,
I
it was
would
greater
grab
than
you
that because he had finished
if you were.
finished his probation period.
Thank you for keeping the chat going.
And in that incident, he also suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Because you hit him over the head with a gun, correct?
Well, he had the gun pointed at my head, and at that point, I was done. I thought I was giving up at that point. I had nothing left in me until I seen my kids come out and start screaming. And as soon as I seen them, I took and slammed that gun into his head.
Okay. Have you ever told anyone that he was not at fault for that incident and this is actually you?
No.
Did you throw a vase of flowers into the sliding glass door and break that?
I did.
We're getting into specific conduct that the state is moved to exclude.
Okay, can we approach, please?
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. So if you and he knew he wasn't supposed to be there, then why when you saw him on your porch, did you not call the police rather than going out and confronting him? See, this is what makes me crazy. People get these, I call them stupid restraining orders, because they get the restraining order and then when the person shows up, they don't do anything. They get in a confrontation, get in a fight. They both go for assault to jail. Or at least one of them will. And that's why you have the restraining order. So when they show up, you don't have the confrontation. You stay in your house. You call the police. They come out. They say, sir, you have a restraining order. You're not supposed to be here. Let's go. And they haul them down to the jail. Pray tell, why then are we sitting here still fighting when you have protection? That's what I don't understand with these restraining orders. I mean, I know a lot of people need them and they're good for a lot of things, but the problem is a lot of times people like her, they show up and they don't follow through. A lot of people do. I'm sorry, my glasses have something on them. I mean, you don't follow through. So how are you to be taken seriously by the police, by the person that's not supposed to be there, when you insist on not doing anything about it? Instead, you take a lead shooter and you take care of it yourself. And then you are where you are. Am I wrong in that, y'all? Please tell me, am I wrong? It just really gets me. I will tell you right now, if anybody, I have a restraining order on anybody, y'all, we gonna have a problem. You show up where you ain't supposed to be, and there's a restraining order, y'all. We gonna be having a conversation with the popo. The popo is going to be here, and the popo is going to be having a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? Am I the only one that feels this way? Yeah, and the money begging thing. Oh, what is on my lenses? Oh, there's a scratch. The money begging thing. The money begging. I that was just, to me, that is shameful as an attorney. I if I was attorney, I would say you can do the GoFundMe, you can do whatever you want, but if you go on and talk about this case on social media, we're done. Because you're tying my hands. I can't help you if you do that. Need to put my contacts in maybe, but I got temporaries to see if I could actually wear them. I can, but now I got to come up with the money to buy my prescription. It's so funny. Not funny, but it's kind of like, this is a long sidebar. I oiled my mic stand because it was stiff and it was giving me problems, and now I barely touch it. It's like, whoa, back up, back up. Are y'all hanging in there with me? I really appreciate the 15 of you who've been hanging with me all day. Miss Christine, Miss Ronnie, Miss K Swan. Oh my gosh, thank you. Miss Corina. Let me see who else has been on here. Let's see, Morales, Haley Mouse, all of y'all. I don't see, it's way up there, but everybody, thank you so much. We have a members only live tomorrow night. I think part of that, we're going to dive into all the documents. So, and we're going to get raw with them. I mean, don't have to worry about it. Hanging in and out, having a busy day. I know, I appreciate y'all being here. I really do. For those of you who don't know, yesterday, about 9 o'clock at night, I went to IHOP. Oh, but I had a pancake thing and I thought I'd get some for my son. Their pancakes aren't bad, but anyway, I sat down and I saw I had an email from one of my professors. So I opened it and it said that he had graded my homework. And then it said, you need to go look at comments, go click on the comments. It's important. Okay. So I'm scared to death. I finish eating. I go to the shop. I sit down and I'm literally shaking because I'm writing analytical papers and I've never done that before. Long story short, he gave me 100% on both of them and told me fabulously and keep it up. I was like,
during that incident, did
I
you throw a
sobbed.
vase breaking the sliding glass door? Okay. And you also broke objects in the bathroom, correct?
No, I did not.
There's pictures of the sliding glass door from that incident. You've seen
I'm
those,
going to go
correct?
potty
And
poppers.
other
I'll be right back.
items in the
I'm
house that were
listening.
broken, correct?
Correct.
Along with the injuries to you and the injuries to Mr. Shaver.
The only injury that I was aware of was to his head.
Okay. And his pants were torn, correct?
He would hold my keys in his pants and would not let me leave the residence. So after I hit him in the head, pushed the gun into his head, I had to reach into his pocket and grab my truck keys so that I could evade the property with my children and get to safety.
Now, after he left in November of 2015,
Okay.
you got it straight now? Okay. After he left in November of 2015, was this incident, which ultimately led to his death, the first time that he came back?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then in August, I'm sorry, you're saying you actually started a relationship with Jeremy Tallison in August of 2015?
Started talking in August, and Michael was still at the residence.
Okay. So after November of 2015, he does not come back to the house.
Correct.
So that check that was sent to him and deposited in his account, he would not have received, correct?
I don't know. He got his mail.
How did he get his mail if he wasn't at the house?
The mailbox was not at my residence. It was at the end of the road.
Okay. So after he left in November of 2015, are you saying that he would just come by every day to pick up his mail?
I don't know what he did.
Did you ever notice any mail missing?
How would I know if it was missing?
Did you ever notice any of your stuff missing?
No. Did
Did
he
you
have
ever notice any mail coming for Michael Shaver to that address after he left?
Yes, a few things.
What would you do with that in order to get it to him?
I would take it back to the post office.
I'm sorry I didn't have the mic on. I have a box of these Yorkie patties. There's 500 of these in them. They thought that they ordered a box of 5. Like 5 boxes of 12 or something like that. So I got a lot to hand out for Halloween. What do you think? Hello, Britt. Thank you for being here. I'm not believing her story.
Office and do return mail. No longer at this address.
Where was it going?
I don't know.
Where was it?
I don't know. I assumed probably back at the hangar.
If he left in November of 2015 and went to go live at the hangar, why would he quit his job at Disney?
Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
there was a sexual harassment
It's your choice,
charge
though.
against him.
Okay. You heard that his supervisor came in and said there was no such thing and there's nothing in those records,
You
correct?
need to be a judge or
did.
higher.
I heard that.
Are you
be on
saying
the
that
live.
Disney falsified those records?
If that's a
The
problem,
sexual
Christy, let me
harassment
know.
complaint filed against him came directly from Michael's mouth.
Okay. And you had access to his bank accounts, correct?
Yes, he had access to mine as well.
And you withdrew money from his accounts, correct?
And deposited money, correct?
All right. In November of 2015, what deposits were you making in his account?
I have no idea. I'm not sure that I was.
Deposit that Mariner check into his account?
No, I have no idea what that is.
All right. The money from the sale of all of his property, how did you get that to him?
Well, it was not necessarily his property.
Right,
It was
what about
on
his guns?
his guns. Okay, so after he was arrested and
My question was, how did you get the money from the sale of his guns to him if you didn't know where he was?
I did not give him the money from the sale of the guns. Those were not his guns.
Would you have any way, if you say you don't even know where he is, would you have any way of getting him any of that money?
No, I never said I gave him money.
You just said you deposited money into his account.
No, I mean, that was throughout the whole marital. I would deposit money and take out money. He worked overnights. So during the day, if he needed anything, any shopping and all of that for the well-being of the house and the kids, I would do that during the day because he was sleeping because he worked overnights.
As far as the Facebook records, all the stuff from the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, you would agree you posted, correct? All right. None of that stuff was anybody hacking you or anything like that.
Did not appear so.
And you had access to Michael Shaver's Facebook, correct?
Previously.
Okay. How did you have access to his account?
Well, previously we had a joint account. After we had separated in 2014, I believe we separated emails, Facebook. Prior to that, everything was joint. After that, we went from a joint bank account to 2 bank accounts, 2 emails, 2 Facebooks. Prior to that, everything was joint because he controlled everything.
Did you have his password?
Previously, well, it was a joint password because it was a joint account.
When he had his own account, when did he start his own account?
After we had separated in 2014.
Did you have his password for that account?
Well, that was our account.
When you said he started his own account, my question is, all right, and did you ever post anything on his account?
No, I did not.
Did your daughter have his password?
I don't believe so.
Was anyone else living in your house after the May of 2016 that had access to his phone or password for Facebook?
I don't know about the password, but there was 2 tablets. There was a laptop and a desktop.
Did they have his Facebook profile in it?
Everything was automatic. Everything was already logged in. So all you had to do was just log it, like open it up, and you were automatically logged in.
Was your daughter posting on his Facebook?
No.
Was your son posting on his Facebook? Oh. Now, did you ever tell anyone that after he left in November of 2015 that he was in jail for failing to pay child support?
I did.
That wasn't true, correct?
No, it was not. That was an old manager that I had a relationship with way back when, and he had moved back from Connecticut to Florida and was reaching out to me, and he was curious.
That's Ramin, correct?
Correct.
And when you say relationship, that's another affair, correct?
Correct.
But you told him that Mike was in jail for failing to pay child support and his license was suspended, correct?
Give him my personal information, and he was asking about that because.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. How is Mike being in jail your personal information?
Accurate personal information because he was questioning. Because prior to that, there was conversations where Michael had threatened once again after finding out to kill me.
All right. So when you told your manager that you had a prior affair with that Mike was in jail, that was a lie.
How many affairs did she have? Does anybody keep count? I'm gonna have to go back and watch her testimony.
Did you tell your sister that you guys had been working out a separation agreement?
Yes. Well, we actually did work out a separation agreement, and it was filed with court.
In order to do that, you have to get was that here in Lake County?
It was.
Okay, so there is some sort of divorce proceeding with your name on it and Michael Shaver's because you just said you filed something in court, correct?
I did not say divorce. You said separation. So after 2014, after that incident,
I would be so done.
Representation.
At least 4. I caught at least 5.
With an agreement, handwritten. We both signed it. That was filed.
Where?
Here.
Where?
At this courthouse.
What case is that in?
Whatever the prior DCF is, and I had won that case with no adjudication. I don't know where that record is, but it was filed. And in that agreement, he agreed to pay X amount of money. I would keep the kids. He could not take the kids. He would see them every other weekend, whatever.
Not a divorce, but a separation agreement.
More money than he did. I covered the health insurance. I covered the kids. I kept the house. He was moving out of the house, and he was going to pay X, Y, Z. That was a handwritten document that both of us signed in front of the mediator at this DCF agreement that I won with no adjudication.
Was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No, there was not. Not in the state of Florida.
After 2015, was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No.
When law enforcement came and asked you about the whereabouts of your husband, that you were not truthful with them, correct?
I didn't know where he went. The last,
You know what happened to him, correct? All right, you didn't tell him that, correct? The Walmart purchase that was on your husband's bank account, you did that, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
That was sent to your house with your name on it, correct? All right.
I don't recall like the exact parameters around it or what I bought or anything like that.
So this event happens in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
Your relationship with Jeremy Townsend ends very tumultuously in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
And your relationship with Travis Filmer then begins in May of 2016, correct?
He came over at the end of May. Yes.
And you were actually engaged to him in July of 2016, correct?
Yes.
In April of 2016, Rebecca Urbanowski was living with you, correct?
Right.
Correct. And the fire pit itself was built in March of 2016.
I guess so. I don't
That's when you posted it, right? And then how big was your property?
5 acres.
And out of all of that land, you just happened to choose the area where your dead husband's body was found to put that cement slab. That's basically what you're saying here, correct?
What a
I did not know
coincidence.
his body was there. It went there because that area was already dug out.
Quite a coincidence, you'd agree, correct?
No, not necessarily. Not if you realize the whole parameters of what came first and how that all transpired. Like I said, that was something that Jeremy and I had originally talked about doing because I had gotten rid of the animals and we had the fire pit and we were talking about wanting to, I mean, it was his suggestion to put in concrete.
So the March 2016 is when you put that fire pit in, and 2 months later is when your husband is killed on your property, correct?
Yes. But the concrete was not poured until September.
Correct, by you and your now husband.
But I had no knowledge that he was under there. If I was trying to cover him up, why would I do that so many months later? And only
Because you're
I haven't
getting
asked you a
away with
question,
it?
ma'am.
Woo! Snap! I didn't ask you a question, ma'am. Love it.
So
I'm here for that.
the incident that led to your husband's death, your husband had not been around for months, correct?
correct.
And he just happens to
Be
show up sometime in May of
safe, Miss
2016,
Karen.
correct?
Be safe, Miss Karen.
Not just happened. That was pretty typical of him being gone for months and then showing up and us getting back together.
Okay.
That was
And then during that time frame, this was sometime before you were going to take your kids to school, correct?
yes. He was out on the porch when I went.
How was he dressed?
Shorts, t-shirt, sneakers.
Okay. And an argument between the two of you starts.
Yes, I went outside. I got the kids settled and I went outside to talk to him.
How old was your daughter at this point?
7.
And is there a reason why you never taught your daughter how to dial 911?
No, she said it was
we just had cell
earlier.
phones. We didn't have a landline. She knew how to dial 911, but like I said, I had my cell phone on me.
That this happened in May,
Security
not
system that we had,
November.
she would have not have been able to reach. It was above the keys where the door was.
May of 15
Well,
is what
when
she
said,
stated.
I didn't know how to call 911. I'm asking why you wouldn't have taught her.
I did teach her how to.
She states it was May of 2015. The daughter said it was near her brother's birthday, which was April 1st. So it was sometime around that. She wasn't 100% sure, but it was definitely in the late spring, early summer part. So yeah, it was nowhere near November.
I called 911, but she didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now,
My
your
point exactly.
testimony
She shouldn't have
is
been able
that
to.
she shot him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, that you were able to get out from underneath Mr. Shaver, correct?
I think that's the
I
month
did
when they
not call
found out that he was
away
missing.
until he was falling to
The
the
family
ground.
was
After she shot
suspicious.
him, I was still looking at her, like, still comprehending everything that was happening. I wasn't two yet because he had his foot on my face, smushing it into the ground. It took me, I mean, it wasn't that long, but it took me a little bit to kind of comprehend what was occurring.
Basically, let me give a quick rundown for some of us who've not been following it. Basically, this woman was a hussy and she was married to a man. At some point, she had an abortion because she got pregnant by one of her flings. They were trying to work it out. She's claiming, and the daughter's claiming, and I love how some of the verbiage is almost too much the same, but they're claiming that the little girl was 7 years old, and at that age, the father was beating up on the mother. The father said he was going to kill the mother, and I'm making this quick. The little girl got the gun and shot him. And then she could not, she said that the boyfriend or the man that they were dating came in and shot him again and unalived him. That guy told Laurie to remove the children from the home. He'd take care of it. There you go. And so subsequently, he was buried 3 feet underneath the fire pit, and then they laid a concrete slab around it.
And
certainly didn't get up after being shot, correct? He certainly didn't get up out of the chair after being shot, correct?
No, not until no. After the second shot, he fell forward. The first shot, he sat in the chair.
At the time of his death, Mike Shaver was about 5'3".
5'3".
Mm-hmm.
5'8", 5'10".
Okay. Now,
I'm 5'2".
the probable cause affidavit around the time of his arrest listed him at 5'3" and 130 pounds. You're saying that's inaccurate?
That was probably me.
Okay, you weren't arrested, right?
His probable cause from 2014?
Yes. You're saying that
So
5'3" and 130 pounds is inaccurate, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's definitely probably not what's on his driver's license. He was not 5'3". He was like 5'8" and 150, 160 pounds.
Yeah, both shots in the back of the head. Yeah.
I
But
was
there's only
5'2"
evidence
and
of the
115, 20.
When Mike left, he left his vehicle, correct?
You're talking about the black car.
No, I'm talking about he had a vehicle and he left it behind, correct?
His black car had been sitting there for a while. He had a bent rim and the air in the tire could not stay inflated. So he was driving my truck back and forth to work.
Right. My question was, when he left and moved out, he left his car, correct? And he left everything that he had that had any sort of value that could be sold, correct? His guns,
He took stuff,
tools,
yes.
his ATV, left all that behind.
All the tools that were in the shed were of no use to him. They were like old tools and stuff like that. And it wasn't an ATV.
My question was, he left the stuff behind, stuff that he could have sold, correct?
That's right. Only one bullet hole was found, so somebody's lying.
He stopped going to work
Somebody's
and lost his
lying.
job because of it, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
So he lost his ability to make any money, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Prior to November of 2015, he would call you using the phone frequently, correct?
Yes, because he was back in the house and we were trying to work things out.
After November of 2015, there is absolutely no calls to you after that November 7th, 2015, correct?
I don't recall.
There's not a single call to you, to the children, anything, correct?
I don't recall.
There's no activity on his bank other than withdrawals from the ATM in Claremont where you lived, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
November 2015, he just vanishes off the face of the earth. No one can account for him, correct?
Correct.
I don't believe that's true.
But there is
You know
definitely
it's not
had
true
any
because y'all
contact
buried
with
him.
in any ways until he shows up someday, which you do not know, in May of 2016 when this incident occurs, correct?
No, he showed up prior to May
I
at
asked
my
you-
property, but he was already causing trouble prior to that, which fits within his history of doing this.
My question to you previously was, after you kicked him out in November of 2015, and prior to him coming up the day that he was killed, I asked you, did he ever come, have any contact with you? You said no, correct?
Not physically, correct, but calls and stuff like that, yes.
Calls?
Text, his threats, stuff like that.
You saw the phone records, which show absolutely no
Text,
calls from
Facebook
him
messages.
after November
There
7th,
was-
correct?
Let her answer the question, please.
All right,
He was-
allow the witness to finish. Thank you.
He was communicating with Jeremy. I believe he had sent me text. He had sent me a nasty text prior to that, telling me I was just like my mom, something to that effect. He was communicating.
From your IP address.
I don't know that that's my IP address. How can you verify that?
Because it's the same IP address that your account that you says you used posted on as well.
Okay, how do we know that he didn't post on my face or log into my Facebook?
Because you know he's gone. She's getting herself a little confused.
So what vehicle, the day that he showed up in May of 2016, what vehicle did you use to get to your house that day?
I don't know.
What vehicle was in your yard that you didn't recognize that day?
In May?
Yes. So he just walked? He just showed up without a vehicle in your house on the back porch.
I was not paying attention to that.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, yes, sir.
Woo, we
Thank
done.
you. You may step down from the witness stand.
I think she kind of dug herself in a hole a little bit there. That was a bad decision on her part. If I was on the fence,
Any other witnesses, Mr.
that
Wiggs?
would have pushed me
At
over.
this- Excuse me. At this time, the defense would rest, Judge.
All right, the defense has rested. And at this time, thank you for your time and attention today. Members of the jury, I will excuse you at this point. I'll ask you to return tomorrow to the jury assembly room at 8 a.m. Again, please do not do any research regarding the case. Please do not view or read any media concerning the case.
Shoot, we
And,
got to go through
do
jury
not speak to
instructions
each
and all
other
of
or
that.
anyone else about the case. Should you see the attorneys out
She was
and
getting
about,
mad. He was
they have
getting
been
to her.
instructed to ignore you, so please do not hold that against them. Well, thank you again for your time today, and have a nice night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Kirsten, I love it.
Are
I
there any
love it.
motions at this time?
Judge, yes, we renew our motion for judgment of acquittal same grounds. There's no causation, proof of homicide.
Little on psych.
That the state
You didn't
could
prove
say
her mentally
that's
unstable.
attributable to Laurie
You
Shaver.
did not.
There's no technical documents, the IP data, and the digital documents are unreliable, not authorized. Of course, there's prejudicial mistake, or not mistakes, but evidence that the state has introduced in the form of introduction of other guns, banking records, nothing to tie Laurie Shaver to this homicide. There's digital data, there's improper stacking, and I know that stacking is proper, but the state didn't follow the proper procedures to do so. And the state has failed to lay the proper predicate for the digital data and reliability therein.
All right, state's response.
We'll rest on our prior arguments.
All right, the motion is respectfully denied. Thank you. Is there anything else before we conclude? We're going to meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the charge conference. Is there anything further?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, then we're adjourned for the day. Thank you.
All righty then. We are adjourned for the day. Yay. We're adjourned. I feel you, Sensei. I got you. And I'm done before 6 o'clock. Woo-hoo. Oh. Yeah. And the little girl, the daughter, Isabel said, "Well, I don't know where my bullet went." And they're all like, "Okay, so the guy shot him in the head and you don't know where you shot him? There was no red liquid? Really?" I'm all like, "Oh, honey boo boo. You got some problems, honey boo boo. Big problems." Okay, guys. I am going to wrap this up. We will be live tomorrow morning. I may not put up the live stream yet. I need to get out of here. I have something I have to go do by 6 o'clock. So I'm going to crash. I have to be up by 4:30. Court starts at 5 my time. Oh. Well, but they still had remains, and they would have seen evidence in the autopsy because he was not that far gone. Does that make sense? They would have seen damage of tissue in a path. They would have seen an entrance and an exit wound. Even though it was decaying, they can still find that evidence. He was not just skeletal. He wasn't gone that long. Yeah, I'm going to try and be a good girl and push through that. I had my York patties. I think that kind of got me my chocolate fix. I got 500 of these things. I'm giving them out for Halloween. I got a big box. So anyway, that's right, Ronnie. You guys, thank you so much for sticking with me today. We had a dual live this morning and we've been busy all day. So everybody go give some hug to somebody, be kind to someone who is in need of your attention. And remember, this is just trial. Put it back on the shelf until tomorrow morning. We'll be back. And hopefully we'll have a jury verdict by Monday, maybe Tuesday. I would love it to be by tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to happen. I know. Well, they're in the shop in a box where it's hard to get to. So I have to really want one to get them. And I only get 5 at a time. There's probably about 175 still there. 575 still there. All right, beloveds. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.